Some places seem peaceful until you look a little closer, and then the quiet begins to reveal everything people have spent years trying to hide. Before long, you may find yourself questioning not only who is right, but what it truly means to belong. That is the world of Little Fires Everywhere by Celeste Ng, a deeply moving story born from her fascination with identity, motherhood, privilege, and the invisible pressures of communities that appear perfect on the surface. First published in 2017, the novel became a global phenomenon, selling millions of copies worldwide and touching readers across cultures with its emotional honesty. By then, Ng had already earned widespread acclaim through her best-selling debut, Everything I Never Told You, establishing herself as one of today's most celebrated literary voices. In 2020, the story reached an even wider audience through a critically acclaimed television adaptation starring Reese Witherspoon and Kerry. This is a third-person retelling of the story, thoughtfully reimagined, rather than a word-for-word reading of the original work. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow these lives, you'll uncover the choices, secrets, and quiet moments that changed everything. And along the way, we'll also explore fascinating facts about the novel, its creation, behind-the-scenes details, and the journey from page to screen. The story begins. That summer in Shaker Heights, the gossip that had once circled around little Mirabelle McCullough or Mei Ling Chow, depending on which faction you supported, was finally replaced by a new and far more sensational topic. The talk was of Isabel Richardson, the youngest of the Richardson brood, who had apparently lost her mind entirely and set her own house ablaze. The chaos began a little past noon on a Saturday in May, when shoppers pushing carts through Heinens heard the sudden, jarring wail of fire engines tearing through the streets toward the duck pond. By 12:15, 4 massive red trucks were parked in a crooked line along Parkland Drive, the 6 upstairs bedrooms of the Richardson house already engulfed. For anyone within a half-mile radius, the smoke was impossible to miss, rising above the tree line like a dense black thundercloud, visible and ominous. Later, long after the fact, people would claim the signs had been obvious all along, that Izzy had always been a little unbalanced, that there had always been something strange about that family, and that the moment the sirens blared that morning, they had known something awful was coming. But in the immediate aftermath, with Izzy already vanished and no one left to defend her, the rumors grew unchecked. At the moment, the first trucks arrived, however, and for a long while afterward, no one understood what was happening. Neighbors pressed as close as they dared to the makeshift barrier, a police cruiser parked sideways a couple hundred feet away, watching the firefighters unspool their hoses with the grim, weary expressions of men who could already tell the house was a lost cause. On the other side of the street, the geese at the pond paddled on, unconcerned, dipping their heads under the water for weeds, as if the commotion meant nothing to them at all. Mrs. Richardson stood on the grassy strip between the sidewalk and the curb, her pale blue robe clutched tight at her throat. Though the afternoon was well underway, she had only woken when the smoke detectors began screaming. She had gone to bed late and slept in deliberately, believing she had earned the rest after the trying day before. The previous evening, she had watched from an upstairs window as a familiar tan Volkswagen pulled up the long, sweeping driveway, her tenant Mia's car, its headlights cutting through the dusk. The passenger door opened, and Pearl, Mia's teenage daughter, slipped out, leaving the door ajar. Inside the car, the dome light made a shadow box display of the interior, revealing it was packed with bags nearly to the ceiling, though Mrs. Richardson could barely make out the faint silhouette of Mia herself, the messy topknot perched on her head. Pearl bent over the mailbox, and Mrs. Richardson imagined she could hear the faint squeak of the little door opening and closing. Then Pearl climbed back into the car, closed the door, and the brake lights flared red briefly before winking out. The little car trundled off into the deepening twilight, and Mrs. Richardson had felt a wave of relief. She had gone down to the mailbox and found a plain set of keys with no note. She had planned to check the rental house on Winslow Road the next morning, though she already knew in her gut that they were gone for good. It was because of that late night and that sense of closure that she had allowed herself to sleep so late. Now, at 12:30, she stood on the tree lawn in her bathrobe and a pair of her son Tripp's tennis shoes, watching her house burn. When the smoke alarm had jolted her awake, she had run frantically from room to room, looking for him, for Lexi, for Moody. It struck her only later, with a sinking, guilty certainty, that she had not bothered to check for Izzy, as if she had already known, somewhere deep down, who was responsible. Every single bedroom was empty, but each bore the same disturbing signature: the acrid smell of gasoline, and a small, crackling fire set meticulously in the center of each bed, as if some deranged camper had been building campfires. By the time she had checked the living room, the family room, the rec room, and the kitchen, the smoke had grown too thick to bear, and she had fled outside just in time to hear the sirens, summoned by their own security system, already closing in. Out in the driveway, she noticed that Tripp's Jeep was missing, as was Lexi's Explorer, and Moody's bike, and of course her husband's sedan. He always went to the office on Saturday mornings to get ahead. Someone would have to call him at work, she realized with a jolt. And then she remembered that Lexi, thank God, had stayed over at Serena Wong's house the night before. Where was Izzy, she wondered? Where were her sons? And how would she find them to tell them what had happened? By the time the fire was finally extinguished, the house had not, despite Mrs. Richardson's worst fears, completely collapsed. The windows were gone, leaving gaping, hollow sockets, but the brick shell was still standing, blackened and wet, steam rising from its surface. Most of the slate roof remained intact, the dark shingles now gleaming like fish scales from the soaking. The family would not be permitted inside for days, not until fire department engineers had checked every beam, but even from the tree lawn, the closest the yellow caution tape would allow them, it was painfully clear that nothing much inside could be salvaged. Lexi sat perched on the roof of her own car, which she had parked across the street on the grass by the pond. She had been curled up asleep at Serena's when Dr. Wong had shaken her awake just after 1 o'clock, urgently telling her to get up. Her mother had just called. The two girls had stayed up past 2 in the morning, talking as they had all spring, arguing about the McCullough custody case, about whether the judge's decision was just, about whether the little girl should have stayed with her adoptive parents or been returned to her birth mother. Serena had made a sharp, exasperated final remark, and they had both fallen into a troubled, sullen silence until they drifted off. Now, watching the smoke pour from her own bedroom window, the one at the front that overlooked the lawn, Lexi's mind filled with the inventory of everything she had lost. Every T-shirt, every pair of jeans, every note Serena had written her since 6th grade, still folded into paper footballs, kept in a shoebox under her bed, the bed itself, sheets, and comforter, all reduced to char. The rose corsage Brian had given her at homecoming hung to dry on her vanity, its petals darkened from ruby to dried blood red, now just ashes. In the change of clothes she had brought to Serena's, Lexi abruptly realized she was better off than anyone else in her family. In the back seat, she had a duffel bag, a pair of jeans, a toothbrush, pajamas. She looked at her brothers, at her mother still in her robe on the tree lawn, and the thought struck her. They literally had nothing but the clothes on their backs. It was one of her favorite words, one she often used when the situation was anything but literal, but this time, for once, it was more or less accurate. Beside her, Tripp absently ran a hand through his hair, the midday sun making his curls stand up rakishly. He had been playing basketball at the community center when the sirens had wailed past, but it hadn't registered at all. He'd been distracted all morning, not that he would have noticed anyway. At 1, when hunger sent the players home, he had driven back toward Parkland. True to form, even with the windows down, he had failed to notice the giant plume of smoke until he found his own street blocked by a police cruiser. After a tense 10 minutes of explaining himself, he had been allowed to park across from the house where Lexi and Moody were already waiting. Now the three of them sat on the roof of the car in the same order they'd posed in all the family portraits that had once hung in the stairwell. Lexi, Trip, Moody, senior, junior, sophomore. Beside them was an absence, a hole left by Izzy, the freshman, the black sheep, the wild card, though they all believed, with a certainty that seemed almost fragile, that it was only temporary. Moody muttered his bewilderment under his breath, while Lexi declared that Izzy must have known she'd gone too far this time, which was why she'd run. When she came back, their mother would kill her. Trip, shifting restlessly, asked the immediate practical question, where would they stay? A silence stretched out as they all grappled with the sudden, unfamiliar problem of having no home. Lexi, after a moment, proposed a hotel, citing the story of Josh Trammell, whose house had burned down years ago. Everyone remembered that case. The official story was a candle left burning, though the rumors at school had always insisted it was a joint, but the house had been so completely gutted, no one could prove anything. Josh had stuck to his story and eventually graduated with honors, but still, everyone thought of him as the idiot jock who'd burned his house down. Now, of course, Josh Trammell's fire would be forever eclipsed. Someone asked if they could all fit in one hotel room, and Lexi brushed the question aside, suggesting 2 rooms, or perhaps the embassy suites. She tapped her knee anxiously, craving a cigarette, but not daring to light one after everything that had just happened, in plain view of her mother and the firemen. She assured her brothers that their parents would figure it out, that insurance would cover it. Though she barely understood the mechanics of insurance herself, it sounded plausible enough. In any case, it was a problem for adults, not for them. The last of the firemen were emerging from the house now, peeling off their masks. Most of the smoke had cleared, but the air still felt thick and humid, like the bathroom after a long, hot shower. The car roof was growing uncomfortably warm under the sun, and Tripp stretched his legs down the windshield, absent-mindedly nudging the wipers with his toe. Then he began to laugh, startling Lexi. When she demanded to know what was funny, he explained, with a snort, that he was just picturing Izzy running around striking matches everywhere, and called her a nutcase. Moody, from his spot, objected, asking why everyone was so sure it was her. Tripp jumped down and pointed out the obvious. Everyone was accounted for except her, so who else could it be? Lexi, in her familiar cutting tone, scoffed at the very idea that Izzy could be called responsible. Tripp continued, laying out everyone's whereabouts. Their father at work, Lexi at Serena's, himself at the basketball court, and Moody, who hesitated before admitting he had biked to the library. To Tripp, the conclusion was inescapable. The only 2 people in the house at the time had been Izzy and their mother had been asleep. Moody countered, suggesting a wiring short or a forgotten stove. But Lexi shut him down, repeating what the fireman had said. Little fires everywhere, multiple points of origin, possible use of accelerant. It wasn't an accident. Tripp leaned back against the car door, muttering that they all knew Izzy had always been mental. Moody shot back that they were all always picking on her. Maybe that was why she acted that way. Across the street, the fire trucks began to reel in their hoses. The 3 remaining Richardson children watched the firemen set down their axes and peel off their smoky yellow coats. Lexi said absently that someone should go over and stay with their mother, but no one moved. Then Tripp remarked that when their parents found Izzy, they would lock her up in a psych ward for the rest of her life. It didn't occur to any of them just then to think about the recent departure of Mia and Pearl from the house on Winslow. Mrs. Richardson, watching the fire chief meticulously take notes on his clipboard, had already forgotten about her former tenants. She hadn't even mentioned it to her husband or her children. Moody, who had discovered their absence that morning, was still trying to process what it meant. Far down the street, the small blue dot of their father's BMW began to approach. When Moody asked, his voice edged with something unreadable, what made them all so sure their parents would find Izzy? No one had an answer. The fire trucks began to reel their hoses back in, the thick fabric slapping against the metal as they coiled. Lexi watched the firemen set down their axes and peel away their smoky yellow coats, the movements slow with exhaustion. She said someone should go over and be with their mother. But the words hung in the air, and none of them moved. Tripp broke the silence after a minute, speculating darkly about what would happen when their parents caught up with Izzy, that she would be locked away for good. Across the street, Mrs. Richardson stood frozen, watching the fire chief scribble notes on his clipboard. She had not thought about the former tenants in hours. The departure of Mia and Pearl from the Winslow house had completely slipped her mind. She hadn't even told her husband or the children yet. Moody, who had discovered their absence that very morning, was still turning it over in his head, trying to make sense of it. A small blue dot appeared far down Parkland Drive, their father's car finally approaching. Moody asked, his voice carrying a strange weight, what made them all so certain their parents would ever find Izzy at all? The previous June, when Mia and Pearl had first arrived at the little rental house on Winslow Road, the Richardsons had paid them little attention. Mrs. Richardson was the owner, and Mr. Richardson had handed over the keys, but beyond the basic facts, no husband, Mia was 36, according to her Michigan driver's license, they had barely registered. They noticed the rings she wore, a large amethyst on her first finger, a silver spoon-handle ring on her pinky, and something on her thumb that looked to Mrs. Richardson like a mood ring. But Mia seemed pleasant enough, and her daughter Pearl, a quiet 15-year-old with a long dark braid, seemed equally nice. Mia paid the first and last month's rent, plus the deposit, all in a thick stack of $20 bills, and the tan VW Rabbit, already battered, puttered away down Parkland Drive toward the south end of Shaker, where the houses pressed closer together and the yards shrank. Winslow Road was a long line of duplexes, though you wouldn't know it from the outside. Each house presented a single front door, a single light, a single mailbox, a single number. Only if you looked closely might you spot the 2 electrical meters, but those were hidden at the back, along with the garage. Inside the entryway, 2 inner doors revealed the truth. One for the upstairs apartment, one for the downstairs, and a shared basement beneath. The design was intentional, meant to hide the fact that 2 families lived in each house, to spare renters the stigma, and to preserve the street's appearance, because everyone knew neighborhoods with rentals were less desirable. Shaker Heights was like that, full of rules, and Mia and Pearl discovered them one by one as they settled in. They learned to write their address with that crucial up on the second line, ensuring their mail reached them and not Mr. Yang downstairs. They learned the strip of grass between sidewalk and street was called a tree lawn, graced by 1 young Norway maple per house, and that garbage cans were never dragged to the curb on Friday mornings but left at the rear to avoid the unsightly clutter. Large motor scooters, ridden by men in orange work suits, zipped down each driveway to collect trash in the privacy of the backyard, ferrying it to a larger truck idling in the street. For months, Mia would remember her fright that first Friday when a scooter, like a revved-up flame-colored golf cart, roared past the kitchen window. They got used to it, just as they got used to the detached garage positioned at the back to preserve the street view, and learned to carry umbrellas for the rainy dash from car to house. When Mr. Yang went to Hong Kong for 2 weeks in July, they learned that an unmowed lawn drew a polite but stern letter from the city, warning that if the grass exceeded 6 inches, the city would mow it and charge them $100 in 3 days. There were so many rules to absorb. And there were many more rules they wouldn't discover for a long time. Rules governing paint colors, for instance. A city chart categorized every home as Tudor, English, or French, and specified the appropriate palette. English-style houses could only be slate blue, moss green, or a certain tan. Tudor houses required a specific cream on the plaster and a specific dark brown on the timbers. In Shaker Heights, there was a plan for everything. When the city was laid out in 1912, one of the first planned communities in the nation, schools were placed so children could walk without crossing major streets. Side streets fed into major boulevards with strategic rapid transit stops to ferry commuters downtown. The city's motto was that most communities just happened, but the best were planned, the underlying belief being that everything could and should be planned out, and that by doing so, you could avoid the unseemly, the unpleasant, the disastrous. But there were also welcoming discoveries in those first weeks. Between cleaning, repainting, and unpacking, they learned the names of the streets: Winchell, Lattimore, Linfield. They learned their way around Heinen's, which Mia said treated customers like royalty. A cart boy in a pressed shirt hung a number on your cart and gave you a matching tag, which you hooked on your car window. Then you drove to the front of the store, where another cart boy wheeled your groceries out, packed them into your trunk, and refused a tip. They found the cheapest gas station at Lomond and Lee Roads, always a cent less than elsewhere. They learned which drugstores gave double coupons. They learned that in nearby Cleveland Heights and Warrensville and Beechwood, people put their discarded belongings at the curb like ordinary folks. And they learned which garbage days fell on which streets. They found where to buy a hammer, a screwdriver, paint, and a brush. Shaker Hardware, but only between 9:30 and 6 p.m. when the owner sent his employees home for dinner. And for Pearl, there was the discovery of their landlords and the Richardson children. Moody was the first Richardson to venture to the little house on Winslow. He had overheard his mother describing the new tenants to his father. "She's some kind of artist," Mrs. Richardson had said. And when Mr. Richardson asked what kind, she answered jokingly, "A struggling one." She reassured him that Mia had paid a deposit up front, though Mr. Richardson pointed out that didn't guarantee she'd pay rent. But they both knew the rent wasn't important, only $300 a month for the upstairs, and they certainly didn't need it. Mr. Richardson was a defense attorney. Mrs. Richardson worked for the local paper, the Sun Press. The Winslow house was theirs free and clear, bought by Mrs. Richardson's parents as an investment when she was a teenager. The rent had helped pay for her college, then became a monthly booster while she started as a cub reporter. After she married Bill Richardson, it had helped with the down payment on their own Shaker house, the one on Parkland that she would later watch burn. When her parents died 5 years ago, within months of each other, she inherited the Winslow house. They had been in assisted living by then, and her childhood home was already sold, but they had kept the Winslow house, its rent paying for their care. Now Mrs. Richardson kept it too, as a sentimental keepsake. It wasn't really about the money. The total rent, $500, went into the Richardsons' vacation fund each month, and last year it had paid for their trip to Martha's Vineyard, where Lexi perfected her backstroke. Trip enchanted the local girls, Moody got a peeling sunburn, and Izzy, under great duress, came down to the beach fully clothed in her Doc Martens, glowering. But the truth was, there was plenty of money for vacations, even without it, because they didn't need the money. It was the kind of tenant that mattered to Mrs. Richardson. She wanted to feel she was doing good. Her parents had raised her to be charitable, donating annually to the Humane Society and UNICEF, attending local fundraisers, once winning a 3-foot-tall stuffed bear at the Rotary Club's silent auction. She saw the house as a form of charity. She kept the rent low. Real estate in Cleveland was cheap, but apartments in good neighborhoods like Shaker could be pricey. And she rented only to people she felt were deserving, but who, for one reason or another, hadn't gotten a fair shot. It pleased her to make up the difference. Mr. Yang had been her first tenant after inheriting the house. He was an immigrant from Hong Kong who had come to the U.S. knowing no one and speaking only fragmentary, heavily accented English. Over the years, his accent had diminished only slightly, and Mrs. Richardson was sometimes reduced to nodding and smiling. But she felt he was a good man. He worked hard, driving a school bus for a nearby private girls' school and working as a handyman. Living alone on such a meager income, he'd never have been able to afford a nice neighborhood. He'd have ended up in a cramped gray efficiency somewhere off Buckeye Road, or worse, in the gritty triangle of East Cleveland that passed for a Chinatown, where rent was low, buildings were abandoned, and sirens wailed nightly. Plus, Mr. Yang kept the house in impeccable shape, repairing leaky faucets, patching concrete, and coaxing the small backyard into a lush garden. Every summer he brought her Chinese melons he had grown like a tithe. And though Mrs. Richardson had no idea what to do with the jade-green, wrinkled, fuzzy fruit, she appreciated the gesture. Mr. Yang was exactly the kind of tenant she wanted, a kind person she could do a good turn for, who would appreciate her kindness. The upstairs apartment had been less successful. It had a new tenant every year or so, a cellist hired to teach at the Institute of Music, a divorcee in her 40s, a young newlywed couple fresh out of Cleveland State. Each had deserved a little booster, as she'd come to think of it, but none stayed long. The cellist, denied first chair in the Cleveland Orchestra, left the city bitter. The divorcee remarried after a whirlwind 4-month romance and moved with her new husband to a McMansion in Lakewood. And the young couple, who had seemed so sincere and devoted and in love, had quarreled irreparably and separated after just 18 months, leaving a broken lease, shattered vases, and 3 head-high cracks in the wall where those vases had hit. It was a lesson, Mrs. Richardson decided. This time, she would be more careful. She had Mr. Yang patch the plaster and took her time finding the right tenant. The upstairs sat empty for nearly 6 months until Mia Warren and her daughter came along, a single mother, well-spoken, artistic, raising a daughter who was polite and pretty, and possibly brilliant. Mia explained that she'd heard Shaker schools were the best in Cleveland, and that Pearl was already working at a college level, but she couldn't afford private school. As she spoke, she glanced at her daughter, who stood quietly in the empty living room with her hands clasped, and the girl offered a shy smile. Something in that exchange, the way mother and daughter looked at each other, tugged at Mrs. Richardson's heart. She assured Mia the schools were excellent, listing the AP classes, science labs, planetarium, and 5 languages Pearl could study. She mentioned the theater program, noting her daughter Lexi had played Helena the previous year, and recited the Shaker School's motto about communities being known by their schools. She laughed, pointing out that as renters they'd get all the benefits without the tax burden, and handed Mia an application, though she'd already made up her mind. The thought of this woman and her daughter settling in gave her deep satisfaction. Pearl doing homework at the kitchen table, Mia perhaps working on art in the enclosed porch overlooking the backyard. Moody, overhearing his mother describe the new tenants, found himself less interested in the artist and more intrigued by the mention of a daughter his own age, who was supposedly brilliant. A few days after they moved in, curiosity got the better of him. He took his old fixed-gear Schwinn, his father's from Indiana days, and pedaled off. Nobody biked in Shaker Heights. It was a town built for cars, and he wouldn't be 16 until spring, so he never asked his siblings for rides if he could avoid it. He followed the curve of Parkland Drive past the duck pond, where he'd never seen actual ducks, only swarms of Canadian geese, then crossed Van Aken Boulevard and the rapid transit tracks to Winslow Road. He knew where the rental house was, though he rarely came here. A few times as a child, he'd sat in the idling car in the driveway, staring at the peach tree and skimming radio stations while his mother ran inside. But he realized now, as his wheels bumped over the sandstone sidewalk joints, that he'd never actually been inside. He wasn't sure any of the Richardson kids ever had. Across the street, he spotted Pearl carefully arranging pieces of a wooden bed on the front lawn. She was slender, in a long, crinkly skirt and a loose T-shirt with a message he couldn't read. her long, curly hair in a thick braid down her back, seeming to strain to burst free. She'd laid the headboard flat near the flower beds, side rails below, slats arranged neatly on either side like ribs, as if the bed had inhaled and flattened itself into the grass. Moody watched from behind a tree as she picked her way to the Rabbit with its doors thrown open and extracted the footboard from the back seat, marveling at how they'd fit all those pieces into such a small car. Her bare feet crossed the lawn as she set the footboard in place. Then, to his bewilderment, she stepped into the empty rectangle where the mattress belonged and flopped onto her back. A window rattled open above, and Mia's head appeared, calling down to ask if everything was there. Pearl called back that 2 slats were missing, and Mia said they'd replace them, then abruptly told her to stay put and not move. She disappeared and returned with a real camera, a thick lens like a tin can. Pearl remained on the ground, staring at the half-clouded sky, and Mia leaned out nearly to her waist, angling for the right shot. Moody held his breath, afraid the camera might slip or that Mia might tumble over the sill, but neither happened. She tilted her head this way and that, framing the scene below, her face hidden by the camera, only her frizzy hair visible like a dark halo. Later, when Moody saw the finished photos, he would think Pearl looked like a delicate fossil, preserved in a prehistoric beast's skeleton, then like an angel with spread wings, and finally just like a girl asleep in a green bed, waiting for her lover. Mia called down that she got it and slid back inside, and Pearl sat up and looked directly across the street at Moody, making his heart jump. She asked if he wanted to help or just stand there. Moody would never remember crossing the street, propping his bike, or introducing himself. It would feel as though he'd always known her name, and she'd always known his, as though they had known each other always. Together they ferried the bed frame pieces up the narrow stairway. The living room was empty except for a stack of boxes and a large red cushion in the center of the floor. Pearl tugged her armful of slats higher and led him into the larger bedroom, which held only a faded but clean twin mattress leaning against the wall. Mia deposited a steel toolbox at Pearl's feet, said they'd want these, smiled at Moody like an old friend, and told him to call if they needed another set of hands. She stepped back into the hallway, and they heard the snick of a box being slid open. Pearl handled the tools expertly, levering the side panels against the headboard, propping them up on one ankle while she bolted them into place. Moody sat by the toolbox, watching in awe. In his house, broken things were fixed by repairmen or simply discarded and replaced. Every few years, his mother picked out a new living room set. The old one moved to the basement, and the old one donated. His father never tinkered with the car. When it rattled, Luther at the Lusty Wrench handled it. The only time Moody had handled tools was in 8th grade shop, where teams measured, sawed, and sanded, and everyone screwed their pieces together to make a candy dispenser. Trip and Lexi and Izzy had all made identical ones in their years, and despite 4 dispensers stashed somewhere in the house, Moody wasn't sure anyone in his family could do more than work a Phillips screwdriver. He asked Pearl how she'd learned all that, and she shrugged, saying from her mom, pinning a slat in place and plucking a screw from the carpet. The assembled bed was an old-fashioned twin with knobs, like something Goldilocks might have slept in. Moody asked where she'd got it, and Pearl, replacing the screwdriver and latching the toolbox, said they'd found it. She sat on the bed, back against the footboard, legs stretched out, gazing at the ceiling as if testing it. Moody sat near her feet, noticing the wisps of grass on her toes and calves and the hem of her skirt, the scent of fresh air and mint shampoo. She announced suddenly that this was her room, and Moody sprang up, apologizing, a hot flush rising to his cheeks. She seemed to have forgotten he was there for a moment, then said that wasn't what she'd meant, flicking a sliver of grass from her toes and watching it settle on the carpet. In a tone of wonder, she said she'd never had her own room before. Moody tried to imagine what that meant, picturing himself sharing with Trip, who littered the floor with dirty socks and sports magazines and always snapped on the radio as soon as he came home, as if without that bass thumping his heart might stop. On vacations, the Richardsons always booked 3 rooms, one for the parents, one for Lexi and Izzy, one for Trip and Moody. And at breakfast, Trip would mock Moody for talking in his sleep. The idea that Pearl and her mother had always shared a room seemed almost unbelievable. He couldn't quite fathom people being that poor. Pearl shook her head and said they'd never had a house of their own before, and Moody suppressed the urge to point out that this was only half a house. She traced the mattress dimples with her fingertip, circling the buttons. Watching her, he couldn't see what she was remembering. The finicky stove in Urbana they'd had to light with a match, the 5th-floor walk-up in Middlebury, the weed-choked garden in Ocala, the smoky Muncie apartment with its rabbit-gnawed holes and stains, and the Ann Arbor sublet she'd most hated to leave, where the family had a daughter a year or 2 older, and every day of the 6 months she'd played with that Lucky Girl's horse figurines, sat in her child-sized armchair, slept in her white frosted canopy bed, and sometimes at night she'd turn on the light and try on the girls' dresses and shoes. Photos of that girl were everywhere in the house, and it had been so easy to pretend it was her own life. When the family returned, Pearl couldn't even look at the girl, now too tall for those dresses. She'd cried all the way to Lafayette, and even the prancing china palomino she'd stolen gave no comfort. The girl had so much she never even noticed it missing. Her mother must have understood because they never sublet again. And Pearl hadn't complained, knowing she preferred an empty apartment to one filled with someone else's things. She said they moved around a lot whenever her mother got the bug and looked at him fiercely, almost glaring. And Moody saw that her eyes, which he thought were hazel, were deep jade green. At that moment, he understood clearly. His life had been divided into before and after, and he would always be comparing the two. He asked what she was doing tomorrow. Those first weeks stretched into a chain of tomorrows for Moody, each day bringing a new adventure. They visited Fernway, his old elementary school, where they clambered up the slide and shimmied up the pole and tumbled from the catwalk onto the wood chips below. He took Pearl to Dregger's for hot fudge sundaes, and at Horseshoe Lake they climbed trees like children, hurling stale bread to the ducks bobbing on the water. In Yours Truly, the local diner, they squeezed into a high-backed wooden booth, devoured fries, smothered in cheese and bacon, and fed quarters into the jukebox for great balls of fire. And Hey Jude. When Pearl asked to see the Shakers one day, Moody laughed and explained there weren't any. They'd all died out because they didn't believe in sex, and the town was just named after them. He was partly right, though neither he nor most kids in town knew much about the history. The Shakers had left the land long before, and by the summer of 1997, there were only 12 left in the world. But Shaker Heights had been founded on similar utopian ideals. Order and regulation were the keys to harmony. The Shakers had regulated everything: rising times, curtain colors, hair length, hand positions in prayer, believing that planning every detail could create heaven on earth. The town's founders thought the same, advertising Shaker Heights as a cloud-like refuge above grimy Cleveland, a mountaintop at the end of a rainbow. Perfection was the goal, and perhaps the Shakers' spirit had seeped into the soil itself, giving residents a drive for overachievement and an intolerance for flaws. Even the teens, whose main exposure was singing Simple Gifts in music class, could feel that pursuit of perfection in the air. As Pearl absorbed her new hometown, Moody began learning about Mia's art and the intricate, precarious Warren family finances. Money was something Moody had never needed to think about. Lights came on with a flip, water flowed from taps, groceries appeared and became meals. He'd had an allowance since age 10, starting at $5 a week and rising with inflation and age to 20. And with birthday money from relatives, he could buy used books, CDs, or guitar strings whenever he wanted. Mia and Pearl, by contrast, acquired as much as possible, used or free, quickly learning the locations of every Salvation Army, St. Vincent Delaware Paul's, and goodwill in the area. Mia had gotten a job at Lucky Palace, a Chinese restaurant, taking and packaging takeout orders several afternoons and evenings a week. Though everyone in Shaker seemed to prefer Pearl of the Orient for dining out, Lucky Palace did a good takeout business. And in addition to her hourly pay, the servers shared tips with her, and she took home extra food, slightly stale rice, leftover sweet and sour pork, vegetables past their prime, which sustained them most of the week. They had very little, but Mia was good at repurposing. Lo mein without sauce became ragu-topped pasta one night, orange beef the next, old thrift store bed sheets became curtains, tablecloths, pillow covers. Moody found himself mentally calculating combinations like a math problem, wondering how many ways you could recombine mu-shu pancakes and fillings, rice and pork and peppers. One afternoon, Moody asked Pearl why her mother didn't get a real job, more hours, maybe even a full-time spot, at Pearl of the Orient or somewhere else. He'd been wondering all week, reasoning that more hours would mean enough for a real sofa, real meals, maybe a TV. Pearl stared at him with a furrowed brow, as if she simply didn't understand the question. Then, said her mother already had a job. She was an artist. They had lived that way for years, with Mia working part-time, just enough to get by. Pearl had understood the hierarchy since childhood. Her mother's real work was art, and the paying jobs existed only to make that art possible. Mia spent hours every day working, though at first Moody hadn't recognized it as work. Sometimes she was in the makeshift darkroom in the basement laundry room, developing film or making prints. Sometimes she seemed to spend all her time reading, cooking magazines from the 1960s, car manuals, a massive Eleanor Roosevelt biography, or simply staring out the living room window at the tree. One morning she was playing cat's cradle with a loop of string, and when they returned hours later, she was still at it, weaving complicated nets between her fingers and then unraveling them back into a single loop, starting over. Pearl explained it was part of the process with the casual air of someone unfazed by odd customs. Sometimes Mia went out with her camera, but more often she spent days or weeks preparing something to photograph, with the actual shooting lasting only a few hours. Moody learned that Mia didn't consider herself a photographer. Photography was just a tool, used as a painter might use a brush or a knife. She doctored plain photographs later, adding embroidered masks or clipping figures out and dressing them in magazine-cut clothes. In one set, she rinsed negatives before printing, creating odd distortions, a clean kitchen speckled with lemonade spots, laundry on the line rendered ghost-like by bleach. In another, she double-exposed frames, layering a distant skyscraper over her middle finger, superimposing a dead bird's wings over blue sky so it looked airborne except for its closed eyes. She worked unconventionally, keeping only what she liked and tossing the rest. And when an idea was exhausted, she kept a single print and destroyed the negatives. When Moody asked why she didn't make multiples, she airily dismissed the idea of syndication. She seldom photographed people. Occasionally she'd take pictures of Pearl, like the bed on the lawn, but never used them in her work. She never used herself either. Pearl told Moody about a series of self-portraits Mia had done, wearing masks made of black lace, horse chestnut leaves, a starfish, spending a month narrowing them down to 8 beautiful, eerie images. Pearl could still see them clearly, her mother's bright eye peeking through the starfish's legs. But at the last moment, Mia had burned the prints and negatives for reasons Pearl couldn't fathom. When Pearl asked why, after all that time, Mia had just said they weren't working. But the pictures she did keep and sell were startling. In a luxurious Ann Arbor sublet, Mia had taken the host's furniture apart, bolts as thick as fingers, unvarnished crossbeams, disembodied feet, and arranged the components into animals. A bulky 19th century secretary desk became a bull, drawer sides forming muscled legs, cast iron knobs serving as nose and eyes, and glinting balls, pens fanning into horns. With Pearl's help, She'd laid the pieces on the cream-colored Persian carpet, which looked like a foggy field, then climbed onto a table to photograph it from above before dismantling it again and reassembling it into a desk. An old Chinese birdcage became an eagle with brassy skeletal wings. An overstuffed sofa became an elephant with trunk raised. The resulting photos were intriguing and unsettling, the animals incredibly intricate and lifelike until you realized what they were made of. She'd sold several through her friend Anita, a New York gallery owner Pearl had never met in a place she'd never been. Mia hated New York and would never go to promote her own work, insisting on the phone to Anita that she couldn't come for a show, not even if it meant selling 100 pieces, and told her to do what she could. That was good enough. Anita had managed to sell half a dozen, letting Mia spend the next 6 months on a new project instead of cleaning houses. That was how her mother worked. One project for 4 or 6 months, then on to the next. She'd work and work, produce a group of photos, and Anita would sell at least a few. At first, prices were modest, a few $100s each, and Mia sometimes took on 2 or even 3 jobs. But as her reputation grew, Anita could sell more pieces for more money, enough to cover food, rent, gas, even after Anita's 50% cut. Pearl told Moody with pride that some sold for $2,000 or $3,000, and he did quick mental math, imagining what 10 pictures a year might bring. Sometimes photos didn't sell. A skeletal leaves project sold only 1, and Mia took on odd jobs for months. House cleaning, flower arranging, cake decorating. She was good with her hands and preferred work without customers, where she could be alone and thinking over waitressing or sales. She'd once lasted 1 day as a salesgirl before Pearl was born, unable to tolerate the manager's instructions and customers demanding discounts. She'd rather mop a floor alone than deal with that. Other projects did sell and attract attention. One series, which Mia had begun after some seamstress work, sustained them for nearly a year. She'd visit thrift stores and buy the cheapest, most dilapidated stuffed animals, faded teddy bears, ratty plush dogs, threadbare rabbits, and bring them home to dismantle at the seams. She washed their pelts, fluffed their filling, repolished their glass eyes, then stitched them back together inside out. The results were eerily beautiful. The ragged fur on the reverse took on the texture of shorn velvet, and the resewn, rest-stuffed animals held the same shape but a different bearing, their backs and necks straighter, their ears perkier, their eyes gleaming with a knowing glint. They seemed reincarnated, older and bolder and wiser. Pearl loved watching her mother work, bent over the kitchen table with surgical precision, scalpel, needle, pins, transforming these toys into art. Anita sold every photo in the series. One had even made its way to MoMA. She begged Mia to do another round or reprint the series, but Mia refused, insisting the idea was done and she was working on something else now. She was always working on something new, something that had caught her fancy, and Pearl was certain she would be famous someday. One of those artists whose name everyone knew, de Kooning or Warhol or O'Keeffe. That certainty made the thrift store clothes, the salvaged beds and chairs, the shifting precariousness of it all bearable. One day, everyone would see her mother's brilliance. To Moody, this existence was almost incomprehensible. Watching the Warrens was like watching a magic trick, transforming an empty soda can into a silver pitcher, pulling a steaming pie from a silk top hat. No, he thought. It was like watching Robinson Crusoe conjure a living out of nothingness. The more time he spent with Mia and Pearl, the more fascinated he became. Through his afternoons with Pearl, Moody slowly learned what their nomadic life was like. They traveled light. 2 plates, 2 cups, a handful of mismatched silverware, a duffel of clothes each, and Mia's cameras. In summer, they drove with the windows down because the Rabbit had no air conditioning. In winter, they drove by night with the heat cranked up, parking in sunny spots during the day to sleep in the snug greenhouse of the car before starting again at sunset. At night, Mia pushed bags into the footwells and laid a folded army blanket across them, and the back seat creating a bed just big enough for them both. For privacy, they draped a sheet from the hatchback over the front headrests, making a little tent. At mealtimes, they stopped by the roadside, eating from a paper bag of groceries, bread and peanut butter, fruit, sometimes salami or pepperoni if Mia found it on sale. Sometimes they drove for days, sometimes a week, until Mia found a spot that felt right and they would stop. They'd find a studio or efficiency, whatever they could afford, month to month, because Mia didn't like to be tied down. They'd set up their new apartment with cast-offs and thrift store finds. Mia would enroll Pearl in the local school and find enough work to support them, and then she'd begin her next project, worrying the idea like a bone for 3 to 6 months until she had a set of photographs to send to Anita in New York. She'd set up a darkroom in the bathroom after Pearl fell asleep, quickly becoming expert at it. Trays in the bathtub, a clothesline from the shower rod, a towel rolled under the door to block light. When she finished, she'd stack her trays, fold her enlarger, hide chemicals under the sink, scrub the bathtub sparkling for Pearl's shower, crack the window, and go to bed. By morning, the sour smell of developer would be gone. Once Mia mailed her photographs, Pearl knew they'd pack up the car again and the entire process would repeat. One town, one project, and then it was time to move on. This time, though, was different. Pearl told Moody they were staying put, and he felt suddenly, giddily buoyant, like an overfilled balloon. Her mother had promised. This time, they were staying for good. Their itinerant artistic lifestyle appealed to Moody. He was a romantic at heart, making honor roll, but daydreaming about leaving school and traveling the country like Jack Kerouac, writing songs instead of poems. Mac's back supplied him with well-worn copies of On the Road and Dharma Bums, the poems of Frank O'Hara, Rilke, Neruda, and to his delight he found in Pearl another poetic soul. She hadn't read as much as he had because they'd moved so often, but she'd spent most of her childhood in libraries, taking refuge among the shelves as a new girl bouncing from school to school, absorbing books like air. She wanted to be a poet, she told him shyly, copying her favorite poems into a beat-up spiral notebook she always carried so they'd always be with her. When she finally let Moody read some, he was speechless, wanting to twine himself in the curlicues of her handwriting. He sighed, beautiful, and Pearl's face lit up like a lantern. The next day he brought his guitar, taught her 3 chords, and bashfully sang one of his songs for her, something he'd never done for anyone else. Pearl had a fantastic memory, he soon discovered. She could recall passages after reading them once, remember the dates of the Magna Carta and the kings of England and all the presidents in order. Moody's grades came from meticulous studying and flashcards, but everything seemed to come easily to Pearl. She could glance at a math problem and intuit the answer, while he worked line after line of algebra. She could read an essay and instantly pinpoint the most salient point or biggest logical flaw. It was as if she saw the whole picture without consulting the box. Her mind was extraordinary, and Moody admired how fast and effortlessly it worked. It was pure pleasure watching her click everything into place. The more time they spent together, the more Moody felt he was in 2 places at once. At every moment he could arrange, he was there with Pearl, in the diner booth, in the fork of a tree, watching her big eyes drink in everything around her as if she were ferociously thirsty. He cracked dumb jokes, told stories, dredged up trivia, anything to make her smile. And at the same time, his mind roamed the city, desperately searching for the next place to take her, the next wonder of suburban Cleveland to display. Because when he ran out of places to show her, he was sure she would disappear. Already, he thought, he saw her growing silent over their fries, prodding the last congealed lump of cheese. Already he was sure her eyes were drifting across the lake to the far shore. This was how Moody made a decision he would question for the rest of his life. Until now, He'd said nothing about Pearl or her mother to his family, guarding their friendship like a dragon. Guards treasure. Silently, greedily. Deep down, he felt it would change everything, the way fairy tale magic is spoiled if you share the secret. If he'd kept her to himself, perhaps the future might have been different. Pearl might never have met his parents or siblings, or, if she had, they might have been mere acquaintances. She and her mother might have stayed in Shaker forever, as planned. 11 months later, the Richardson house might still have been standing, but Moody didn't think of himself as interesting enough to hold her attention on his own. His brother and sisters never worried whether people liked them. Lexi had her golden smile and easy laugh. Trip had his looks and dimples. Why wouldn't people like them? Izzy didn't care what people thought. But Moody lacked Lexi's warmth, Trip's roguish charm, Izzy's self-confidence. All he had to offer, he felt, was his family itself. And that led him to say one afternoon in late July, "Come over, you can meet my family." When Pearl entered the Richardsons' house for the first time, she paused with one foot on the threshold. It was just a house, she told herself. Moody lived here. But even that thought felt slightly surreal. From the sidewalk, Moody had nodded at it almost bashfully, and she'd exclaimed, "You live here?" It wasn't the size. The house was large, but so was every house on the street, and she'd seen even larger. No, it was the greenness of the lawn, the sharp lines of white mortar between bricks, the rustle of maple leaves in the gentle breeze, the very breeze itself. It was the soft smells of detergent and cooking and grass mingling in the entryway, the corner of the throw rug flipped up like a cowlick, as if someone had mussed it and forgotten to smooth it out. It was as if she were entering the idea of a house, an archetype brought to life before her, something she'd only heard about but never seen. She could hear signs of life in distant rooms, the low mumble of a TV commercial, the beep of a microwave. But distantly, as if in a dream, Moody urged her in, and she stepped inside. Later, it would seem to Pearl that the Richardsons must have arranged themselves into a tableau for her enjoyment, for surely they couldn't always exist in this state of domestic perfection. Mrs. Richardson was in the kitchen making cookies, something her own mother never did, though if Pearl begged, she'd sometimes buy a log of shrink-wrapped dough to slice into rounds. Mr. Richardson was a miniature figure out on the wide green lawn, deftly shaking charcoal into a shining silver grill. Trip lounged on the long wrap-around sectional, impossibly handsome, one arm slung along the back as if waiting for some lucky girl to sit beside him. And Lexi, across from him in a pool of sunlight, turned her luminous eyes from the television toward Pearl as she entered, asking who they had here. In those dizzying early days, Pearl barely noticed the one Richardson she didn't see much of, Izzy. How could she, when the others greeted her with such open, enveloping arms? They dazzled her with their easy confidence, their clear sense of purpose at any hour. At Moody's invitation, she spent hours at their house, arriving after breakfast and staying until dinner. Mornings, Mrs. Richardson swept into the kitchen in high-heeled pumps, car keys, and travel mug in hand, greeting Pearl warmly before click-clacking down the back hall. The garage door would rumble open, and her Lexus would glide down the driveway like a golden pocket of coolness in the summer heat. Mr. Richardson, suited and tied, had left long before, but he loomed in the background like a mountain range, solid, impressive, important. When Pearl asked what his parents did all day, Moody shrugged. They just went to work. But for Pearl, work meant her mother's drudgery, waiting tables, washing dishes, cleaning floors. For the Richardsons, it seemed noble. They did important things. Every Thursday, the Free Sun Press appeared on their doorstep. And when they unfolded it, Mrs. Richardson's name was there on the front page, under headlines about tax levies, budget reactions, community events. Tangible, black and white proof of her industriousness. Moody dismissed it as local stuff, nothing compared to the real paper. But Pearl, eyeing the printed byline, Elena Richardson, didn't believe or care. The Richardsons knew important people: the mayor, the director of the Cleveland Clinic, the owner of the Indians. They had season tickets to Jacobs Field and the Gund. Sometimes Mr. Richardson's cell phone would ring and he'd extend the antenna and step into the hallway, answering with just his name, Bill Richardson, as if that were greeting enough. Even the younger Richardsons had that sureness. Sunday mornings, Pearl and Moody would be in the kitchen when Trip drifted in from a run, leaning against the island to pour juice, tall and tan and lean in gym shorts, utterly at ease, his sudden grin throwing her into disarray. Lexi perched at the counter in sweatpants and a tea hair in an untidy bun, picking sesame seeds off a bagel, artlessly beautiful even right out of bed. Where did this ease come from? How could they be so at home, so sure of themselves, even in pajamas? When Lexi ordered from a menu, she never asked. She declared what she'd have, confidently, as if saying it made it so. It unsettled and fascinated Pearl. Lexi would slide off her stool and walk across the kitchen with a dancer's elegance, barefoot on the Italian tiles. Trip swigged his juice and headed upstairs, and Pearl watched him, breathing in the scent of his wake. Sweat and sun and heat. The Richardson house held overstuffed sofas so deep you could sink into them like a bubble bath. Credenzas, heavy sleigh beds. Once you owned an enormous chair like this, Pearl thought, you'd have to stay put, plant roots, make the place that held it your home. Ottoman and framed photographs and curio cabinets full of souvenirs, their frivolousness reassuring. You didn't bring home a carved seashell from Key West, or a miniature CN Tower, or a finger-sized bottle of sand from Martha's Vineyard unless you intended to stay. Mrs. Richardson's family had lived in Shaker for 3 generations now, almost since the city was founded. To have such a deep taproot in a single place, to be immersed so thoroughly it had steeped into every fiber of your being. She couldn't imagine it. Mrs. Richardson herself was another fascination. On a television screen, she'd have felt as unreal as a sitcom mother, but there she was in front of Pearl, always saying kind things, complimenting her skirt, her honors classes, her hair, insisting she call her Elena, then secretly proud when Pearl remained respectful. She was quick to hug Pearl, a virtual stranger, just because she was Moody's friend. Mia was affectionate but never effusive. Pearl had never seen her mother embrace anyone but her. Yet there was Mrs. Richardson coming home for dinner, pecking each child on the head, and not even pausing when she reached Pearl, dropping a kiss onto her hair without hesitation, as if she were just one more chick in the brood. Mia couldn't help noticing her daughter's infatuation. Some days Pearl spent the entire day at the Richardson house. At first, Mia had been pleased watching Moody and her lonely daughter, uprooted so many times, never really close to anyone. For so long, she saw now, she had made Pearl live by her whim, moving on whenever she needed new ideas or felt stuck. That's over now, she'd promised as they drove toward Shaker. From now on, they were staying put. She could see the similarities between these 2 lonely children more clearly than they could. The same sensitive personalities, bookish wisdom layered over deep naivete. Moody came by early each morning before Pearl had even finished breakfast, and Mia would draw the curtains to see his bike sprawled on the lawn, then find them at the table with dregs of raisin bran in mismatched bowls. They'd be gone all day, Moody pushing his bike alongside them. Mia made a mental note to look for a used bike for Pearl. But as weeks passed, she worried a little about the Richardsons' influence, the way they seemed to have absorbed Pearl into their lives. At dinner, Pearl talked about them as if they were a TV show she was fanatical about. Mrs. Richardson interviewing Janet Reno, Lexi's boyfriend Brian being the first black president, trip-making, starting forward on the soccer team. Mia nodded and murmured, wondering every evening if this was wise, if it was right for Pearl to fall under their spell. Then she thought of the previous spring, when Pearl's cough had turned into pneumonia. Sitting by her daughter's bedside in the dark, watching her sleep, waiting for antibiotics to take effect. Mia had imagined the worst. What kind of life would Pearl have lived? Nomadic, isolated, lonely. That's done with, she'd told herself. And when Pearl recovered, they'd ended up in Shaker Heights, where Mia had promised they'd stay. So she said nothing. And the next afternoon, Pearl was at the Richardsons again, becoming more bewitched. Pearl had started at new schools often enough, sometimes 2 or 3 times a year, to have lost her fear of it, but this time she was deeply apprehensive. Starting a school knowing you'd be leaving was one thing. You didn't worry what others thought because soon you'd be gone. She drifted through every grade like that, never bothering to know anyone. Starting a school knowing you'd see these people all year and next year and the year after, that was different. But as it turned out, she and Moody shared nearly all their classes. The first 2 weeks, he guided her through the hallways with sophomore confidence, showing her the coldest water fountains, where to sit in the cafeteria, which teachers gave tardy slips and which waved you on. She navigated the school with help from student-painted murals. The exploding Hindenburg marked the science wing. Jim Morrison brooded by the auditorium balcony. A girl blowing pink bubbles led to the cavernous egress. A trompe-l'oeil row of lockers marked the hallway to the social room, a senior lounge with a microwave for free-period popcorn, a cheaper Coke machine, and a chunky jukebox loaded with Sir Mix-a-Lot, Smashing Pumpkins, and the Spice Girls. The year before, a student had painted himself and 3 friends peeking down Kilroy style in the domed ceiling near the entrance. One winked, and every time Pearl passed beneath, she felt they were welcoming her. After school, she went to the Richardsons and sprawled on the sectional with the older children to watch Jerry Springer. It was a ritual they'd developed over the years, one of the few things they agreed on. Every afternoon, if Tripp didn't have practice and Lexi didn't have a meeting, they gathered in the family room and turned to Channel 3. To Moody, it was a psychological study. To Lexi, anthropology. To Tripp, pure comedy, slapstick with bleeped-out tirades and chair-throwing, his favorite moments being when wigs were pulled off. Izzy found it idiotic and barricaded herself upstairs to practice violin. Lexi said it was the only thing Izzy actually took seriously. Tripp countered that Izzy took everything too seriously. That was her problem. Lexi predicted they'd see Izzy on Springer in 10 years. Tripp said 7 or 8 and suggested episode titles, Jerry, Get Me Out of Jail, or My Family Wants to Commit Me. Moody shifted uncomfortably. Lexi and Tripp treated Izzy like a dog that might go rabid, but he and Izzy had always gotten along. He told Pearl she was just a little impulsive. Lexi laughed and said Pearl didn't really know her yet, and the stories began to pour out, Jerry Springer temporarily forgotten. At 10, Izzy had been caught sneaking into the Humane Society to free the stray cats, arguing they were like prisoners on death row. At 11, her mother, convinced she was overly clumsy, enrolled her in dance classes. Her father insisted she try it for 1 term. Every class, Izzy sat on the floor and refused to move. For the recital, she'd written, Not Your Puppet, across her forehead and cheeks with a mirror and Sharpie, then stood stock still on stage while the others danced around her. Lexi said their mother nearly died of embarrassment. Then last year, when their mother bought Izzy cute dresses to counter her excessive black clothing, Izzy had rolled them up, taken the bus downtown, and given them to a stranger on the street, earning a month of grounding. Moody protested she wasn't crazy, just impulsive, but Lexi snorted, and Tripp unmuted the television, and Jerry Springer roared back to life. The sectional seated 8, but even with just 3 Richardson children, there was always jockeying for the best spots. With Pearl added, the maneuvering grew more complicated. Whenever she could, Pearl would drop, unobtrusively she hoped, into the seat next to Tripp. Her crushes had always been from afar. She'd never had the courage to speak to boys who caught her fancy. But now that they'd settled in Shaker Heights for good, now that Tripp was here, in this house, on this couch, well, it was natural to sit next to him now and then. No one could read into that, surely, least of all Tripp. Moody, however, felt he deserved the seat beside Pearl. He'd introduced her to the fold, and of all the Richardsons, his claim as the one who'd known her longest was paramount. The result was that Pearl settled beside Trip, Moody plopped down beside her, sandwiching her between them, Lexi stretched out on the corner smirking, and all four turned their attention to the screen while remaining keenly aware of everything happening in the room. The Richardson children had their most heated discussions about Jerry Springer. Lexi remarked one day how lucky they were to live in Shaker where no one saw race. Moody countered that everyone saw race. The only difference was who pretended not to. Lexi pointed to her relationship with Brian, together since junior year, insisting no one cared that she was white and he was black. Moody asked if she thought his parents would rather he dated someone black, but Lexi honestly didn't think they cared. Skin color didn't say anything about who you are. Trip shushed them as the show came back. During one episode, Lexi suddenly asked Pearl if she ever thought about finding her father. Pearl stared blankly at the screen where security guards wrestled an orange-haired woman and replied that she'd have to find out who he was first. And given how well the show was going, why wouldn't she want to? Sarcasm didn't come naturally, and she sounded more plaintive than ironic. Lexi mused about possibilities. An old boyfriend who split, killed in an accident, left for another woman, or perhaps raped her mother. Trip abruptly slid across the sofa and put his arm around Pearl's shoulders, telling Lexi to shut up. Unusual for him to tune into anyone's feelings. Lexi rolled her eyes, insisting she was just kidding, and Pearl forced a smile and agreed, her heart pounding, unsure if it was Trip's arm or Lexi's comments or both. Above, Izzy practiced Lalo on her violin, and on screen, the women clawed at each other's hair. But Lexi's comment rankled. Pearl had thought about it herself over the years, but hearing it spoken aloud made it feel more urgent. When she'd asked, as a child, her mother had given flippant answers, found her in the Goodwill bargain bin, picked her from a cabbage patch. As a teen, she'd stopped asking. Now the question churning in her mind, she found her mother in the living room applying paint to a photograph of a stripped-down bicycle. She began to ask, but couldn't repeat Lexi's blunt words. Instead, she asked the question that ran beneath all others. Was she wanted? Her mother paused, brush in hand, then turned around, and to Pearl's amazement, her eyes were wet. Her unflappable, indomitable mother, whom she'd never seen cry, not when the rabbit broke down and a man stole her purse, not when she smashed her toe so hard the nail fell off. But there it was, an unfamiliar shimmer over her eyes, as if she were looking into rippled water. Her mother said yes, she was wanted very, very much. Then set down her brush and walked rapidly out of the room, leaving Pearl to contemplate the half-finished bicycle and the paint forming a skin over the bristles. As if the Jerry Springer episode had awakened her to Pearl's presence, Lexi began taking a new interest in her little brother's friend. "Little orphan Pearl," she called her to Serena Wong. She marveled at how quiet Pearl was, afraid to speak, turning bright red when looked at. Serena suggested she was just shy, but Lexi sensed it was more like she was trying not to be seen, wanting to hide in plain sight. Pearl's timidity fascinated her, so she started with the surface, telling Serena she was cute and would look adorable out of those baggy t-shirts. This led to Pearl coming home with a bag of new clothes. Not new exactly, Mia noticed when washing them. Patched 70s jeans with a ribbon, a flowered cotton blouse, a Neil Young t-shirt. Pearl explained Lexi wanted to go shopping. Lexi had first taken Pearl to the mall, assuming Pearl would turn to her for advice. She was used to people wanting her opinion, often assuming they did, even when they hadn't said so. Pearl was a little sweetheart with big dark eyes and long frizzy hair that, when unbraided, looked like it might swallow her up, and she looked at everything as if she'd never seen it before. The second time Pearl came over, Moody left her in the sunroom to get drinks, and Pearl, instead of sitting, turned in a slow circle as if in Oz. Lexi, coming down the hall with a magazine and Diet Coke, stopped out of sight and watched her reach out and trace a vine in the wallpaper, feeling a warm gush of pity for the sad little mouse. When Moody returned, Lexi settled into the big chair, watching Pearl, and felt a fuzzy internal glow of generosity as she offered the magazine when she was done. So in early October, she took Pearl shopping, not to Randall Dark Mall, but to Beechwood Place, where she always shopped. Despite trips to the Gap, Express, and Body Shop, Pearl bought only a pretzel and kiwi lip balm. Lexi asked if she'd seen anything she liked, and Pearl explained it was all the same stuff, everyone showing up at school like clones. She liked shopping at places a little different, where she could get something no one else would have. Lexi, seldom offended, asked where, and Pearl directed her to the thrift store down Northfield Road. Pearl had been in dozens of thrift stores and knew their dusty sweet smell, always sure the scent soaked into her skin. But now, hearing Lexi's delighted squeal, she saw the store through new eyes, a place to find vintage cocktail dresses, surgical scrubs, concert tees, and real bell-bottoms from decades past. Lexi exclaimed, "Vintage," and set upon the rack with reverence. Instead of the blouses and hippie skirts Mia always chose, Pearl found quirky T-shirts, a Levi's skirt, a navy hoodie. She showed Lexi how to read price tags, green tags half off on Tuesdays, yellow on Wednesdays, and expertly swapped an orange tag for a green one on a pair of jeans. Lexi found, under Pearl's guidance, the jeans cost $4, her entire bag, $13.75. And Lexi was so pleased she treated them to Frosties at the drive-thru. Pearl told her the jeans fit like they were made for her, that she was destined to have them. Lexi, half closing her eyes, said the skirt would go great with a striped button-down and offered an old one. Back at her house, she pulled out half a dozen shirts, smoothed the collar around Pearl's neck, buttoned a single button between her breasts for modesty, and swiveled her toward the mirror, approving. Pearl bundled the shirts into her bag, deciding to say they were from the thrift store if her mother noticed. Somehow sure, Mia wouldn't approve of taking Lexi's old things, even if Lexi didn't want them. Mia, washing them, noticed the shirts smelled of Tide and perfume rather than dust, crisp as if ironed, but said nothing. And the next evening, all the clothes appeared neatly piled at the foot of Pearl's bed. A few days later, wearing one of Lexi's shirts in the Richardsons' kitchen, Pearl noticed Tripp glancing at her repeatedly and adjusted her collar with a small, self-satisfied smile. Tripp himself wasn't consciously aware of why he kept looking, but he couldn't help noticing the bare triangles of skin revealed by her shirt, the hourglass shape framed by her collarbones, the delicate indent of her navel, the intermittent flash of navy bra. He told her she looked nice, as if noticing her for the first time, and Pearl flushed deep pink to the roots of her hair. He seemed embarrassed, too, as if he'd confessed a fondness for something uncool. Moody couldn't let it pass, snapping that she always looked nice and telling Tripp to shut up. Tripp, oblivious to his brother's irritation, clarified that he meant extra nice. The shirt suited her, brought out her eye color. Pearl blurted that it was Lexi's, and Tripp grinned, almost shyly, saying it looked better on her, then headed outside. The next day, Moody raided his savings and presented Pearl with a slim black moleskin notebook, explaining that Hemingway had used the exact same kind. Pearl thanked him and zipped it into her book bag. He imagined her copying her poems into it, instead of that ratty old spiral notebook, and it gave him some comfort, when she smiled at Tripp or blushed at his compliments, to know he'd given her the notebook that held her favorite words and thoughts. The following week, Mrs. Richardson decided to have the carpet steamed and ordered all the children out of the house until dinner time, warning them sternly about boot prints and cleat marks. Tripp had an away soccer game and Izzy a violin lesson, but Lexi had nothing to do. Serena had cross-country practice, and her other friends were occupied. After 10th period, she tracked Pearl down at her locker, popped a piece of gum into her hand, and suggested they go to her place. Pearl had always been reluctant to invite friends home. Their apartments were crowded and cluttered, often in run-down areas, and Mia might be working on something odd and inexplicable. But Lexi, appearing at her elbow, asking to come over, asking to spend time with her, she felt like Cinderella seeing the prince's outstretched hand. She said yes. To Pearl's delight and Moody's irritation, the three climbed into Lexi's Explorer and headed to Winslow Road with TLC blasting. When they pulled up, Mia was outside watering azaleas and fought the urge to drop the hose and run inside. She never invited outsiders either, just as Pearl never had friends over. But she told herself this was what she wanted, for Pearl to have friends. And by the time they piled out, she had turned off the water and greeted them with a smile. As Mia made popcorn, Pearl's favorite, and the only snack in the cupboard, she wondered if her presence would hobble the conversation, if they'd sit in awkward silence, and Lexi would never come back. But by the time the first kernels popped, the teens had already covered Anthony Brecker's new purple VW Bug, Meg Kaufman coming to school drunk, Anna Lamont looking better with straightened hair, and whether the Indians should change their logo, Lexi calling Chief Wahoo blatantly racist. Only when the subject of college applications came up did the conversation stall. Mia, shaking the pot, heard Lexi groan, and what might have been her forehead hitting the table. College applications were increasingly on Lexi's mind. Shaker took college seriously. With a 99% graduation rate and virtually everyone going on to higher education. Everyone was applying early, and all anyone discussed in the social room was who was applying where. Serena Wong was applying to Harvard. Brian had his heart set on Princeton. His parents, John and Deborah Avery, exuded a certain Cosby-ish vibe, having met at Princeton as undergraduates, and Brian had baby pictures in a Princeton onesie. Lexi's own precedent was less clear. Her mother had grown up in Shaker and never gone far. Her father had come from Indiana and stayed after meeting her mother. But Lexi, like most classmates, had no desire to stay near Cleveland, a city on the edge of a dead lake, fed by a river named Chagrin. Sadness, a name that proliferated everywhere, as if they'd never run short. The mistake on the lake, people called it. And to Lexi and her siblings, Cleveland was something to escape. As early application deadlines approached, Lexi decided to apply early to Yale. It had a good drama program, and she'd been the lead in the musical as a junior. Despite her air of frivolity, she was near the top of her class, taking 4 AP classes and serving as French club secretary. Moody had told Pearl not to let the shallowness fool her. Lexi finished homework in half an hour before bed. She had a good brain, just didn't always use it in real life. Yale seemed a stretch, but distinctly possible, and her guidance counselor noted that Shaker kids had an edge. Lexi liked the idea of being a train ride from Bryan, able to visit and meet up in New York, a city that had exerted a glamorous pull on her imagination since childhood. She didn't want to go to school there. Columbia's area was sketchy, but she liked the idea of day trips to the Met, Macy's, weekends with Bryan, then zipping away from the crowds and grime. Before any of that, though, she had to write her essay. A good one, Mrs. Lieberman insisted, was what she needed to set herself apart. Lexi groaned that afternoon in Pearl's kitchen, fishing out the printed application and complaining about the dumb question. Rewriting a famous story from a different perspective, like The Wizard of Oz from the Wicked Witch's point of view. This was a college app, not creative writing. Moody suggested a fairy tale, Cinderella from the stepsister's perspective. Maybe they weren't so wicked and she was actually a bitch to them. Pearl suggested Little Red Riding Hood from the wolf's point of view. Lexi mused about Rumpelstiltskin. The miller's daughter cheated him. She shouldn't have agreed to give up her baby in the first place if she didn't want to. Mia suddenly turned around, bowl of popcorn in hand, startling them all, and suggested that maybe she didn't know what she was giving up until afterward. Maybe once she saw the baby, she changed her mind, and cautioned Lexi not to be too quick to judge. Lexi looked chastened for an instant, then rolled her eyes. Moody darted a look at Pearl as if to say, "See how shallow." But Pearl didn't notice. After Mia returned to the living room, embarrassed by her outburst, Pearl quietly offered to help, then added that she was good at stories and could even write the essay for Lexi. Lexi beamed, exclaiming she'd owe Pearl forever, and threw her arms around her. Across the table, Moody slammed his math book shut, and in the living room, Mia jammed her paintbrush into a jar of water, lips pursed, paint swirling in a dirt-colored cloud. Pearl delivered on her promise the next week, handing Lexi a typed essay retelling the Frog Prince story from the frog's perspective. Neither Mia, who didn't want to admit eavesdropping, nor Moody, who didn't want to seem self-righteous, said anything about it, but both grew increasingly uneasy. When Moody arrived in the mornings to walk to school together, Pearl would emerge wearing one of Lexi's button-downs, a spaghetti-strap tank, or dark red lipstick, explaining Lexi had given it to her. That Lexi said it was too dark for herself, but looked good on Pearl because her hair was darker. Under the lipstick, her lips looked like a bruise. Mia told her to wash it off for the first time ever, but the next morning Pearl appeared in one of Lexi's chokers, a gash of black lace around her neck, announcing she'd be at dinner and that she and Lexi were going shopping after school. By late October, with applications submitted, a celebratory spirit swept the seniors. Lexi's application was in her essay strong, her SAT scores solid, her GPA over 4.0, and she could already picture herself at Yale. She felt she should reward Pearl and came up with the perfect idea. Stacey Perry's party. That weekend. Pearl hesitated, unsure if her mother would allow it, but Tripp leaned over the couch and said he was going and would need someone to dance with, and Pearl needed no further persuasion. Stacey Perry's parties were legendary at Shaker Heights High. Her parents had a big house and traveled frequently, and Stacey took full advantage. With early application tension released and weeks until finals, the seniors were ready for fun. All week, the Halloween party was the hot topic. Moody and Izzy hadn't been invited. They knew Stacey only by reputation, and the guest list was mostly seniors. Pearl, despite Lexi's involvement, knew almost no one besides the Richardsons, and Moody was often the only person she spoke with during school. Lexi and Serena, however, had been invited by Stacey herself and could bring a guest, even an unknown sophomore. Moody grumbled that they'd planned to rent Kerry, but Pearl promised next weekend, and he dismissed trick-or-treating as something they were too old for. For Stacey's party, costumes were required. Brian wasn't going. He'd put off his Princeton application and was scrambling to finish, so he wasn't part of the plans. Lexi suggested they go as Charlie's Angels, so she, Serena, and Pearl donned bell-bottoms and polyester shirts and teased their hair as high as possible. They posed back-to-back in a haze of hairspray, fingers pointed like guns, and Lexi declared it perfect, blonde, brunette, and black, before asking Pearl if she was ready. The answer was no. It was the most surreal night Pearl had ever experienced. All evening, cars driven by skateboarders, animals, and Freddy Kruegers parked at the edges of Stacey's huge lawn. Boys wore scream masks, football jerseys, or pimp outfits with fedoras and feather boas. Girls wore skimpy dresses and animal ears, or transformed into Princess Leia or fembots. Stacey herself was an angel in a silvery mini dress with glittery wings and a halo. By the time they arrived at 9:30, everyone was already drunk. The air was thick with sweat and beer, couples dry-humped in corners, the kitchen floor was sticky, and a girl lay on the table among liquor bottles as a boy licked rum from her navel. Lexi and Serena poured drinks and wriggled into the dance floor, leaving Pearl alone in the kitchen with a solo cup of Stoli and Coke, looking for Tripp. Half an hour later, she glimpsed him on the patio, dressed as a devil in a thrift store red blazer and horns. Serena, returning for a refill, shrugged when Pearl expressed surprise that Tripp knew Stacey, explaining that Stacey had seen him shirtless after soccer practice and thought he was fine. "The bomb diggity," she quoted, flushed and giggling, and asked Pearl not to tell Lexi. Through the sliding door, Pearl watched Tripp poke a red-headed girl with his pitchfork and made a plan. When his cup emptied, he'd come inside, see her. and she'd say something clever. But as she racked her brain for something sultry, Trip disappeared from the patio. She wriggled into the living room, but the strobe lights and pounding bass made it impossible to see anyone. Only writhing silhouettes were visible. She wormed outside where boys chugged beer and argued about football playoffs. Lexi, meanwhile, was having a momentous night. She loved dancing, and she and Serena often hit teen nights or used fake IDs to get into clubs. They danced together with the ease of lifelong friends, and tonight Lexi felt someone press against her from behind. "Brian," Serena smirked and turned away. Lexi protested that he wasn't in costume, but he insisted he was a guy who just mailed his Princeton application, wrapping his arms around her. Half an hour later, the dancing, liquor, and the heady rush of being 18 filled them with feverish desire. They'd done some stuff, but the big thing had sat between them like a deep pool they'd only dipped into. Now, pressed together, mellowed by rum and coke, music pounding through them, Lexi felt the sudden urge to plunge to the bottom. She'd once imagined her first time with candles and flowers, not the back seat of a car like some friends, but now she didn't care. She suggested a drive, and they both knew what she meant. Without speaking, they hurried to her car. By the time they'd gone, Pearl was back in her kitchen corner waiting for Trip. He didn't appear by 10:30 or 11. Things grew louder and messier, and just past midnight, Stacy herself vomited into the Brita pitcher while trying to pour water. Pearl decided to head home, but couldn't find Lexi anywhere, and outside couldn't tell if her explorer was still there. She asked anyone remotely sober if they'd seen Lexi or Serena. Most stared blankly, and one girl, splayed on a football player's lap, said Lexi had taken off with her boyfriend. Pearl turned away. She wasn't sure where she was, and the vodka blurred her map of Shaker. Could she walk? How long would it take? She fantasized that Trip would appear and offer her a ride, but it didn't happen. Finally, she snuck the cordless phone, ducked outside by the garage, and called Moody. 20 minutes later, a car pulled up. Moody's scowling face appeared in the passenger window, and he told her to get in. The interior was all buttery leather, soft under her thighs. The leather of the passenger seat was impossibly soft beneath Pearl's thighs as Moody guided the car away from the curb. She asked whose car it was, and he told her it was his mother's, adding that she was asleep, so there was no time to waste. When she pointed out he had no license, he dismissed her concern with a remark about the difference between permission and ability, then asked how drunk she was. She claimed only one drink, though the heavy pour of vodka made her unsure, and she closed her eyes against the spinning room, explaining she just needed a way home. Moody noted they'd passed Tripp's car on the way out and asked why she hadn't asked him for a ride. She admitted she couldn't find him or anyone else. He suggested Trip was likely upstairs with some girl, and the words sank into Pearl's mind, stirring a hot flush as she imagined what happened in those darkened rooms. The dashboard clock showed nearly 1 a.m. Moody commented on the nature of his siblings and pulled up to her block with the lights off, warning her mother would be angry. She insisted she was only a little late, having told her mother she'd be home by midnight, and asked if she smelled. He leaned in, said she, smelled faintly of smoke but not alcohol, and offered her gum. The party would continue for hours, but Pearl was already home. She knew Lexi would sneak in much later, and Trip even later than that. The next day, Lexi would confide in her, whispering about how she and Brian had finally decided to take that step. Lexi would ask if Pearl had fun and if she'd made it home all right, and Pearl would simply nod, wary from her own close call. The world, she would come to see, seemed to loosen and lighten people, and Lexi would carry a new knowingness in her gestures. For now, Pearl unwrapped the gum and let the mint bloom on her tongue. She thanked Moody. Back upstairs, however, Mia was not as understanding as Pearl had hoped. The smell of smoke, alcohol, and something else clung to her daughter, and Mia didn't know what to say. finally managing only to send her to bed with a promise to talk in the morning. When Pearl slept in and emerged disheveled, Mia still hadn't found the words. She reminded herself that this was part of a normal teenage life, which she'd wanted for Pearl, but she felt she should be more involved. What could she do, though? Forbid Pearl to go out? In the end, she said nothing, and Pearl went back to bed. An opportunity to observe came a few days later when Mrs. Richardson visited the duplex. She claimed she was checking if they needed anything, but Mia recognized the landlord's assessment and stepped back to let her see. The apartment was sparsely furnished with salvaged items, but it was clean and felt lived in. Mia had painted each room a warm, sunny color, and the walls were covered with her unframed photographs. Mrs. Richardson was impressed, particularly by a portrait of a sullen girl and a series of images from a construction site. She offered to buy one, praised Mia's talent, and suggested she do professional portraits. Mia responded cautiously, explaining that her work was sold through a friend's gallery in New York. Mrs. Richardson inquired about Mia's income, and Mia said she always got by, with side jobs when needed. Mrs. Richardson was both perturbed and intrigued by Mia's unconventional life, a stark contrast to her own orderly existence, and she decided she wanted to keep an eye on her, feeling both compelled and unsettled by what she saw. Mrs. Richardson ran a finger along the mantelpiece and remarked on how clean everything was, then joked that she should hire Mia to come to her house. Mia echoed the laugh politely, but she could see the idea taking root in the other woman's mind. Mrs. Richardson quickly expanded on the suggestion, proposing that Mia come for a few hours each day to do light housekeeping and dinner prep, paying her for her time and leaving the rest of her day free for photography. Mia searched for a way to gently deflect the offer, but Mrs. Richardson had already seized on it enthusiastically, insisting that Mia come work for them, framing it as a favor to her, and adding that she must have time for her art. Mia recognized the futility of protesting. When people were determined to perform what they saw as a good deed, resistance only bred ill will. She thought with dismay of the Richardson house, of Pearl's reaction to her mother intruding on that territory. But then she imagined herself, installed there, half hidden in the background, able to keep watch over her daughter and reassert her presence in Pearl's life. She accepted the offer graciously, and Mrs. Richardson beamed. The arrangement was quickly settled, $300 a month for Mia to clean and cook. Pearl was displeased, demanding to know why her mother had been asked, and Mia bit her tongue, reminding herself that Pearl was only 15. She explained it as an act of kindness from Mrs. Richardson, and Pearl dropped the subject, but inside she was furious. Her mother would be in the kitchen, observing everything, and the easy afternoons on the couch, the joking, even the ritual of watching Jerry Springer would all be ruined. She remembered the courage it had taken to swat Tripp's hand when he'd teased her about her pockets and how he'd put his arm around her and said he loved her. With her mother there, she would never dare such a thing. Mr. Richardson also found the arrangement awkward, but he recognized that his wife saw it as a generous gesture. On Mia's first morning, he thanked her for her help and asked how she liked Shaker. She replied that it was quite a place and asked if he'd grown up there. He explained that he hadn't, that he'd never heard of Shaker Heights before meeting Elena in college. He'd been smitten by her idealism and had followed her back to her hometown, where they'd built their lives together. Now, almost 2 decades later, those college days felt distant. They'd settled into comfortable suburban living. He offered Mia a graceful exit if the work ever stopped suiting her, and she settled into a schedule, arriving at 8:30, leaving by 10, and returning at 5 to cook. Mrs. Richardson suggested she stay, but Mia insisted midday was best for her photography. In truth, she wanted to observe the Richardsons, both when they were there and when they weren't, and she was wary of the changes she saw in Pearl, who was absorbing their mannerisms and gestures. In the course of her cleaning, Mia began to observe the family's habits, learning about their failures and preferences from the contents of their trash and bookshelves. This was how she came to be in the kitchen when Izzy wandered downstairs, suspended from school. The day before, Izzy had broken her orchestra teacher's bow and thrown the pieces in the teacher's face, refusing to explain her outburst. It was, as Lexi put it, vintage Izzy. Izzy, noticing Mia, made a sarcastic remark about her role as the tenant/cleaning lady. Mia introduced herself, and Izzy settled onto a bar stool, identifying herself as the crazy one. Mia wiped the counter and said no one had told her that, then rinsed the sponge. Izzy fell quiet while Mia scoured the sink. When she finished, Mia turned on the broiler, buttered a piece of bread, sprinkled it with sugar, and toasted it until the sugar melted into a golden caramel. She topped it with another slice, cut it in half, and set it in front of Izzy. An offering, not an order. It was a small ritual she reserved for Pearl on difficult days. Izzy, who had watched in silence, pulled the plate toward her. In her experience, kindness usually came with pity or strings, but this gesture felt like neither. After she'd finished, she licked butter from her fingers and asked if Mia wanted to hear what had happened, then told the whole story. The orchestra teacher, Mrs. Peters, was widely despised, a tall, painfully thin woman with dyed flaxen hair and a harsh manner. According to Izzy, she was a useless conductor, and everyone followed the first-chair violinist for the tempo. A persistent rumor, treated as fact, held that Mrs. Peters had a drinking problem. Izzy had been skeptical until Mrs. Peters borrowed her violin and returned it, smelling unmistakably of whiskey. When she brought her large thermos of coffee, people said she'd been on a bender the night before. She was also bitingly sarcastic, especially to the second violins, particularly those who were pigmentally blessed, as one cellist put it. Stories about her had reached Izzy even in middle school. Izzy, who had played violin since age 4 and earned second chair as a freshman, should have been safe, but she wasn't the type to keep her head down. The morning of her suspension, she was practicing a tricky fingering when Mrs. Peters stormed in, clearly in a foul mood, snapping at students. Izzy nodded gravely when someone mouthed hangover to her. Mrs. Peters took a long swig from her coffee mug and barked at the class to start playing, then stopped abruptly and pointed her bow at Deja Johnson, a painfully shy girl at the back of the second violins. She demanded Deja play from a certain measure, then criticized her bowing and made her play again. When Deja stumbled, Mrs. Peters made her stand up and play louder, then asked if she needed to speak in Ebonics. Izzy jumped from her seat and grabbed Mrs. Peters' bow. She couldn't fully explain why she reacted so strongly, even to Mia. It was partly because Deja always looked anxious, partly because Deja's parents worked hard and kept to themselves, and partly because Deja had shown Izzy small kindnesses like zipping her pocket and offering a tampon in a moment of need. Watching Mrs. Peters pick on Deja had been unbearable. And something inside Izzy snapped. Before she knew it, she'd broken the bow over her knee and flung the pieces at the teacher. There was chaos. Mrs. Peters squawked as the broken bow hit her face, and her coffee mug tipped down her front. The room erupted in laughter and shrieking, and Mrs. Peters dragged Izzy to the principal's office. Waiting for her mother, Izzy wondered if Deja had been pleased or embarrassed, and wished she'd seen her face. Izzy told Mia that Mrs. Peters had no right to speak to Deja that way. Mia asked what Izzy was going to do about it. The question stunned her. No one had ever asked that before. Her life had been full of mute, futile fury. Like when she'd posted T.S. Eliot quotes on bulletin boards, hoping to make people think, only to have them torn down. Or when she'd tried to recite Philip Larkin's This Be the Verse in class and been silenced. Now the idea that she could do something was new and thrilling. At that moment, Lexi arrived, grabbing her wallet and making a sarcastic comment about Izzy's suspension. Izzy thanked Mia for the sandwich and went upstairs, and Lexi asked for a sympathetic nod that didn't come. Mia simply told her to drive carefully. Izzy, a radical at heart but inexperienced, plotted revenge, settling on TPing Mrs. Peters' house. 3 afternoons later, Pearl and Moody spotted her carrying toilet paper and intercepted her. Moody called her an idiot, pointing out the obvious connection to her suspension. Izzy insisted Mrs. Peters deserved it, and Moody countered that she'd be caught. Then Mia spoke up, surprising them all. She'd been chopping peppers, but she offered a story from her own teenage years about someone who glued a teacher's lock. The teacher had given him detention, making him miss a big game, so he'd glued the lock and they'd had to break down the door. But he'd only done hers, so he was caught and grounded. Pearl was mortified that her mother was interfering, but Izzy was fascinated. Pearl's face burned with embarrassment as she hustled Izzy and Moody out of the kitchen, away from her mother's earshot. She couldn't bear to look at them, certain they now thought her mother was insane. But if she had glanced back, she would have seen admiration in their eyes, not derision. The gleam in Mia's eye had revealed a savviness and depth they hadn't expected, and they sensed there was more to her than they'd realized. All evening, Izzy replayed Mia's question. What are you going to do about it? It felt like permission to take matters into her own hands, to make trouble. Something she'd always been told not to do. Her anger had expanded beyond Mrs. Peters to encompass the principal, the vice principal, every adult who'd ever wielded arbitrary power over students. The next day, she cornered Moody and Pearl and outlined her plan, insisting it would anger everyone. Moody warned she'd get in trouble, but Izzy was determined, adding that she'd only get caught if they didn't help her. A toothpick snapped off in a keyhole was a perfect sabotage. It jammed the lock without damaging it, and removal required tweezers, which were rarely handy. 3 teenagers working together could immobilize an entire high school's worth of doors in minutes. By 7:27, teachers began noticing their doors were jammed. The custodian, Mr. Wrigley, was soon overwhelmed, and by 7:45, a crowd of teachers was clamoring at his office door. In the confusion, his own door slammed shut, and he discovered a toothpick in his own lock, planted earlier by Izzy. Students flooded the hallways, and by the time the bell rang, the atmosphere was chaotic and gleeful. Someone produced a boom box, and a dance party erupted. Mr. Wrigley worked his way down the hallway, but Mrs. Peters, nursing a headache in the arts wing, grew increasingly anxious. Her room was far from the science wing, and she suspected Mr. Wrigley was saving hers for last out of spite. She asked the principal to open the faculty lounge, but he dismissed her, suggesting she use the girls' bathroom. After waiting another 15 minutes, Mrs. Peters could wait no longer. She pushed through the crowded hallway and into the girls' bathroom, which was packed with students. Lexi was there, and she made a remark about the broken stall door. Mrs. Peters ignored her and entered the only available stall, but her body, after 2.5 hours of waiting, gave way, and she lost control of her bladder. A puddle spread across the tiles. From behind the partition, someone gasped, and then there was a shocked silence. Mrs. Peters froze, but the giggles soon began. Stifled, at first, then growing. Bags were zipped, footsteps scurried, and the bathroom emptied. She stayed in the stall long after the laughter faded, until the principal announced that all doors were now unlocked and students should return to class. When she finally emerged, she left concealing her stained skirt with her purse, refusing to look at the puddle. No one in second period orchestra commented on her change of clothes, but the word had already spread. Within days, she would be known as Mrs. Pissers, and the nickname would linger for years. The toothpick prank became legendary among Shaker students, though the administration downplayed it as a minor incident. There were no cameras in the hallways, and no one had identified the vandals, so the school decided against installing metal detectors, believing Shaker Heights shouldn't need such security. In future years, toothpicks would be banned during senior prank week. The day after, Izzy caught Deja Johnson's eye and smiled. Deja, unaware that the entire event had been orchestrated on her behalf and that Izzy was behind it, smiled back. They didn't become close friends, but Izzy felt a bond, and she made a point of smiling at Deja every day in orchestra, noting with satisfaction that Mrs. Peters now left Deja alone. The prank's most lasting effect was on Izzy herself. She kept thinking of Mia's smile and her apparent delight in mischief, recognizing a kindred spirit. Her own mother would have been horrified, but Izzy felt she'd found someone who understood her subversive spark. She began coming downstairs when Mia arrived, lingering in the kitchen while she cooked, ignoring her siblings' amusement. Fascinated, she soon appeared at Mia's door, blurting out that she wanted to be her assistant. Mia hesitated, saying she didn't need one and that Izzy's mother wouldn't approve. Izzy insisted she didn't care, pleading to learn about Mia's work, offering to do anything for free. Mia saw the desperate, wayward girl in front of her and felt a connection, reminded of herself at that age. She agreed, opening the door wider. Izzy's fascination deepened. She spent afternoons at the Winslow house, learning to frame shots, develop film, and make prints, while Pearl did the opposite, lounging at the Richardsons' house with the older children. Izzy would ride with Mia to the Richardsons for dinner, perched on a kitchen counter while Mia cooked, listening to Pearl and the others in the next room. Her siblings teased her about having a crush on Mia, but Izzy ignored them. She hung on Mia's every word, absorbing her aesthetics and sensibilities. When she asked how Mia knew which images to put together, Mia explained that her work was a process of figuring out what she thought, that she didn't have a plan. Izzy contrasted this with her own mother's rigid planning, and Mia gently challenged her belief that her mother hated her, suggesting parents often don't see their children clearly. Izzy began to fantasize about being Mia's daughter, imagining herself living in the Winslow house, pretending Pearl didn't exist. At night, she'd retreat to her room and dream of being reunited with her true mother. Everyone noticed Izzy's improved demeanor, and her adoration for Mia knew no bounds. Soon, she found something she was sure Mia really wanted. In mid-November, Pearl and Moody's history class visited the art museum. The elderly docent led them through the galleries, but the students paid little attention, talking among themselves. Moody, however, was watching Pearl, wishing he could capture the way the light made her face glow. Pearl's mind drifted, and she wandered into a nearby gallery featuring a special exhibit on the Madonna and Child. When she didn't return, Moody followed. The gallery was small, filled with works depicting the Virgin and Child. Among them was a photograph that transfixed Pearl, a black and white print of a woman on a sofa beaming down at a newborn. It was unmistakably Mia. Moody joined her, and they stared in silence. The title was Virgin and Child Number 1, 1982, by Pauline Hawthorne, lent by the Ellsworth Gallery in Los Angeles. Pearl's attention was fixed entirely on the photograph. She studied her mother's younger face, the same delicate build, high cheekbones, pointed chin, the tiny mole and thin scar she knew so well. Those slender arms looked fragile, but could carry more than anyone Pearl knew. Even the carelessly piled hair was the same. Her mother's beauty radiated from the image, and her focus was utterly absorbed by the infant in her arms. On me, Pearl thought, certain it was her. Though she had no baby photos, she recognized herself in the child's features and in the tight balled fists she still made unconsciously. She wondered where the photo had come from, who had taken it from so close by. A teacher's voice cut through her reverie, and Pearl and Moody spun around, faces hot. The entire class was waiting for them, giggling and whispering. On the bus, jokes circulated and Moody slouched in his seat while Pearl gazed out the window, oblivious. As they stepped off the bus, she told Moody she wanted to go back. That afternoon, they persuaded Lexi to drive them, and Izzy insisted on coming when she heard Mia's name. In the gallery, Lexi's mouth fell open in astonishment, and the four of them surveyed the photograph. Moody leaned so close he triggered an alarm, while Pearl stared and Izzy stood transfixed, imagining the child in Mia's arms was her. Lexi wondered if Mia was secretly famous, and Moody explained that the photographer, not the subject, was the artist. Lexi suggested Mia might have been a muse, and they decided to ask her directly. They found Mia in the Richardson kitchen, and Pearl hesitated before blurting out that they'd seen a photo of her holding a baby. Mia's back stiffened perceptibly, but she dismissed it as someone who looked like her. When Lexi insisted it was definitely her, Mia touched her brow as if remembering the scar, then turned with a closed, stiff face, claiming she couldn't remember all the odd jobs she'd done. Pearl realized she'd made a mistake by bringing this up in front of the Richardsons. This was private, something she should have asked her mother alone. Now, seeing her mother's flat eyes and set jaw, she knew there was no point in pressing further. Lexi accepted the explanation, and Pearl let the matter drop, though her mother was strangely silent for the rest of the evening. Pearl regretted bringing it up and wondered what else her mother had done to survive those early years. That night, Mia didn't come to kiss her goodnight, and Pearl went to bed alone. Her mother lost in thought in the living room. The next morning, Mia acted as if nothing had happened, but the question lingered, and Pearl resolved to say nothing more about it. Izzy, however, was determined to find answers. She devoted her lunch periods to researching Pauline Hawthorne in the library, learning that she was a pioneer of modern American photography, known for interrogating images of femininity and identity. Izzy pored over reproductions of her work, stirred by feelings she couldn't articulate. She accumulated basic facts about Hawthorne's life and death, but found no connection to Mia. Unsatisfied, she turned to her mother, a journalist despite her fierce independence. She approached her mother one evening and asked for help. Mrs. Richardson listened to Izzy with only half her attention, distracted by a looming deadline for a story on the Nature Center's plant sale. She dismissed Izzy's request, insisting the photo was likely a coincidence. But Izzy persisted, reminding her mother that she was a reporter and could surely find out the truth. Mrs. Richardson finally relented, agreeing to look into it after her deadline, though she warned it would probably be nothing. Izzy danced out of the room, barely suppressing her glee. Izzy's words had touched a nerve, stirring Mrs. Richardson's long-held ambition. She had wanted to be a journalist her entire life, envisioning herself as a mix of Nellie Bly and Lois Lane, chronicling everyday lives and revealing truths. She had followed a meticulous plan: college, marriage, a job at the local paper. But over the years, she'd found herself stuck at the Sun Press, covering small stories while others moved on to bigger things. She told herself she was content with her safe, peaceful life in Shaker Heights. But Izzy's request brought something intriguing, something worth investigating. True to her word, Mrs. Richardson filed her story and visited the museum to see the photograph for herself. She was surprised to find Izzy was right. It was definitely Mia in a Pauline Hawthorne photograph. Intrigued, she called the gallery that had lent the piece and learned it had been purchased in 1982 after Pauline's death for $50,000. The owner was anonymous, but the dealer was named Anita Reese. Mrs. Richardson called Anita Reese, who was brisk and unflappable. She confirmed she'd represented Pauline Hawthorne, but grew suspicious when Mrs. Richardson asked for the seller's name. She declined, citing the owner's wish for anonymity, and when pressed for information about the subject, she became frosty and hung up. Mrs. Richardson, irritated, considered the possibility that this was a dead end, but the mystery lingered. She glanced at her half-drafted piece on Gore's presidential run and wondered if she was headed down a rabbit hole. In the end, she turned back to her notebook, dismissing the whole thing as Izzy's overactive imagination. Mrs. Richardson remained annoyed with Izzy, though irritation with her youngest was a constant state. The roots of this dynamic ran deep, but it wasn't because Izzy was unwanted, quite the opposite. Mrs. Richardson had always wanted a large family, having grown up as an only child. She'd longed for siblings, envying families like the O'Shaughnessy's, and had planned to have at least 3 or 4 children close together. Mr. Richardson, who had brothers himself, agreed. They had Lexi in 1980, Tripp the next year, and Moody the year after that. Mrs. Richardson was proud of her fertility and resilience. She'd push Moody in his stroller with Lexi and Trip clinging to her skirt, and people would do double takes at the slender young woman with 3 children. They decided on one more, planning to have their children early so Mrs. Richardson could return to work. Her mother had always scorned women who didn't work, insisting a modern woman must have it all. So after each birth, Mrs. Richardson returned to her job, crafting pleasant stories, coming home to fawn over her children, and waiting for the next baby. But Izzy's pregnancy was different. Mrs. Richardson suffered terrible morning sickness that continued unabated, and with 3 young children at home and her incapacitated, they hired a housekeeper. Then she began to bleed and was placed on bed rest. Izzy arrived 11 weeks early, an hour after her mother reached the hospital. The next few months were a terrifying haze. Mrs. Richardson remembered Izzy curled in an incubator, watching through portholes to be sure she was breathing, shuttling between home and hospital, cradling Izzy against her when allowed. Izzy displayed a tenacity that impressed the doctors, tugging at tubes and hollering loudly. But they warned of potential problems: jaundice, anemia, vision issues, hearing loss, mental retardation, heart defects, seizures, cerebral palsy. When Izzy finally came home, this list haunted Mrs. Richardson. She scanned Izzy for signs of trouble over the next decade, scrutinizing every action for weakness or disaster. The fear and anxiety permeated her thoughts, and concern turned into a constant, unclenching worry. She'd correct Izzy at the dinner table, thinking of scoliosis or cerebral palsy, and resentment began to sheath her concern. "After all the trouble you've caused," she'd start, never finishing, but the old anxiety snaked through her veins. Izzy, however, was not the kind of child to be cautious. She pushed buttons, and as she grew with excellent health and a sharp mind, she chafed at her mother's attention. She'd jump into the deep end of the pool, despite being made to sit out, drag a sled onto frozen water after being forbidden, declare herself a vegetarian when her mother fretted about her eating, and leave mysterious offerings on the kitchen island after being grounded. The more Izzy pushed, the more anger shielded her mother's anxiety. Mr. Richardson, busy with his law practice, was more tolerant, seeing in Izzy the fiery spark he'd once admired in his wife. But Mrs. Richardson couldn't let Izzy be, and the dynamic of pushing and restraining persisted. The weekend after Thanksgiving, the Richardsons attended a birthday party for Mirabelle McCullough, an adopted baby who had been left at a fire station. Moody asked if Pearl could come, but Mrs. Richardson insisted it was a family event. The house was festooned with pink and white decorations, and Mirabelle, a darling, dark-haired infant, nestled in Mrs. McCullough's arms. Mrs. Richardson and Linda McCullough had been friends since childhood. Mrs. McCullough had struggled with infertility for over a decade before adopting Mirabelle. Mrs. Richardson saw it as providential. Izzy, however, questioned the celebration, asking how they knew it was her birthday and if her name was really Mirabelle. Mrs. McCullough explained the estimated age and the chosen birthday, and Izzy pressed further. Mrs. McCullough stiffened at Izzy's question, explaining that Mirabelle's full name would be Mirabelle Rose McCullough once the paperwork was finalized. Izzy pressed further, asking about the baby's original name. Mrs. McCullough knew it. The baby had been found in a cardboard box with a note reading, "This baby name Mei Ling. Please take this baby and give her a better life." But she and her husband had decided to give her a new name to celebrate her new life. Izzy drew a comparison to keeping their cat's name from the shelter, but Mrs. Richardson cut her off, telling her to behave. Lexi asked to hold Mirabelle, and the party continued. In a corner, Moody and Trip discussed the baby, with Moody expressing bewilderment at the fascination, and Trip suggesting Pearl would be all over it. Moody's discomfort with Trip's interest in Pearl was palpable, and he made a snide comment about Trip's promiscuity, which Trip deflected with a jab about Moody's lack of sexual experience. Lexi toured Mirabelle's elaborately decorated room and playroom, and the party wound down with the baby asleep. Izzy was scolded for her rudeness. Lexi became obsessed with Mirabelle, and when Mia arrived to clean, she gushed about the baby's hair and eyes and the story of her being left at a fire station. Mia froze at the news, asking where and when it happened. Lexi gave vague details, and Mia realized the baby might be Bibi's daughter. She knew Bibi, a Chinese immigrant and co-worker at Lucky Palace, had been through a traumatic experience. Bibi had followed a man to Cleveland, lost her job, and struggled with a baby alone. She'd left her baby at a fire station in desperation and had been unable to find her since. Mia, who had always avoided getting involved in others' affairs, felt a deep horror at the idea of a child being taken from its mother. She thought of her own daughter and the profound bond between mother and child. Despite her rule of non-attachment, she knew she had to help Bibi. She called her the next morning, telling her she had information she needed to know. That Tuesday evening, as Pearl and her mother sat down to their meal, the sudden, frantic pounding at the door shattered the quiet. Mia was on her feet in an instant, hurrying down to the side entrance. From the kitchen, Pearl could only make out the muffled sound of voices below. One of them her mother's, calm and low. Before the door opened, and the noise of a woman's desperate sobbing filtered up the stairs. A moment later, her mother returned, guiding a young Chinese woman into the room, whose entire body seemed to tremble with the force of her crying. The woman was Bibi. Pearl recognized the name from a few passing mentions, but she was far younger and more striking than Pearl had pictured. Her face was streaked with tears, but beneath that, Pearl could see large, expressive eyes and high, elegant cheekbones. Her thick black hair was swept back in a practical ponytail, and there was something almost childlike in the way she sat, with her feet pressed together and her hands clasped tightly, as if she were bracing herself against the world. To Pearl, who had always seen her mother as the most composed person she knew, Bibi seemed impossibly young and raw, like a teenager herself, and she moved to put the kettle on, a simple task to anchor the moment. Bibi's story spilled out in fragments. She had called the McCullough's house first, using the number Mia had given her, but her calls had been ignored. When she finally reached Mrs. McCullough and identified herself as the mother of Mei Ling, the woman on the other end had hung up immediately and continued to do so each time she called back until the line went to a busy signal. Undeterred, Bibi had taken 2 buses, asking the driver for directions at each transfer, and walked another mile to the McCullough's grand home. She had rung the bell and knocked until her knuckles were raw, certain that the woman inside was watching her from an upstairs window, waiting for her to disappear. When Mrs. McCullough never came to the door, Bibi's desperation only grew. She explained that she had just wanted to talk, to make them understand, to see her baby again. Pearl, watching Bibi's hands, noticed the reddened, chafed skin across her knuckles and the side of her fist. She could imagine the force and duration of that frantic knocking, and she felt a sharp pang of pity mixed with a strange understanding. The same fear she imagined must have gripped Mrs. McCullough, locked inside with the child she was terrified to lose. The story continued haltingly. Later, Mr. McCullough had arrived in his Lexus, a police car trailing behind him. Flanked by officers, he had ordered Bibi to leave. Through her tears, she recalled the phrase he kept repeating, that she had no right to be there. And the final, firm command from the police to go or be arrested for trespassing. As they had pulled her away, she had heard her daughter's cries from behind the McCullough's locked door. Mia listened with quiet intensity, her expression unreadable. As Bibi fell silent, the weight of her helplessness hung in the air. She pointed out the simple, despairing arithmetic of her situation. Her bank balance of a little over $600 was nowhere near enough to hire a lawyer, and if she went back to the McCullough's house, she would be arrested. Pearl, trying to be helpful, offered the suggestion of seeking legal counsel, but Bibi's glance back at her was gentle, almost pitying. It was a world of difference from the comfort of Pearl's own life. Mia, however, had been thinking deeply since Lexi first mentioned the case. She pushed aside the cooling remains of their dinner and, with a new resolve, told Bibi to listen closely. She had a plan. She knew exactly what Bibi needed to do. The very next afternoon, the Richardson household was oblivious to the larger world. Lexi and Tripp were locked in a boisterous argument over a Jerry Springer episode, debating the merits of two guests' appearances so heatedly that the television commercials for the evening news passed completely unnoticed. Moody and Pearl, watching the chaos from the couch, paid no attention to the screen. Over at Mia's house, Izzy was in the darkroom watching a photograph emerge in the chemical bath. None of them saw the teaser that flashed across the screen, a photo of the McCulloughs' house. That night, the news broke, and it was not until Thursday morning, when she answered the door expecting a package, that Mrs. McCullough came face to face with the consequence. A woman with big teased hair and a microphone, Barbara Pierce, Channel 9's bulldog of an investigative journalist, was standing on her stoop with a cameraman. The reporter's tone was conversational, almost jolly, as she asked about the adoption and whether the birth mother's fight for custody was known to her. The camera's lens felt like a weapon, its single red light like a watching eye, and Mirabelle, startled, began to cry. Mrs. McCullough's only response was to slam the door, but the damage was done. The footage that aired showed only a few seconds. The slender white woman, looking terrified and angry, clutching the screaming Asian baby in her arms. Frantically, Mrs. McCullough began calling friends, but none had seen the previous night's news. They could only offer hollow reassurances. Across town, her husband had just arrived at his office when his boss, Ted Rayburn, appeared in his doorway with a grave expression. Rayburn outlined the previous night's segment for him, the exterior shot of the McCulloughs' house, the anchor's inflammatory lead-in about families, and the interview with the young mother, Bibi Chow, who had pleaded for the return of her baby. She spoke with careful, deliberate enunciation about her mistakes, her new job, and her unwavering belief that a child belonged with her real mother. Before Rayburn could even finish the account, the phone on the desk was ringing. Mr. McCullough knew it was his wife, and he understood with a sinking feeling what he was about to face. He told his boss he was leaving and hung up the phone, his hand already reaching for his car keys. Mia, who had no television, was unaware of the news coverage, but on Wednesday afternoon, Bibi had come by the house, still in her work clothes, the faint stain of a soy sauce-splattered cuff visible on her shirt. She reported that the television station had interviewed her for nearly an hour. They saw the story's potential, she said, and they had asked her many questions. As Bibi recounted the experience, her demeanor shifted with the sound of footsteps on the stairs. It was Izzy, arriving for her usual visit. Both women froze, the conversation abruptly silenced by the presence of the Richardson girl. Bibi quickly decided to leave, and as she departed, she leaned close to Mia, whispering that the reporters believed public opinion would rally to her side. Izzy, left alone with Mia, was curious about the stranger. Mia deflected, simply saying that Bibi was a friend from work. The secret of the night's impending broadcast and the storm it would unleash remained locked between them. Mia had deflected Izzy's question, offering only the vague explanation that Bibi was a colleague from work, and the matter seemed to close. But the producers at Channel 3, it turned out, had judged the public's appetite correctly. The phones at the station rang off the hook in the hours following the broadcast, a response so overwhelming that it prompted a follow-up, and the rival station, Channel 9, quickly dispatched their own hard-charging reporter, Barbara Pierce, to the McCulloughs' doorstep the very next morning. That Thursday evening, Linda McCullough was on the phone with Elena Richardson, recounting the ordeal. She described Barbara Pierce's aggressive, almost theatrical approach, the towering heels, the over-teased hair, and the microphone thrust into her face on her own front steps. Both women had just watched the segment, and as they spoke, Elena felt a strange, nostalgic disconnect, as if they were teenagers again, gossiping on their respective princess phones. She dismissed Barbara Pierce as a sensationalist bully, a figure who would stir up a story for ratings without regard for the people she hurt. Linda, however, was more concerned with the legal realities. She explained that their lawyer had assured them the law was on their side. By leaving the baby, Bibi had relinquished her parental rights to the state, which had then placed the child with the McCulloughs. Her fight was with the state, not with them, and the adoption was nearly finalized. In just another month or two, they would have permanent, unassailable custody. But as Linda spoke, the weight of her own history pressed down on her. She and Mark had tried for years to have a child, suffering loss after loss. A pregnancy right after their wedding had ended in miscarriage, and each subsequent attempt, painful, hopeful, and ultimately devastating, had left a scar. She had kept her pregnancy secret even from Elena, unable to find the words to share her grief. It was easier to gradually pull away, to avoid the sight of her friend's growing family. The loneliness of those years was a wound that had never fully healed. Another pregnancy, years later, had resulted in a late-term loss so traumatic that she had required surgery, and afterward she had become filled with a raw, bitter anger. She couldn't bear the sight of other pregnant women. A moment of cruelty. Letting a door swing shut on a heavily pregnant woman at a restaurant had shocked even her husband. It was a low point that made her feel like a stranger to herself. The crushing diagnosis of infertility and a final recommendation for adoption had led to years of waiting. They had been on every list, only to see potential matches fall through repeatedly. A birth mother changing her mind, a relative appearing to claim the child, the agency choosing a younger couple. The process was an agonizing marathon of hope and disappointment. Then, on a morning that felt nothing short of miraculous, the social worker had called to offer them a baby. It had felt like an answer to a prayer, a salve for all their pain. But now, with Bibi's fight, Linda realized that the box containing all those years of grief and guilt had never really been closed. It had only been waiting, hidden, to be opened again. Elena tried to offer comfort, insisting the media attention would blow over. But the story seemed to have struck a deep chord in the community. The local news cycle was slow, and the case of Mirabelle McCullough, or Mei-Ling Chow, as some insisted on calling her, became a daily feature, accompanied by contrasting photos of Bibi with her newborn and the McCulloughs with a well-fed, well-dressed Mirabelle in a Dillard's portrait. By the following Saturday, the McCulloughs had been forced to lock themselves in their home, and Ed Lim, a local lawyer, had stepped forward to represent Bibi for free, filing a suit against the state for custody. At the Richardson dinner table that Saturday evening, Bill Richardson announced that the McCulloughs had asked him to assist with their legal representation. He emphasized that the lawsuit was directed at the state, not the McCulloughs themselves, and that they were innocent in all of this. They were simply trying to do what was right by the child, and their case had to be defended. Izzy, however, was not convinced. The image of baby Chow, the crying woman she'd seen in Mia's kitchen, haunted her. If Mia trusted Bibi, then Izzy knew where her own loyalties lay. She had recognized the hunted look in the woman's eyes, and she saw the McCulloughs' actions as little more than a kidnapping, enabled by her own father. A sharp, condemning accusation about baby stealing fell from her lips, cutting through the dinner conversation like a blade. Her mother immediately demanded an apology, but Izzy refused, her indignation rising. To her, the situation was stark. A child was being stolen, and her father was complicit. Her father tried to calm the situation, but his words were lost in the sudden familiar tension. Elena, her patience exhausted, ordered Izzy to her room. Izzy, defiant, turned her venom on her parents. making a cruel, flippant remark about the monetary value of a child, as if the whole affair were a transaction. With that, she pushed back from the table and fled upstairs, leaving a thick, uncomfortable silence behind her. Mrs. Richardson was left at the table, her hands trembling with a cold fury. She would not think of a punishment until the next morning, but when she did, the idea would come to her. The act of discarding Izzy's beloved Doc Martens, the boots she thought made her daughter look like a thug. But for now, she could only sit, her anger a palpable presence at the table, while her husband murmured about keeping his involvement quiet, until the story officially broke the following day. Isabel Marie Richardson. At the sound of her full name, sharp and final, Izzy had had enough. She fired off one last cutting remark, a flippant suggestion that the McCulloughs could bargain the price of a child down to $5,000 before dropping her fork with a clatter and storming from the room. As she fled upstairs, her mind raced with a single urgent thought. She had to tell Mia. Mia would know what to do. Mia would have a solution. The sound of Lexi's laughter from downstairs followed her, and she slammed her bedroom door, shutting it out. Down at the table, Elena Richardson sat motionless, her hands trembling with a cold fury she could barely contain. The punishment she would devise would be cruel and symbolic. The next morning she would take Izzy's cherished Doc Martens, the boots that made her look like a thug. She would reason and throw them in the trash. But for now, she simply set her cutlery down in a precise, tight X across her plate, a gesture of finality. She asked her husband if they should try to keep his involvement with the McCulloughs quiet, but he shook his head. It would be in the papers by morning, he said. And he was right. The Plain Dealer ran the story on Sunday, just below the fold. It laid out the case in a professional, neutral tone, with a brief mention that William Richardson of the firm Kleinman, Richardson and Fish would be representing the McCulloughs. It also included a confidence statement from Bibi Chow's lawyer, who believed the state would see fit to return the child to her biological mother. As she read, Elena knew the story was only just beginning. Then, a single sentence near the bottom of the article caught her attention. It mentioned in passing that Bibi Chow had learned of her daughter's whereabouts from a co-worker at Lucky Palace. Elena's breath caught. It was too pointed a coincidence to be accidental. Her tenant, her quiet, unassuming tenant, was the one who had started all of this. She had upended the McCulloughs' lives. And for what? For some personal, inexplicable reason. The realization was a sharp, unpleasant shock. Elena thought back to all her interactions with Mia. The woman's initial disinterest when offered help or praise, her stubborn reticence about her past, her quiet standoffishness even while working in Elena's own home, a woman whose wages Elena paid, whose rent she subsidized, whose daughter practically lived in her house. The photograph at the art museum, which had seemed a strange curiosity, now felt like evidence of a sly, hidden secret. How hypocritical, she thought, for someone with so much to hide to insert herself so thoroughly into a community. Mia seemed to take perverse pleasure in flaunting normal order, and it was grossly unfair that her friend Linda should be the one to suffer for it. On Monday morning, Elena sent her children off to school and lingered at home, waiting for Mia to arrive for her cleaning shift. She needed to see her face, to look into her eyes. When Mia came in through the side door, she seemed surprised to find Elena there and offered to come back later. Elena declined, her gaze sharp and appraising. She took in the messy hair, the loose clothes, the smear of paint on the woman's wrist. Mia's expression was a sweet half-smile, but it wasn't innocent. She was a young, unassuming face that masked a disregard for the rules. And, Elena realized, for the judgments of others. That made her dangerous. Elena remembered the photograph she'd seen in Mia's apartment months earlier. A woman turned into a spider, all silent, stealthy limbs. What kind of person saw a woman and thought spider? With a curt word about leaving, Elena grabbed her bag and walked out. Even years later, she would tell herself that her subsequent actions, her investigation into Mia's past, were pure retribution for the trouble Mia had stirred up. It was for Linda's sake, she would insist, her oldest, dearest friend, who only wanted to do right by this baby, was having her heart broken. How could Elena not act? She wouldn't admit, even to herself, that it was about something deeper. A dark discomfort, a resentment of Mia herself, something she had long kept buried. For now, she told herself the investigation was for Linda. She would make calls. She would find out what she could. Elena's first step was to research Pauline Hawthorne, a name she remembered from her college art classes. Hawthorne had been a sensation. Her photographs of women in beauty parlors and cars, with saturated colors and striking composition, deeply memorable. Now Elena learned more about her rural Maine roots, her move to Greenwich Village, her acclaim as a self-taught genius and feminist pioneer. She was a dynamic intellect. A search of her personal life yielded little, but one fact stood out. Hawthorne had taught at the New York School of Fine Arts, though not for the money. Her photographs sold for tens of thousands, and after her death in 1982, their value skyrocketed, with MoMA paying nearly $2 million for one. On a hunch, Elena called the school's registrar. She pretended to be verifying facts for a story, and found the registrar extremely helpful. Hawthorne had taught for many years, right up until her death, but there was no record of Mia Warren in her classes. However, there was a Mia Wright in the fall of 1980, and the registrar was happy to confirm that this Mia Wright had enrolled as a freshman but had taken a leave of absence in the spring of 1981 and never returned. Elena did the math. Mia would not have been pregnant with Pearl that spring. So why would she have left school? The registrar wouldn't give out old student addresses, but Elena gleaned that the address on file was a local one, with no parents listed. She'd have to work the problem from the other end, and then an opportunity arose. In mid-December, Lexi's Yale acceptance letter arrived, and the household was buzzing with celebration. Elena announced she would take Lexi out for a celebratory brunch. When Izzy demanded to be included and Moody complained about being left out, Elena found herself in a position she couldn't easily decline. This, she realized, could serve another purpose too. The next afternoon, she approached Pearl in the sunroom. The girl was nestled on the couch with the other Richardson children, and Elena settled herself on the arm of the sofa beside her. She invited Pearl to come to the brunch, claiming she was practically part of the family. Lexi enthusiastically agreed, and Elena instructed Pearl to tell her mother it was her treat, and that she insisted. As Pearl skipped off to the kitchen, Izzy, who had been lying on an armchair, pushed herself up, her expression narrowing with suspicion. She recalled her mother's earlier promise to look into Mia's photograph, and now this sudden interest in Pearl seemed strange. She asked pointedly why Pearl had been invited. Elena deflected, telling Izzy to be more generous and insisting she thought Pearl was well-liked. And so Pearl found herself seated at a corner table at the 100th Bomb Group, a sprawling restaurant with an elaborate buffet. The walls were adorned with wartime memorabilia, from maps to medals to photographs of dashing young airmen. Lexi pointed out one particularly handsome pilot, while Izzy made a snide remark about him being a killer. Elena, trying to maintain a celebratory mood, brushed off Izzy's comments, raising a toast to Lexi. Izzy sullenly echoed the toast, her tone dripping with sarcasm, and then, at a nearby table, a baby slammed its hands on the cloth, disrupting the moment. Lexi cooed over the infant, and Izzy, with a pointed look, warned the parents to keep an eye on their child, implying it might be stolen. She then got up to get food. Elena apologized for her daughter's behavior, chalking it up to a difficult age, and sent Lexi and Pearl to get their food as well. When they all returned, Elena began to steer the conversation with a practiced ease, starting with the weather and the practicalities of a cold New Haven winter. Then she turned her attention to Pearl. She asked if she'd ever been to New Haven, and Pearl admitted she hadn't, adding that her mother didn't much like the East Coast. Elena expressed pity at that, playing up the rich cultural experiences of the region and suggesting that travel broadened the mind. The implication was clear, and Pearl, stung, began to list the many states she had visited. Elena praised her as a true traveler and asked, with seeming casualness, where she had spent the most time. Pearl admitted she had been born in San Francisco but had left as a baby and had never stayed anywhere for long. Elena filed the information away and pressed further, asking where Pearl's mother had grown up. Pearl fidgeted, saying she wasn't really sure and that her mother didn't talk about it. It was a small victory, but a significant piece of the puzzle. Elena had the first real detail. Pearl, the daughter of this mysterious woman, had been born in San Francisco. The brunch continued, with Pearl deflecting Mrs. Richardson's probing with a shrug about her mother's nomadic habits, insisting that moving was simply part of the creative process. Her mother found new ideas in new places. Mrs. Richardson praised her as a true citizen of the world, suggesting she'd seen more of the country than her own children, and then, with practiced casualness, asked where she had spent the most time, specifically where she was born. Pearl swallowed her food and admitted she was born in San Francisco, but had left as a baby and remembered nothing. The information settled in Mrs. Richardson's mind like a stone dropped into still water. Mrs. Richardson then steered the conversation toward her own roots, her voice taking on a sentimental tone. She spoke of her grandparents, who had been among the first families to move to Shaker, when it was still considered the countryside with stables and carriage houses. She emphasized the importance of knowing where one came from, how it shaped a person's identity. Izzy, with a dry, cynical remark, questioned the historical nature of the Shakers themselves, but her mother brushed it off, reframing the legacy as one of thoughtful planning and equality. Then, turning back to Pearl, she asked a more pointed question. Where had Pearl's own mother grown up? Pearl grew flustered. She admitted she wasn't really sure, perhaps California, but her mother didn't talk about it. She didn't think her mother had any family left. The conversation began to drift, with Lexi offering a suggestion about genealogy research, and Mrs. Richardson, sensing the topic was becoming uncomfortably personal, steered it away. She made a quip about Lexi sounding like a reporter, which Lexi dismissed, and Izzy chimed in with a sarcastic remark about Lexi's acting ambitions. Then Pearl, unexpectedly, spoke up with earnest sincerity. She expressed a desire to be a journalist, to tell people stories, to figure out the truth, and write about it, to use words to change the world, just like Mrs. Richardson. The compliment was so genuine and heartfelt that Mrs. Richardson was momentarily touched. She offered Pearl some practical advice about writing for the school paper and promised future help with an internship. Then, as if catching herself, she quickly brushed the moment aside, returning her attention to Izzy's meager breakfast and the business of the brunch. As soon as she had the opportunity, Mrs. Richardson began her investigation in earnest. A few calls to the San Francisco Office of Vital Records led her to a request form for a birth certificate, which she filled out with Pearl and Mia's details. The clerk assured her the certificate was public record, and she mailed off a check for $18. 5 weeks later, the document arrived. It was a disappointment. Under father, the word non was neatly typed, a frustrating dead end. Mrs. Richardson had hoped for a name, a clue, but the empty space only deepened her suspicion. Mia, she was certain, was a liar, and the birth certificate confirmed she had a secret to hide. It seemed unethical to her that a parent's name could be concealed. Didn't she, as Mia's employer and landlady, have a right to know the truth about her tenant? However, the certificate did provide one new piece of information: Mia's birthplace. She was listed as born in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Directory assistance in Bethel Park revealed 54 Warrens, far too many to be useful. A call to the city's records department was met with less cooperation than San Francisco had offered, and the woman on the phone insisted there was no Mia Warren on record. On a whim, Mrs. Richardson asked about a Mia Wright. The clerk confirmed that a Mia Wright had indeed been born in Bethel Park in 1962, and added that there was also a Warren Wright born in 1964. The pieces were beginning to fit together. A few more days of careful reporting and phone calls led her to the key she was looking for: an obituary in the Pittsburgh Post for a 17-year-old named Warren Wright, who had died in a car accident. He was survived by his parents, George and Regina Wright, and an older sister, Mia Wright. The connection was undeniable. Mia Warren was, in fact, Mia Wright, and she had a brother who had died young. With a few more calls, she obtained the address and phone number for George and Regina Wright. It was so easy, she thought, with a touch of disdain, to find out everything about a person if you just tried hard enough. All the information was out there, waiting to be uncovered. By this time, the custody case of Mei Ling Chow, or Mirabelle McCullough, was dominating the local news. While the nation was briefly distracted by the president's scandals, the people of Cleveland, and especially Shaker Heights, were deeply invested in this case. It felt deadly serious. The fact that it involved their own community, one that prided itself on being a standard-bearer for progress, made it intensely personal. Everyone had an opinion. A mother deserved her child, or a mother who had abandoned her child didn't deserve a second chance. A white family would separate a Chinese child from her culture, or a loving family mattered more than skin color. Supporters of the McCulloughs framed them as heroes, giving a child a better life and breaking down racial barriers. Bibi's supporters argued the baby was not just any child, but a Chinese baby who would grow up disconnected from her heritage, and they pointed out the hypocrisy of a supposedly colorblind society. Following the advice of their lawyers, the McCulloughs agreed to an exclusive interview with Channel 3 to generate positive publicity. The camera crew set up in their living room, filming them on the sectional with Mirabelle in front of a roaring fire, while Mr. Richardson sat just off screen. Mrs. McCullough spoke with practiced sincerity, acknowledging Bibi Chow's feelings, but emphasizing that Mirabelle had been with them for most of her life and that they were all she remembered. She felt the child was truly hers, placed with them for a reason. Mr. McCullough chimed in, asserting that no one could honestly argue Mirabelle wasn't better off in a stable home with two parents. When the producer raised concerns about Mirabelle losing touch with her birth culture, Mrs. McCullough gestured to the Asian art they were adding to their walls: ink-brushed mountain scrolls, a glazed pottery horse. She claimed they were committed to teaching Mirabelle about her heritage as she grew up, even noting that she already loved rice. Mr. McCullough stressed they wanted her to grow up like a typical American girl, to feel just like everyone else. The segment ended with a sentimental shot of them standing over her crib. The Richardson children found themselves divided on the case. Elena, predictably, was firmly on the side of the McCulloughs, and Lexi echoed her, pointing out the material advantages Mirabelle now enjoyed: a big house, a yard, rooms full of toys, compared to what her birth mother could offer. Moody and Izzy, however, leaned toward Bibi's side. Moody, influenced by Pearl's account, believed Bibi had made a mistake when she was desperate and that she deserved a second chance. Izzy's position was simpler and more instinctive. Bibi was the mother. The McCulloughs were not. The case had ignited something in her, a spark she couldn't yet fully articulate. Brian, Lexi's boyfriend, shared with her that his own parents had been fighting about the case. His father believed Bibi was the kind of parent who perpetuated poverty and that the child was better off with the McCulloughs. But his mother had countered angrily, pointing out the hypocrisy of sending black babies to white homes without addressing the systemic issues that created the need in the first place. Brian struggled with the logic. The baby would be safe and loved, but the image of the little brown body in Mrs. McCullough's pale arms discomfited him. He deflected his discomfort by dismissing the situation as a consequence of baby's own carelessness, a comment Lexi immediately criticized. He then tried to close the topic, pulling her closer, and Lexi, distracted by his presence, let the matter drop. With Ed Lim's help, Beebe had filed papers and was granted interim visitation once a week for 2 hours, always in a public place like a library, with a social worker present. Neither party was satisfied. Beebe felt humiliated, treated like a criminal in her own daughter's presence, and she resented the suggestion that she visit the McCulloughs' home as if she could sit calmly and admire their life with her child. The McCulloughs, meanwhile, were on edge, dreading every visit. Mrs. McCullough complained to Elena about the unpredictable schedule, the short notice, the terror of handing over her baby to a stranger. She had taken to praying after each visit, hoping Beebe would return Mirabelle as promised. The constant uncertainty was wearing on her. Elena offered sympathy, but her own thoughts were consumed with a growing anger at Mia. She couldn't stop thinking about the woman who had set all of this in motion. In her mind, she revisited her own life, the ordered, predictable world of Shaker Heights that had shaped her. She remembered her grandparents among the first families who had moved there in the 1920s to escape the grime of downtown Cleveland. She recalled her mother, Caroline, who had grown up in an idyllic, planned community where everything was beautiful and orderly, a place so perfect that the city would melt down a snowbank to find a lost ring. Shaker Heights was a utopia, a place of rules and regulation, and a belief that perfection could be achieved through careful planning. Caroline, and Elena herself, had been raised with a sense of noblesse oblige, a duty to share their good fortune with the less fortunate. When the civil rights movement erupted, the community had responded with its own brand of planned integration. Loans to encourage integration, bans on for sale signs to prevent white flight. Caroline had marched on Washington, driven 5.5 hours with young Elena in tow. Elena remembered the heat, the crush of people, the fear of losing her mother, and the look on her mother's face when she declared it was all incredible. It was a conviction that the world could be brought closer to perfection if you just tried hard enough. But that legacy also carried a deep reverence for order and decorum, a need to keep things neat and controlled. And now, here was Mia, a woman who seemed to exist entirely outside those rules, stirring up chaos and causing Linda so much pain. Elena's fury at the injustice of it all burned hotter than ever. She would dig deeper. She would find out everything about Mia Warren. But the legacy of Shaker Heights, its reverence for order, rules, and decorum, had always been a part of Elena, and she never quite managed to reconcile its demands with her own inner impulses. In 1968, at 15, she had sat in her family's living room and watched the world burn on television. The assassinations of King and Kennedy, the student uprisings at Columbia, the riots in cities across the nation. She understood, intellectually, that the chaos was a fight for justice. But the images themselves were terrifying. Grocery stores ablaze, smoke billowing, shattered windows like fangs in the dark, soldiers in the streets, jeeps at silent intersections. She would look down at the soft, rose-patterned sofa beneath her, hear the coo of a mourning dove outside, and wonder which world was real. The following spring, when the anti-war protests came, she did not join them. She wrote letters, signed petitions, stitched a peace sign to her knapsack, wove flowers into her hair, but she didn't go. The practicalities of Shaker Heights, its comfort and stability, weighed on her like a heavy blanket. If she ran off to Washington, where would she sleep? How would she eat? What would happen to her classes, her future, her parents' expectations? Jamie Reynolds, a boy she had adored for years, had asked her to drop out and drive to California with him, and she had wanted desperately to go. But the questions overwhelmed her. Money, laundry, bathing, the judgment of everyone she knew. She had kissed him on the cheek and let him go, crying only when he was out of sight. Months later, at Denison, she watched the draft lottery on television with her classmates. Jamie's birthday was the second pick drawn. He would be among the first called to fight. She wondered where he was, what he knew, what he would do. Beside her, Billy Richardson squeezed her hand. His birthday was among the last, and he had a deferral. He was safe. By the time they graduated, the war would be over, and they would marry and settle down. She told herself she had no regrets. What she had felt for Jamie was just a tiny passing flame. All her life, she had learned that passion was a dangerous thing. Fire scaled walls, jumped trenches, carried sparks for miles on a breeze. Better to control that flame and pass it carefully, like an Olympic torch, to tend it as an eternal reminder of goodness, one that would never, could never set anything ablaze. The key was to avoid conflagration. This philosophy had served her well, she believed. She had a beautiful house, a steady job, a loving husband, healthy children. Surely that was worth the trade. Rules existed for a reason. Follow them, and you succeed. Don't, and you might burn the world to the ground. And yet here was Mia, heedlessly throwing sparks, causing Linda such pain, dragging her fatherless child from place to place, scraping by on menial jobs, justifying it all as art, probing other people's business with her grimy hands, stirring up trouble. The hot speck of fury that had been banked within Elena burst into flame. You can't just do what you want, she thought. Why should Mia get to when no one else did? It was loyalty to the McCulloughs, she told herself, a desire to see justice for her oldest friend that led her to step over the line. As soon as she could, she would drive to Pennsylvania and visit Mia's parents. She would find out once and for all who this woman really was. Those days, Pearl felt as though sex was everywhere, saturating every conversation. The news was full of the president's scandals, jokes traded in the hallways like baseball cards, all explicit and knowing. Pearl blushed, but pretended she had heard it all before. Everyone seemed fluent in innuendo, and it confirmed her suspicion. Everyone knew more about sex than they let on. Everyone except her. It was in this atmosphere that Pearl, in mid-February, found herself walking to the Richardson house alone. Izzy was with Mia, Moody had stayed after school for a retake, and Lexi was hanging out with Brian, a phrase that made Pearl's imagination rush to fill in the gaps. When she arrived, she found only Tripp at home, sprawled across the sunroom couch with a math book. He was long and lean, barefoot in white tube socks, and she found him oddly endearing. A month ago, she would have backed away, but any other girl, she was sure, would have stayed. So she did, teetering on the edge of a decision. The house was empty. They were alone. Anything could happen. She said a casual greeting, and Tripp looked up, grinning. He asked her to help him with a problem, and she leaned over the notebook to correct his work, keenly aware of their knees touching. As she explained the problem, he found himself looking at her differently, something about the way she held herself, the quick brightness in her eyes. When she flicked a lock of hair from her face, he wondered what it would feel like to touch it. He told her she was good at this, and she replied with a new confidence that she was good at lots of things. Then he kissed her. It was Tripp who tipped her back onto the couch, knocking his book to the floor, who put his hands on her. But it was Pearl who sometime later took his hand and led him upstairs. In his room, with the lights off and the shade half closed, She let instinct take over. Her thoughts seemed to switch off, and her body moved on its own. Trip was hesitant, fumbling with the clasp of her bra, and she found that touching, a sign that this moment meant something to him. He asked her to tell him when to stop, and she told him not to. The moment itself was quick, a flash of pain, and the sudden physicality of his weight, her knees levered against his hips. For her, the pleasure came afterward, when he shuddered and collapsed against her, his face buried in her neck, clinging to her with an intense, unshakable need. It thrilled her, the effect she had on him. She kissed his ear, and he gave her a sleepy smile. She wondered what it would be like to fall asleep beside him, to wake up next to him every morning. But she knew someone would be home soon. They dressed quickly, in silence, and only then did Pearl begin to feel embarrassed. Would her mother know? Would she look different? Could everyone see it on her face? She reached for her t-shirt, suddenly shy under his gaze, and told him she had to go. He stopped her, gently untangling her hair from her collar, and they grinned at each other shyly. He said he'd see her tomorrow, and she slipped out the door. That evening, Pearl watched her mother with a wary eye. She had checked her reflection repeatedly and was sure nothing was different on the surface, but whatever had changed was inside. She felt both exactly the same and completely different. Every time her mother looked at her, she tensed. She retreated to her room after dinner, claiming homework, and replayed every moment of the afternoon in her head, every movement of their hands, every word they'd said. Were she and Trip dating now? Had he used her, or had she used him? She wondered if she would still be drawn to him when she saw him next, and if he would pretend nothing had happened, or worse, laugh at her. She was still turning these questions over when Moody arrived to walk to school the next morning, and she couldn't meet his eyes. All day, Pearl performed a careful imitation of normalcy. She kept her head down, her gaze fixed on her notes, and avoided raising her hand in class. At the end of each period, she braced herself for a possible encounter with Trip in the hallway, mentally rehearsing what she would say. But each time she made it to her next class without seeing him, and a small wave of relief washed over her. Moody, sitting beside her, noticed only her unusual quietness and wondered vaguely if something was troubling her. The familiar hum of high school life continued around her, and when the final bell rang, she went straight home, pleading a headache. Whatever happened the next time she saw Trip, she didn't want it to be in front of Lexi and Moody. Mia noticed her subdued mood, too, wondering if she was coming down with something, and sent her to bed early. But Pearl lay awake for hours, and when she finally rose to wash her face the next morning, the dark circles under her eyes seemed to her a sure sign that Trip would never want to look at her again. But at the end of the school day, Trip appeared at her locker, asking what she was up to with an almost shy tone. She knew exactly what he was asking. She deflected, saying she was just hanging out with Moody, but then, deciding to be bold, she asked if he had a better idea. He traced a finger along the edge of her locker door and asked if her mom was home. She nodded, adding that Izzy would be there too, and they both understood the problem. They needed a place to be alone. Trip said he might know somewhere. He pulled out his pager, a forbidden but coveted accessory among the cool kids, and asked her to meet him at the payphone. She gathered her books, her heart pounding, and found him just hanging up. He explained that a friend, Tim Michaels, sometimes let people use his basement rec room when his parents were out. Pearl understood the arrangement immediately, and Trip, stepping closer, assured her she was the only girl he wanted to bring there, now tracing her collarbone with a sincerity that nearly made her kiss him on the spot. A buzz from his pager interrupted them. Tim had replied, asking who the girl was, but Trip ignored it, dropping the pager back in his pocket and telling her Tim had said it was fine. He tugged at her book bag strap, asking if she was in. Pearl, suddenly unconcerned about any girls who might have come before him, asked if he was driving. They were already at the back door of Tim's house before Pearl remembered Moody. She knew he would be waiting for her at the science wing, wondering where she was, and would eventually head home without her. She would have to come up with some excuse later. But then Tripp retrieved the spare key from under the doormat, opened the door, and took her hand. And she forgot about Moody entirely and followed him inside. Afterward, lying together on the couch in the rec room, she asked him a direct question. Were they dating, or was this just a casual thing? He joked about giving her his letter jacket, but she pressed him, saying she just wanted to know what she was getting into. His eyes met hers with a level, sincere gaze, and he told her he wasn't planning on seeing anyone else. She said the same, then voiced her concern about how Moody and Lexi would react. Tripp suggested they didn't have to tell anyone. She agreed, kissing him and saying she didn't mind being a secret. Tripp kept his word. He refused to tell Tim or his other friends who he was seeing, making excuses when they asked where he was going. Pearl also told no one. Part of her wanted to confide in Lexi, to join the exclusive club of the experienced, but she knew Lexi would pry for every detail, and the news would spread within a week. Izzy would be disgusted, and Moody, well, she couldn't tell Moody. She had begun to sense that his feelings for her were different from hers for him. A month earlier, at a crowded movie theater, he had grabbed her hand to pull her through the throng, and she had felt the proprietary firmness of his grip. She had let him hold her hand until they reached the theater door, then gently disentangled it, pretending to need lip balm. During the movie, she felt him stiffen and glance at her during the intimate scenes, and she pretended to be bored, reaching for the popcorn. When he suggested coffee afterward, she had begged off, saying she needed to get home. Things had seemed normal the next day, but she knew something had shifted, and she carried that awareness like a hidden splinter. So she learned to lie. Every few days, when she and Tripp snuck away, using Tim's house whenever his schedule allowed, she would leave a note in Moody's locker saying she had to stay after school for some vague reason. Later, when he asked, she would offer a plausible excuse, a poster-making session, a meeting with a teacher. In reality, after their trysts, Tripp would drop her off a block away from the Richardson house, and she would walk the rest of the way while he headed to hockey practice or circled the block for a few minutes before arriving home himself. They were observed only once. Mr. Yang, driving home from his bus route, saw a Jeep Cherokee pulled to the side of the road with two teens pressed together inside. As he passed, they pulled apart, and the girl got out, and he recognized Mia's daughter. He thought nothing of it, only reflecting that the young are the same everywhere, and drove on. Since the Halloween party, Lexi and Brian had also been sneaking away as often as they could. Serena teased Lexi about being an addict, and Lexi found it frustrating that someone always seemed to be at her house when they wanted to be alone. But Brian's house was often empty, and in a pinch, they used her car, pulling into a deserted lot and climbing into the back seat under the old quilt she kept there. To Lexi, the world seemed nearly perfect. After their dates, she would snuggle in bed, imagining their future together. A little house, a yard, a basketball hoop. She didn't think about money or jobs or rent. Those were things that didn't exist in her real life. So they didn't exist in her fantasies either. And someday, there would be a baby, a perfect baby like the one in Brian's baby picture. They would sleep with the baby between them, warm and soft. Despite 5 rounds of sex ed, Lexi and Brian were poor at calculating risks. They were young, and sure they loved each other, dazzled by the future they planned to share. More than once, when Lexi found no condoms in her purse, they weren't deterred. "It'll be fine," she would whisper, and they would continue. And so, in the first week of March, Lexi found herself in the drugstore, staring at the shelf of pregnancy tests. She bought a 2-pack, hiding them under her purse, and a sympathetic clerk shared her own nervous story. Lexi rushed home, locked the bathroom door, and took the test. The instructions were simple. 1 line meant no, 2 meant yes. The lines formed quickly. 2 of them, bright pink. She wrapped the test in toilet paper and buried it in the garbage, then answered Izzy's knock at the door. She brushed past her sister with a dismissive remark and retreated to her bedroom, huddling in bed, trying to figure out what to do. For a little while, Lexi believed they could keep the baby. She imagined deferring Yale or the baby living with her parents while she was at college, or Brian transferring to Yale or her to Princeton. They could rent a house, they could get married. She pressed her hand to her flat stomach and imagined the single cell pulsing inside her, a spark of Brian transforming itself. It felt like a precious promise, something she was going to have eventually anyway, so why not now? She began to broach the subject by talking about Mirabelle, remarking on the baby's tiny fingers and the way she melted into your arms. Then, using Brian's shoulder as a pillow and flipping through People magazine, she ranked babies by cuteness. Finally, she asked him who would have the cutest babies, suggesting that mixed kids always came out beautiful. Brian deflected, commenting that Michael Jackson was barely black and his baby was white-looking, and Lexi felt her hopes deflate. Lexi leaned closer to Brian, nudging the magazine spread toward him, and pointed out the cuteness of the baby in Michael Jackson's arms. Then, with a pause, she asked if he ever wished they had one right now. Brian sat up so abruptly she nearly toppled over, calling her crazy and telling her not to even say things like that. She insisted she was just imagining, but he countered that he was imagining his parents killing him. Their disappointment alone would be lethal, their words about raising him better echoing in his ears. She asked if the idea of them together with a baby really sounded so awful. But Brian explained the social cost, the whispers about another black kid knocking a girl up before graduation, the assumptions about dropping out. He was adamant he wouldn't be that guy. Lexi backed down, closing her eyes and claiming she was just trying to picture the future. But she knew, hard as it was to admit, that he was right. In Shaker, high schoolers didn't have babies. They took AP classes and went to college. She remembered the 8th grade rumor about Kerry Wilson, the smug belly rubbing, and the vice principal's stern assembly insisting no one was pregnant. And then, weeks later, Kerry's flat stomach and the whole affair forgotten. In Shaker Heights, either teens didn't get pregnant or they hid it exceptionally well. What would people say? Slut. The kids at school would say, ho! Even though she and Brian were legal adults, the neighbors would talk behind closed doors. Her mother would be mortified. There would be shame and pity. And Lexi knew she wasn't equipped to withstand either one. There was only one thing to do. She curled up on her bed and let her fantasy go, like a balloon soaring into the sky until it burst. That night, Mrs. Richardson announced she was going to Pittsburgh for research on a story about invasive wildlife. It was a plausible excuse she'd carefully crafted, and no one paid much attention, except Lexi, who silently thanked whatever deity had made this happen. The next morning, after everyone had left, she called a local clinic she'd looked up the night before and made an appointment for the 11th, insisting on that specific date. The evening before her mother left, Lexi called Pearl. Her voice dropped to a near whisper as she asked for a favor. Pearl sighed, wary after the Halloween party, mentally running through the usual requests, borrowing clothes or makeup that didn't apply. Lexi never asked for advice. She was the one who dispensed it. But then Lexi told her she needed Pearl to come with her to a clinic the next morning because she was getting an abortion. Pearl was stunned into silence. Lexi? Pregnant? A flash of selfish panic shot through her. She and Tripp had been together that afternoon. Had they been careful? She tried to reconcile this with the Lexi she knew. Baby crazy, quick to judge, unforgiving about BB's mistakes. She asked why Lexi wasn't asking Serena. Lexi admitted she didn't want Serena, she wanted Pearl, because she thought Pearl would understand and wouldn't judge. Pearl, despite herself, felt a tingle of pride and agreed to help. At 7:30 the next morning, Lexi pulled up to the house on Winslow, and Pearl, who had told her mother she was getting a ride to school, was waiting. She asked if Lexi was sure, and Lexi, her eyes fixed on the road, said she was. Pearl pressed the point, saying it was a big decision, not like buying a sweater, and Lexi acknowledged it. At a traffic light, Pearl noticed the dark circles under Lexi's eyes. Lexi asked if she'd told anyone, not even Moody, and Pearl assured her she hadn't, thinking of the lie she told him about a dentist appointment. He had believed her without question, and she felt a twinge of hurt that he trusted her so easily. The clinic was an unassuming beige building with clean windows and flowering shrubs. Lexi parked and handed Pearl the keys, telling her she'd need to drive back. Pearl nodded, suppressing the thought that her temporary permit technically required a licensed adult. Lexi's hands were cold, and Pearl impulsively took one, reassuring her it would all be fine. They entered the clinic together. At the desk, a stout nurse with copper-colored hair asked for the appointment name. Lexi gave the name Pearl Warren. Pearl almost gasped. Lexi avoided her eyes, explaining later that she'd panicked because her mother knew the director and her father was in the news. She'd used the first name that came to mind. Pearl was frustrated. Now they'd think she was the one who was pregnant. Lexi insisted it was just a name and that she was the one in trouble. Pearl, with a resigned sigh, took the clipboard and began filling out the forms in her own name. A nurse called for Pearl, and Pearl finished writing her mother's name as the emergency contact, then thrust the clipboard into Lexi's hands. Lexi stood slowly, and for a moment they held the clipboard together, Pearl feeling Lexi's pounding heart through the wood. She wished her good luck softly, and Lexi nodded, but at the door she turned back with a pleading look. "Please be here when I get back," before following the nurse down the hallway. At that same moment, Mrs. Richardson was ringing the doorbell of George and Regina Wright in Pittsburgh. She had driven 3 hours straight, barely stopping. She wasn't entirely sure what she hoped to find, but she was certain this family held the key to Mia's mystery. Her doubts about finding the right family vanished when Mrs. Wright opened the door. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Mia, lighter hair, cut short, but the same eyes and face, giving Mrs. Richardson a glimpse of what Mia would look like in 30 years. Mrs. Richardson introduced herself as a reporter and said she was writing a feature about promising teen athletes whose careers were cut short. She asked to talk about their son, Warren. Mrs. Wright's expression flickered with suspicion, then surprise, and finally faded into a kind of weathered pride as she explained that scouts had said nice things after he died. She invited Mrs. Richardson in. Over coffee and cookies, the Wrights proved to be unexpectedly easy subjects. They seemed almost eager to talk about Warren, and Mrs. Richardson steered the conversation with practiced ease, getting them to open up about his athletic promise and the tragedy of his death. She was there to keep his memory alive, she said, and the information poured out of them. The Wrights confirmed that Warren had been a talented athlete, starting running back on the football team and a forward in hockey, with a natural gift that might have taken him to a Division I school, if not for the accident. Mrs. Richardson, looking at a photograph of Warren in his uniform, felt a pang of pity. He was about Tripp's age, and there was something in his posture and slight smirk that reminded her of her own son. She expressed her condolences, and Mrs. Wright, after a long, silent moment, carefully replaced the photo on the mantel. Mrs. Richardson, steeling herself, asked to speak with Warren's sister, Mia. She pretended to consult her notes, asking for a current phone number. The Wrights exchanged uneasy glances and admitted they'd been out of contact with their daughter for some time, since shortly after Warren's death. Mrs. Richardson pressed gently, suggesting that grief sometimes drove family members apart. Mrs. Wright insisted that Mia's situation had nothing to do with Warren's accident. Mia had made her own choices, and they hadn't parted on good terms. When Mrs. Richardson asked what had happened, Mrs. Wright burst out that Mia had shown up in that state, and despite her husband's attempt to quiet her, she continued, revealing her disapproval of Mia's plan to sell her own child to some Ryan people. Mrs. Richardson's pencil froze. She asked for clarification, and Mrs. Wright explained that Mia had intended to give up the baby and move on, but Mrs. Wright knew better. You never get over saying goodbye to a child. Mrs. Richardson, her head spinning, set her pencil down and asked if Mia had been pregnant and planning to let the Ryans adopt her baby. The Wrights exchanged another look. Then Mr. Wright corrected her. It wasn't exactly that. The baby was theirs, too. They couldn't have their own. Mia had been carrying it for them. That fall of 1980, Mia Wright, just turned 18, had left the little yellow house in Bethel Park for the New York School of Fine Arts. It was her first time outside Pennsylvania, and she left with 2 suitcases, her brother's love, and without her parents' blessing. She had applied without telling them, but it was not entirely unexpected. As a child, she had been a wool gatherer, lost in observation, watching grass change color in the breeze, water breaking into droplets, boulders turning silver in the morning sun. Everything seemed capable of transformation, and this was the true meaning of art to her. Only her brother, Warren, her Wren, seemed to understand the hidden layer she saw in things. They had shared a bond since before he was born, when she would tap her mother's belly and he would kick in reply. When he was brought home, she had claimed him as her own, and he had always been hers. She could calm him, sing him to sleep, patch his scrapes. Their mother noted she was like a second mother to him. They had their own private language, a jargon of forgotten origins. They called butter cheese, the grackles, icklebirds. It was a circle they drew around themselves like a canopy, a secret world sealed with promises. "Don't tell anyone from France," Mia would whisper, and Warren would swear, "Wild giraffes couldn't drag it out of me." Around her 11th birthday, Mia stumbled into her calling. Her brother Warren, now 10, had found his own path, discovering a natural talent for sports that consumed his afternoons. Baseball in summer, football in fall, hockey in winter, basketball filling every gap. Though they remained close, his time was increasingly spoken for, and it felt only right that she, too, should discover something that was entirely hers. The discovery came in a junk shop, where an old Brownie Starflex sat abandoned in the front window, missing its flash and strap, but still, the owner assured her, functional. The moment she flipped up its tiny silver hood and peered through the viewfinder, watching the cluttered shop shrink into a blurry miniature world, she knew she had to have it. She emptied her cat-shaped savings bank and began carrying the camera everywhere, ignoring the manual's advice to write away for instruction, trusting only her own instincts. She fashioned a strap from 2 of her mother's old silk scarves and started shooting, not the usual subjects, but odd, overlooked things. Decaying houses, abandoned cars, objects left to rust at the roadside. The clerk at the photomat, handing over her prints, remarked with a puzzled frown that 3 of the images were of a bird's corpse, photographed over successive days as it rotted on the sidewalk, and he wondered, not for the first time, if there was something off about the Wright girl. For Mia, though, the photos were only clumsy approximations of what she felt. She began altering the prints with ballpoint pens and splashes of detergent, and soon she was experimenting with the camera itself, pushing its limited features to their breaking point. The Brownie, like all its kind, offered no focus and automatically cocked to prevent double exposures, treating that as a convenience. All it required was a peek through the viewfinder and a press of the shutter. But Mia refused to hold it level as instructed. She tilted it at odd angles, adjusted her makeshift straps, draped scarves and wax paper over the lens. She shot in fog and rain, even in the smoke-hazed bowling alley lounge. And each time she brought home another envelope of blurred, grainy results, her mother scoffed that it was a waste of money. Yet with every roll, Mia grew more attuned to the architecture of a photograph. 12 exposures per roll forced her to frame each shot carefully, and the absence of controls pushed her to find creative workarounds, lessons she would later recognize as the foundation of her craft. It was around this time that Mr. Wilkinson, the mysterious neighbor who lived up the hill, intervened. For months he had watched Mia wandering the neighborhood with her brownie, and though all she knew of him was that he was a toy buyer who traveled constantly, returning with samples that his wife distributed to the local children, molds for plaster ornaments, a bouncing Saturn-shaped ball, a giant doll's head with golden hair to style, miniature perfume vials, he was a figure of wonder, part Marco Polo, part Santa Claus. But one afternoon, just after her 13th birthday, he called out to her from his porch with a stern demand. He'd seen her traipsing around for a year, and he wanted to see what she'd been up to. Terrified, Mia gathered her best photographs. She had never shown them to anyone but Warren, who had always praised them, and brought them to the Wilkinsons' house the next morning. Mr. Wilkinson, she feared, had no reason to be kind. When she arrived, Mrs. Wilkinson led her to the den where Mr. Wilkinson sat typing at a large desk. He swung the typewriter shelf down and folded it away as she entered, then settled half-moon glasses on his nose and invited her to show him what she had. As she laid her prints before him, she discovered that Mr. Wilkinson was a photographer himself, though he favored landscapes over people. From his files, he produced his own work: a redwood forest at dawn, a dew-slicked river winding through a field, a lake reflecting sunlight in a glittering arrow. Mia realized that the photographs lining his hallway were also his. He examined her work with a critical eye, praising her instincts and her eye for composition, especially a silhouette of Warren perched in a sycamore, while gently pointing out where her equipment had failed her, as in a blurred shot of a squirrel she had been mesmerized by. Her equipment, he told her bluntly, was fine for amateurs and family snapshots, but not for her. She needed a real camera. From his closet, he produced a compact Nikon F, a solid silver and black instrument that felt heavy and right in her hands. He insisted he was only lending it, not giving it, and tossed her a canister of film. He was looking forward, he said, to seeing what she would do with it. By the time she left that afternoon, he had taught her how to wind the film, focus the lens, adjust the aperture, and her head swam with strange new words. She practiced endlessly, lifting the camera to her eye again and again, finding that under its crosshair, everything was transformed. He taught her to develop her own film, and she fell in love with the chemical bite of the developer, the silver sheen that signaled readiness. She deliberately shot out of focus or with the wrong shutter speed just to see what would happen, learning to control light and camera like a musician mastering an instrument. When her questions outstripped his knowledge, he turned to his bookshelf, and by the time she was 15, he had concluded that she needed a view camera, a tool he respected enough to commend her choice when she finally settled on a Graphic View 2, procured secondhand through a classified ad. Her parents, however, were unimpressed by the expense and the strange, antique-looking apparatus on its spindly tripod with its pleated bellows and dark cloth. When she tried to explain shifts and tilts, their attention wandered, and even Warren, who had always been her most devoted audience, admitted he didn't need to understand how it worked, only to see the results. Mia understood then that she was crossing into a territory she would have to navigate alone. She took pictures of the jungle gym, of streetlights, of city workers felling a lightning-struck oak. She hauled the view camera downtown to photograph a rusty bridge. From the bleachers, she captured Warren's football game, the players reduced to miniatures, and when she showed him, he stared at the tiny figure in the end zone waiting for the pass. She felt like a sorceress, waving her hand and shrinking the world. But the next day, when she arrived at Mr. Wilkinson's to show him the print, a strange woman answered the door. His daughter-in-law. She informed Mia that Della, Mrs. Wilkinson, had passed away in her sleep. After the funeral, the daughter-in-law and her husband convinced Mr. Wilkinson to move to a retirement home in Silver Spring, nearer to them. The departure was so abrupt that Mia never had a chance to say goodbye or show him the photograph, and she found herself alone again, her camera, her only companion. In the autumn of her senior year, Mia submitted her application to the New York School of Fine Arts. Her portfolio featured a series of abandoned buildings, transformed through a delicate and destructive process. She had dampened the prints, and while the emulsion was still wet, scraped away the image with a needle, leaving only a hair-thin white line. The effect was like reverse scrimshaw, ghostly figures emerging from decay. A spectral worker slumped on the steps of a closed factory, the phantom outline of a car suspended on a lift, and two ethereal children hand in hand scrambling up a hill of industrial slag. Warren had squinted at that last one, recognizing the cowlick at the crown of his own head, the knotted silk scarf around his sister's neck, the weight of her camera pulling her shoulder askew. They had never posed for such a picture, but looking at it, he felt as though she had captured the ghosts of their childhood selves just before they dissolved into memory. He asked if he could have the print when she got it back. Her parents, however, saw little enchantment in the work. To them, it wasn't even work or art, both terms equally suspect. They had spent their lives in a butter-yellow ranch house in a solidly middle-class town, where usefulness was the only measure of value. Mia's father ran Wright's Repair, fixing eaves, snaking drains, replacing rusted pipes. Her mother worked as a nurse, counting pills and changing bedpans through night shifts and double shifts. They had saved and sacrificed for a paid-off house, 2 Buicks and 2 children who lacked for nothing but were never spoiled. Time and money were not to be wasted. And yet there was Mia, sprawled for hours on the floor, cutting her brother out of a photograph like a paper doll, and arranging him in a diorama of leaves just to make him look like an elf. There was Mia, the instant her father walked through the door begging for a couple of dollars for film. There was Mia patching her jeans instead of buying new clothes, funneling every cent from her parents into more film. And when she got a job waitressing at the Eaton Park instead of saving for her own car or clothes, she poured her earnings into a camera. A strange, archaic thing that folded into a briefcase, which somehow made the expense even more baffling to her parents. She did take one family portrait, which her mother framed and hung, but the rest of her work remained a mystery. Her parents had been shaped by wartime and Depression-era parents who wasted nothing, not even moldy food. They remembered when rags became felt for the war effort, when scrap metal became bullets. Practicality was woven into their bones. They had assumed Mia would go to a sensible college like Pitt or Penn State, study business or hotel management, and grow out of this photography phase. So when she announced she was applying to art school, they sat her down in the living room and made their position clear. They were disappointed in her, they considered it a waste of time, and they would not pay for it. She would have to fund it herself. Her mother's voice carried a sharp edge of disapproval. Mia had expected as much. She had already done the calculations. The school had offered her a tuition scholarship based on her portfolio. She would cover room, board, and supplies through part-time work. Her parents absorbed this news in silence, glancing at each other as if they had known all along their threat would not work. The week before she left, Warren appeared in her doorway, looking uncharacteristically serious. He pulled a folded stack of bills from his back pocket and offered it to her, most of what he would need to cover her remaining expenses. She asked about the car he had been saving for, a Volkswagen Rabbit he had researched meticulously, drawn by its fuel efficiency in an era of rising gas prices. She gently pushed the money back into his hands, told him to buy the car, and made him promise to pick her up at the bus station whenever she came home. She boarded a Greyhound to Philadelphia and then New York, carrying one suitcase of clothes and one of cameras. She found a room in the Village with 2 other girls, got a job waitressing near Grand Central, and another at an art supply store in Soho. With her remaining savings, she bought film and paper from a photography shop on West 17th and began her classes: figure drawing, light and color, survey of art, critical studies, and most thrilling of all, introduction to photography, taught by the renowned Pauline Hawthorne. Despite her parents' disapproval, their practical upbringing had prepared her well. She rose at 4:30 each morning to pour coffee for businessmen, carrying hot plates that left arc-shaped scars on her forearms. She learned to read customers as her mother read patients, anticipating their needs before they spoke. She ate leftover toast and cold eggs in the kitchen when the manager wasn't looking. She changed in a cramped employee bathroom, rolling her uniform tightly to avoid wrinkles, wearing the same outfit for days before braving the laundromat. Then she headed to class in jeans and a t-shirt. From her father, she had learned to change oil, wire sockets, chisel, saw skills that gave her a sculptor's understanding of materials. From her mother, she had learned to handle cloth, to know its limits and possibilities. In figure drawing, when the model disrobed, she did not blush, but began sketching immediately. She had seen too many bodies in the hospital to be shy. After classes, she worked at the art store twice a week, talking with older students about their techniques. And her boss, sympathetic to her struggle, allowed her to take home damaged supplies, snapped pencils, leaked paint, unstapled canvases, which she repaired and reused. 3 evenings a week, she rode the subway to a bar near Columbia, waiting tables for undergrads who were often rude but tipped well enough that a good night could put $30 or $40 in her apron. She ate their leftover burgers and fries for dinner. She scraped through her first year with a little money saved, and whenever she called home, she did call, and everyone pretended there was no ill will, Warren would ask if it was all worth it. He had always been the easygoing one, taking life as it came. She was the driven one, the planner, the one who had set her sights on something and refused to let go. Mia assured Warren it was worth it, and on the phone she'd pour out her enthusiasm for her classes, the paintings she'd studied, but always circling back to photography, the true reason she rose before dawn and worked until exhaustion. When she spoke of Pauline Hawthorne, her voice carried the twin inflections of a schoolgirl's crush and a devotee's reverence. It hadn't been obvious at first that the course would take this shape. On the first day of class, the students sat with their 35mm cameras and notebooks at the ready. Pauline had walked to the back of the room, killed the lights without a word, and clicked on a slide projector. A man-ray photograph filled the screen. A woman's back transformed into a cello by 2 painted holes, and the room fell utterly silent. 5 minutes passed. Then, with a flick of her thumb, Pauline replaced it with an Ansel Adams landscape, Mount McKinley looming over a frozen white lake. Another click brought a Dorothea Lange portrait of a Dust Bowl woman, her lips barely curved in a hint of a smile. For 2 full hours, the class sat in wordless attention, watching a parade of photographs they had all seen before but had never truly looked at. Mia recognized every one from her library reading, but found that after staring at them for long enough, they took on new shapes, as familiar as beloved faces. When the slides ended and the lights came on, Pauline simply told them to bring their proudest photograph next time. The first and only word she had spoken, and left the room. The following class, Mia brought a shot from her large format camera, a photograph of Warren playing street hockey in their backyard. Their house and neighborhood spread out behind him like miniatures. She had climbed to the top of the hill to capture it. Around the room, the students found index cards pinned to the walls, each with a name and a clip below. Pauline entered and, again without introduction, led the class through each photograph in turn, commenting on composition and technique, asking pointed questions about perspective and tone. Some images were carefully staged. A few had artistic ambitions. The students had braced themselves for cruelty, expecting the kind of teacher who dismantled her students to push them forward. But Pauline was no dragon. Even in her criticisms, she was generous, finding something to praise in every work. When they reached Mia's photograph, Pauline paused, studying it for what felt like an eternity, and the class grew uneasy. She asked who Mia Wright was, and Mia stepped forward. The others shifted back, as if bracing for a lightning strike. Pauline began to question her, pressing for explanations of the composition, the camera shift, the focus. Mia answered as best she could, but when the questions turned technical, she faltered, falling back on instinctive explanations. It just looked right. Just as the session ended, Pauline stepped away with a nod and told them to bring their cameras next time, leaving Mia uncertain whether she had succeeded or failed. Over the following weeks, Pauline treated her no differently from the others, teaching them to wind film, compose shots, calculate aperture, skills Mia already possessed from her years with Mr. Wilkinson. But as Pauline explained the techniques, Mia's intuition became conscious knowledge. She learned to articulate her choices, to explain not just how a shot looked, but why it worked. 2 weeks in, as the class made their first prints, Pauline approached her in the darkroom, her face carved from ruby light. She asked about her experience with the view camera, then invited Mia to show her more photographs. The following Saturday, Mia found herself in the lobby of Pauline's building, clutching an envelope of prints. Overwhelmed by the doorman, she had to press every elevator button to find the right floor, and when she finally emerged, Pauline was waiting in her open doorway. She led Mia into a sunlit, white-walled room that was bare of photographs, a deliberate emptiness Mia would later learn, a palate cleanser for the artist's mind. They sat on a nubbly gray couch and laid the prints across the coffee table, and Pauline questioned her again. Why this angle? Why this framing? What were you thinking? Mia shed her shyness as she talked, and they were so absorbed that when a woman appeared with coffee, Mia jumped. It was Mal, Pauline's partner, a poet with long, wavy hair and bare feet, who kissed Pauline on the cheek before disappearing. Mia stayed until she had to leave for her shift at the bar, and Pauline invited her back the following week. Over the months, she visited often, discussing photography, watching Pauline work, listening to her think aloud about her projects. She tried new foods at their table, artichokes, olives, brie, and learned that Mal was a poet who had published several collections, though she insisted no one cared. She lent Mia stacks of books, Bishop and Sexton and Rich. By winter, Mia was bringing her newest photographs to Pauline nearly every week, and Pauline pushed her to articulate her choices, to move beyond instinct and toward intention. Nothing is an accident, Pauline would repeat, her mantra in both art and life. In the Wright household, things had been good or bad, useful or wasteful, with no middle ground. Here, everything had nuance, hidden depths, layers worth examining. Pauline and Mal always pressed Mia to stay for dinner, knowing about her 3 jobs, sending her home with leftovers she would return on her next visit. They would have invited her to stay the night, to settle into one of their guest rooms, but they could not find a way to suggest it without offending her pride. Mia was fiercely proud, and although she accepted their hospitality, she never arrived empty-handed. Bundles of leaves, a woven grass basket, a sketch of them, a handful of white pebbles for a project. Her gifts eased her guilt, and they accepted them because they wanted her to keep coming back. By Christmas time, it was clear to everyone, Pauline, Mal, Mia's other teachers and classmates, that she was immensely talented. She went home for the holiday, and Warren picked her up in the tan Volkswagen Rabbit he had bought that fall. On the drive back, he took the long route through winding back roads to stretch their time together. He was a junior now, and Mia noticed how he had grown into himself, his voice deeper, his body more solid. They asked each other the old question, what are you going to be when you grow up? For Warren, it still meant plans for the next few days. He mentioned a hunting trip with Tommy Flaherty, and Mia made a face she had never approved. She kissed him goodbye, struck by how lean and strong he looked, and wondered if he had a girl in his life. Her own work had developed rapidly in the months since she'd left, becoming smarter, more deliberate, riskier. Everyone was certain she would go far. She was determined to let nothing distract her. That March on the subway, she was so absorbed in thinking about her project for Pauline that she didn't notice the man staring at her until she felt the familiar prickle on her skin. He was well-dressed, neat suit and briefcase, but his gaze carried something odd, not desire, not playfulness, but a strange mix of recognition and hunger. After 3 stops, she got off at Columbus Circle. She thought she had lost him, but when the train pulled away, she saw him scanning the platform, looking for her. She slipped down the far staircase and through the tunnel to the C train platform, moving quickly but carefully, willing to be late for work rather than let him follow her. When the C train arrived, Mia stepped into a middle car and scanned the interior, settling into a seat near the center. The car was half full, enough people that she could call for help if needed, but not so crowded that anything could happen unseen. At 72nd Street, she saw no sign of the man, but at 81st, just as she rose to leave, the door at the far end opened, and he stepped through, slightly disheveled now, a few strands of hair falling across his face as if he had been rushing through the cars searching for her. Their eyes met. There was no pretending she hadn't seen him. Her mind flashed to her roommate's 2 muggings, to her classmate Becca's story about being dragged by her ponytail into an alley, the bald spot she had shown her afterward. Whatever was going to happen would happen now, whether she stayed on the train or got off. She stepped onto the platform, and he followed. The doors closed behind them, and they stood frozen for a moment. The platform nearly empty. No conductor or police, only an elderly woman with a walker inching toward the stairs and a sleeping homeless man at the far end. Mia tightened her grip on her keys, points out, as Becca had taught her. Then the man called out, his voice urgent but not threatening, asking her to wait. He said he just wanted to talk. He stopped and raised his hands. Now she could see he was younger than she'd thought, maybe in his 30s. And thinner, his suit expensive with fine silver threading. His shoes cordovan with tassels, not the shoes of a man who would chase her. He apologized for following and staring, and she understood he had been thinking how he would hate for his own wife to be followed by someone like that. He introduced himself as Joseph Ryan, a Wall Street man, confirmed by the firm names he mentioned. He lived on Riverside Drive with his wife. They'd been married 9 years, high school sweethearts. Then he confessed with visible difficulty that they had no children. His wife could not have them, and they had been looking for the right woman to carry a baby for them. They would pay her generously. Mia's mind reeled. She pressed the points of her keys into her palm, not for protection now, but to ground herself. She asked why him, why her. He produced a business card, and she stepped forward to take it. He asked her to meet them for lunch the next day, their treat. When she protested, she had to work. He suggested dinner at the Four Seasons at 7, promising at least a good meal. He would understand if she didn't show, he said, but asked her to consider it. She would help them so much, change their lives. Then he turned and walked up the stairs, leaving her on the platform, the card in her fingertips. For the rest of her life, Mia would wonder what might have happened if she hadn't gone to the restaurant that evening. At the time, it seemed like a lark, a way to satisfy her curiosity and get a decent meal. But later, she would understand that it changed everything. She stepped into the Four Seasons lobby in the only nice dress she owned, too tight and too short. Now, worlds away from the plush chandeliers and dense carpets and potted plants. The air itself felt thick as velvet. She stood awkwardly to one side, pretending to admire the wall-sized painting, counting slowly, as she and Warren had done, as children playing hide-and-seek. She would count to 300 and leave if no one came. Just as she reached 198, Joseph appeared at her elbow, bashful, pointing out a Picasso tapestry on the wall, a curtain he'd painted when he didn't have time to make a proper painting. He led her into the dining room where she saw herself already seated, and realized it was Madeline, his wife, who looked so much like her that for a moment Mia thought she was approaching her own reflection. The evening unfolded like a dream. Every time she looked at Madeline Ryan, she saw herself. The same curly dark hair, the same mannerisms, biting their bottom lips, pulling a curl down to their earlobes and letting it spring back. They could have been sisters. Madeline explained that she had a rare condition, Meyer-something syndrome, which meant she had no uterus. Surrogacy was their only option. This was 1981, before Louise Brown, and test tube babies were still viewed with suspicion. They wanted the old-fashioned way: Joseph's sperm, a suitable woman's egg and womb. They had been searching for months for the right surrogate, and when Joseph had spotted an eerily familiar face on the subway, it had felt like fate. They saw it as an opportunity for mutual good. They offered $10,000 to carry a healthy baby for them, plus all medical expenses. Mia went home that night and did the calculations. The offer was staggering. And then, a few weeks later, she learned her scholarship would not be renewed. She went to Pauline and Mal's with the letter, and Pauline declared the school idiots, blind to what they were losing. Mal retrieved the letter, sliding it back into its envelope, and explained that state funding cuts had forced the school to cover more, leaving scholarships to suffer. Mia insisted it was no big deal. She would get another job, save up over the summer. But as the elevator carried her back down that evening, she pressed her head against the mirrored wall and fought back tears. She could not take on more hours than she already worked without sacrificing her classes, and as it was, she was barely scraping by. Running the calculations again in her head, she realized that unless she found a job that paid double, she could not afford to stay. When the elevator doors opened into the lobby, the doorman, Martin, Mets fan from Queens with a dachshund named Rosie, asked if she was all right. She said she was fine, and he held the door open for her with a gloved hand, wishing her a good night. She stepped out onto Fifth Avenue and let the city swallow her. She did not consult her parents, her roommates, or even Pauline and Mal. Looking back, she would recognize that silence as proof she had already decided. The day after receiving the letter, she asked her diner manager for a raise, but he couldn't do it without raising prices. The manager of the art store said the same, and she didn't bother asking the bar owner. For a week, she dodged Pauline's dinner invitations, knowing they would sense her distraction. She sent a note claiming stomach flu instead of visiting. All week, she thought only of her tuition and of the Ryans. She ruined a roll of film by pulling it out with the light on, something she'd never done before. She dropped a plate of eggs at the diner, slicing her finger on the jagged edge. Over and over, she pressed her hand to her belly, as if she might feel something inside that would give her clarity. One afternoon, on a break, she pulled out Joseph Ryan's business card and headed to the subway. The address led to a gleaming glass building on Wall Street. She stood outside for a few minutes, watching the reflections of passers-by glide over the shadows within, then pushed through the revolving door to a row of phone booths. She fed a dime into the slot and dialed the number on the card. A receptionist answered, confirming Joseph Ryan's office. Mia hung up and searched the phone book for the Riverside Drive address. She found it through directory assistance. It was almost time for her bar shift, but she took the train uptown anyway, standing outside a red brick pre-war building with a black awning, the kind of place where someone could certainly afford $10,000 for a child. The next afternoon, she followed Madeline Ryan as she left the building, trailing her for an hour down 86th Street and around the neighborhood. She observed how Madeline greeted the doorman, how she paused to speak to him, patting his arm. She saw how Madeline slowed when passing women with strollers, how she smiled at the babies, whether cheerful, fretful, or sleeping, and how she made conversation with their mothers, asking about their day, commenting on the weather, a deep hunger in her eyes. She rushed to open doors for them, even for nannies pushing white children, holding the door until they were safely inside. When a harried mother dropped a pacifier, Madeline scooped it up and raced after her to return it. Mia had never noticed before how many babies there were. The city seemed to swarm with them, and she felt a deep pang of pity for Madeline Ryan. Madeline stopped at a flower stall, bought a bundle of peonies, and headed home. Mia let her go. In the end, she told herself it was the math that decided her. The Ryans' offer would pay for 3 more terms of school, buying her time to earn the rest. If she did this, she could continue. If she did not, she could not. Put that way, the choice seemed obvious, and she would be doing them a good turn. They were kind, sincere people, and she could see how badly they wanted a child. She repeated this to herself over and over, then lifted the receiver and dialed their number. 3 weeks later, she left an obstetrician's office with a letter certifying her health, her freedom from disease, her proper anatomy. The doctor joked about her perfect baby birthing hips, assured her she would have no trouble getting pregnant. A week after that, she applied for a year-long leave of absence. And then, as April began, she found herself in the Ryans' guest room, wearing a pink terry robe Madeline had bought for her, Turkish cotton with slippers to match. The bed was made with crisp white sheets. Madeline knocked and entered with a wooden tray bearing a covered teacup and a turkey baster with a bright yellow bulb. She set it down, then knelt awkwardly and embraced Mia, whispering, "Thanks." When Madeline left, Mia hesitated, then lifted the baster from the tray. It was warm. Madeline must have rinsed it in hot water. She lifted the lid from the cup, loosened her robe, and lay back. Half an hour later, with her legs elevated as instructed, she emerged from the guest room to find Madeline and Joseph holding hands in the living room. They looked up at her with wide, nervous eyes, and she felt suddenly naked, even fully dressed. She told them it was done. Patting the waist of her jeans, Madeline rose and clasped her hands, expressing their gratitude, then pressed her palms to Mia's belly as if offering a benediction. Mia's muscles tensed and hardened. Madeline offered to call for a car, reminding Mia that it might take several tries and that persistence would be required from all of them. She asked if Mia would be ready again the day after tomorrow. Mia agreed quietly, thinking of the tray still in the guest room, of Madeline rinsing the baster in the kitchen sink. She remained silent during the ride back to the village as Joseph chattered about his meeting with Madeline, his childhood, and their plans for the child they hoped for. All summer, the routine continued. Mia followed the obstetrician's chart of her fertile periods, visiting the Ryans every other day during that window, then wading through the following week, scanning her body for signs. Each time came backaches, headaches, cramps, and no baby. By the end of July, 4 months of attempts had yielded nothing. Madeline counseled patience, insisting they had always known it wouldn't happen right away. But Mia worried. The contract allowed the Ryans to withdraw after 6 months if there was no pregnancy. She kept her jobs, dodging questions from fellow students returning for the new term, telling them she was taking a year off to earn money. The same explanation she gave Pauline and Mal when they tactfully hinted at offering her a loan. She knew that if no baby arrived, she would have sacrificed the entire year for nothing, and her leave of absence would likely become permanent. Then, in September, her period didn't come. No blood, no cramps, just an overwhelming fatigue that made her want to burrow beneath her comforter and sleep. 2 days later, when she arrived at the Ryans' apartment feeling the same way, Madeline was almost giddy with hope. She bundled Mia into a coat and took her to a pharmacy on Broadway, choosing a pregnancy test from the array of boxes. The test was complicated, a glass test tube in a holder suspended over an angled mirror, requiring drops of urine and an hour's wait with a dark ring appearing if she was pregnant. Mia and Madeline sat side by side on the edge of the bathtub for 45 minutes, and then Madeline took her hand and pointed to the mirror, where an iron-colored bullseye was slowly forming. Things changed quickly after that. Mia's roommates noticed when she began throwing up. One called it a sweet gig, another said she wouldn't go through it for $1 million. The Ryans moved her to a studio apartment they owned, quieter and more spacious, closer to them. Mia quit her job at the art store as her belly began to show, but kept her other jobs, allowing the Ryans to think she had stopped working. After each doctor's appointment, she visited them with updates, and as her clothes grew tight, they presented her with new ones, Madeline buying her the maternity clothes she would have bought for herself. Mia accepted them with a smile and wore them on her next visits. She told her parents nothing, only that she wouldn't be coming home for Christmas. Too expensive, she claimed, knowing they wouldn't ask about school if she didn't bring it up. But at the end of January, 5 months along, she told Warren the truth. He had noticed she never talked about class anymore. She made him promise not to tell their parents, and he was silent for a long time. When he spoke, his voice carried an anger she had never heard directed at her. He couldn't believe she would do this. She explained that the Ryans were kind people who wanted the baby desperately, that she was helping them, that they had done so much for her. Warren asked if she thought it would be hard to give the baby up. He didn't think he could do it. She snapped that he wasn't the one doing it, and he warned her not to get testy with him. He wouldn't tell their parents, he said, but he was the baby's uncle and he didn't like it. After that, they stopped speaking. She told herself she would call him later, but she didn't. "Don't get attached," she murmured to her belly when the baby kicked, never quite sure if she was speaking to herself. They were still not speaking when her mother called early one morning to tell her about the accident. It had been snowy. Warren and Tommy Flaherty had been coming home late, taken a turn too fast, and Tommy's Buick had skidded and overturned. Mia would not remember the details: the crushed roof, the emergency workers cutting the car open, the fact that neither boy wore seatbelts. She would not remember Tommy Flaherty in the hospital with a punctured lung, a concussion, and 7 broken bones. She would remember only that Warren had been driving and that he was dead. She bought a plane ticket immediately, unwilling to wait. She wanted to be back in the house where they had grown up, where he would never return. She wanted to see her parents, to escape the numbness threatening to consume her. But when she arrived at the front door, her parents froze, staring at the bulge in her belly, too big now to hide under her coat. Her hand drifted to her waist as if she could conceal it. She told them it wasn't what they thought. Her mother demanded an explanation. Mia looked down at her belly as if bewildered to find it there and said it wasn't her baby. Her mother asked how it could not be her baby, and Mia tried to explain about the Ryans, about surrogacy, about helping them. Her mother saw through it immediately, asking if she was doing this out of the goodness of her heart. Mia admitted they were paying her. Her mother turned away, saying she couldn't cope with this now, that Warren was dead, and Mia had come home like this. Her father, when Mia looked at him, would not meet her eyes. He said only that he couldn't believe she would sell her own child, and then he left the room. They didn't ask her to leave, but after she hung her coat and set her bag in her old room, they stopped speaking to her entirely. At dinner, she sat in her usual place while her mother set a plate before her and her father passed a casserole from a neighbor. But they answered her questions about the funeral, and Warren with the barest minimum of words. She gave up and ate in silence. A tower of covered casseroles filled the fridge, as if the only response to tragedy was to offer something solid to hold on to. No one looked at Warren's empty chair. They made all the arrangements without her: the flowers, the music, the walnut coffin with blue silk lining. They suggested she not go out. She must be tired, they said. They didn't want her to slip on the ice, but she understood they didn't want the neighbors to see her. When she chose a shirt and tie for Warren, her mother overruled her with the white shirt and red striped tie Warren had never worn. At no point did they mention her pregnancy. When they said it would be best if she didn't attend the funeral, she gave in. The night before, she packed. She took the quilt from her bed and a few old blankets. Then she tiptoed into Warren's room. His bed was still unmade. She wondered what her mother would do with his things. If she would strip the room, paint it white, pretend nothing had happened, or pack everything away in the attic to grow musty. On his bulletin board, she spotted the photo from her art school application, the etched image of the two of them as children climbing the slag heap. She unpinned it and added it to her bag. Then she found what she was looking for, the keys to Warren's car. Her parents were asleep. The rabbit started with a throaty growl. She pulled the seat forward to reach the clutch, found reverse, and backed out of the driveway as the house faded in her headlights. She drove all night, reaching the Upper West Side at sunrise. She circled for 10 minutes before finding a parking spot, then sank into her borrowed bed, wrapped in the quilt. It smelled like nothing. Not clean, not dusty, and she fell asleep. When she woke in the late afternoon, she began to pack. Only what was truly hers went into her bag: her too tight clothes, loose muummas from Goodwill, old quilts, bed sheets, a handful of silverware, a file box of negatives and her cameras. The fancy maternity dresses from the Ryans she folded into a grocery bag. Then she sat down to write a note. She had decided to lie. She wrote that she had lost the baby, that she was ashamed and sorry, that they owed her nothing, but she felt she owed them. She enclosed $900, all she could spare, and bundled it with the dresses. The night doorman accepted the parcel without noticing her belly, and she headed back to the rabbit. In her belly, the baby kicked once, then settled. She drove through New Jersey and Pennsylvania, stopping only when exhaustion forced her, sleeping in the back seat, wrapped in her quilt. She bought bread, peanut butter, apples in small towns, refilled her water jug. Hidden throughout her belongings, she had $2,000 saved from her tips. She drove through Ohio, Illinois, Nebraska, Nevada, and then, suddenly, San Francisco, the Pacific churning blue-gray before her. And she could go no further. She found a room for rent in the Sunset, in a house with sea salt-colored plaster. The stern, elderly landlady eyed her belly and asked only if there would be an angry husband knocking on her door. For the last 3 months of her pregnancy, Mia walked the city, circling the lagoon in Golden Gate Park, climbing Coit Tower, crossing the Golden Gate Bridge in a fog so dense she could hear but not see the traffic. The fog mirrored her mind, a haze of formless emotion full of looming thoughts that appeared and receded before she could grasp them. Mrs. Delaney never smiled at her, but often left a plate in the oven with a note claiming leftovers she didn't want to waste. When Pearl was born on an unseasonably warm May afternoon, after 14 hours of labor, Mia took the birth record card. She had been thinking for months about a name, combing through every name she knew, until she remembered the scarlet letter. Pearl. Round, simple, whole as the peal of a bell, born into complicated circumstances. She wrote Mia Warren on the line for mother's name and reached into the bassinet to take her daughter into her arms. The first night back in the rented room, Pearl cried until Mia cried too. She wondered what the Ryans would do if she called and told them the truth. They would take the next flight, ready to spirit Pearl away. She couldn't tell if the thought was terrible or tempting. Then Mrs. Delaney knocked and held out her arms, commanding Mia to hand the baby over and lie down and rest. Mia slept instantly. When she woke, she found Mrs. Delaney in the living room, rocking a sleeping Pearl. Mrs. Delaney asked if she had rested, then set the baby back in Mia's arms. "She's yours," she said. "You take care of her." The next few weeks passed in the same haze, but something shifted. Mrs. Delaney never again took the baby, but in the evenings she would knock with soup, sandwiches, meatloaf, leftovers, she always claimed, followed by gruff reminders about rent or mud. Mia understood the gift for what it was. When Pearl was 3 weeks old, Mal's phone call arrived. Mia had sent Pauline and Mal a letter with her new address, saying she was fine but wouldn't be returning to New York. Now, Mal told her Pauline had been having headaches, strange symptoms, auras, she'd said. Mal looked like an angel with a halo. A scan had found a golf ball-sized lump in her brain. Mal suggested Mia come right away if she wanted to see Pauline. That evening, Mia booked her second plane ticket. It took most of her savings, but a bus would take too long. She arrived at Pauline and Mal's apartment with a knapsack and Pearl in her arms. Pauline, 20 pounds thinner, looked whittled down to her essence. They spent the afternoon together, Mal and Pauline cooing over the baby, and Mia stayed the night in the guest room for the first and last time. In the morning, she woke early to nurse Pearl on the couch, and Pauline came in. She asked Mia to stay. Her eyes were feverishly bright. She lifted her camera and asked to take both of them. She shot a whole roll, then Mal brought tea and a shawl, and Pauline put the camera away. When Mia boarded the plane back to San Francisco that evening, she had forgotten all about it. Pauline hugged her goodbye, kissed her cheek, and said she was expecting great things. Her use of the present tense, as if she would watch Mia's career unfold over decades, caught in Mia's throat. She pulled Pauline close, breathed in her scent of lavender and eucalyptus, and turned away before Pauline could see her cry. A week and a half later, Mal called again. The call Mia had known was coming. 11 days. She had known. It would happen fast, but still she could not quite believe that. Only 11 days ago, Pauline had been alive. It was still warm, still June. The calendar page hadn't even turned. Then, a few weeks later, a package arrived. Inside were 10 black and white prints, 8 by 10, each glowing with the peculiar luminosity of Pauline's work. Mia cradling Pearl, lifting her high, nursing her. On the back of each, Pauline's unmistakable signature and a note clipped to a business card. Anita would sell these for her when she needed money, send her work when she was ready. Pauline had told Anita to expect her. After that, Mia began to take pictures again with a fervor that felt almost like relief. She walked the city for hours, Pearl strapped to her back in a sling made from an old silk blouse. Most of her savings were gone, and every roll of film was precious, so she worked carefully, framing each image in her mind before she took it. With each shutter click, she thought of Pauline. By summer, she had 7 shots she thought might have something, as Pauline would have put it. Anita disagreed, calling them promising, but not yet, urging her to take more risks. Mia sent one of Pauline's photographs in response, asking for more time and insisting her name stay out of it. Anita, after a heated auction, bought her 2 years' worth of time, even after her 50% commission. Mia would make it count. It would be 15 years before, faced with Pearl's hospital bill for pneumonia, she sold another. Within a year, she sent Anita a new set of prints, chronicling slow decay, a dead cottonwood, a condemned house, a rusting car. A month later, Anita called with news that she'd sold one, the car, for $400. Not a lot, but a start. Mia took it as a sign. She had been dreaming of deserts, of cactus and wide red skies. New images were forming in her mind. She told Anita she would call in a week or 2 with a place to wire the money. Mrs. Delaney watched from the window as Mia packed the rabbit, setting Pearl's bassinet in the footwell of the front seat. When Mia pried the house key loose and handed it back, Mrs. Delaney surprised her with an uncharacteristic hug, her voice thick as she mentioned she'd never told Mia about her daughter. Then she took the key and hurried back inside, the gate clanging shut. Mia thought about this all through the long drive, until outside of Provo, where she made her first stop, the first of many. All the way, Pearl cooed from her bassinet, as if she could see everything coming their way. Mrs. Richardson, of course, knew none of this. She had only the basics from the Wrights, that Mia had shown up pregnant, claiming to be a surrogate for a family named Ryan. The Wrights couldn't remember their first names. Mrs. Wright admitted she hadn't been sure it was true, had thought Mia might be in trouble, but then a lawyer had called a few weeks after Mia left, asking if they could reach her. He had sent a card, but they never heard from her again. Mrs. Wright rummaged for the card, and Mrs. Richardson copied down the address. Thomas Riley, Riley and Schwartz, on 53rd Street in New York. She thanked the Wrights, declining their offer of cookies. They offered to lend photos of Warren for the paper, but Mrs. Richardson said she'd get back in touch. She meant it, she told herself. She apologized for everything they'd been through and asked, at the door, if they would want to find their daughter again. Mrs. Wright said maybe, but if Mia wanted to be found, she'd have gotten in touch. When Mrs. Richardson asked if they were still angry, neither answered. Back at the hotel, she dialed the law firm. A secretary answered, and Mrs. Richardson claimed to have information regarding a case Mr. Riley had worked on, wanting to confirm he still represented the Ryans. The secretary found the file, Joseph and Madeline Ryan, and said Mr. Riley was still on retainer, though the file had been inactive for some time. Mrs. Richardson hung up, her heart pounding. Then she called her friend Michael at the New York Times. They'd met in college, working on the newspaper, and he had once, she was sure, been in love with her. Recently, he'd been nominated for a Pulitzer. She asked for a favor. A week later, Michael confirmed what she had suspected: hospital bills from St. Elizabeth's in 1981 for a Mia Wright, paid by Joseph Ryan, which had stopped in February 1982, when Mia would have been 6 months pregnant. Any doubts about Pearl's origins vanished. Mrs. Richardson felt sympathy for the Ryans, who wanted a baby so badly, and a twinge of sympathy for Mia as well, at the excruciating thought of giving her child away. She asked herself what she would have done in that situation, each time coming to the same conclusion: she would never have let herself get into that situation. She would have made better choices. She stacked her notes in a folder labeled MW and resolved to drive home the next day. On the way out of the clinic, Lexi struggled to process what had just happened. Her body moved mechanically while her mind drifted. She had been pregnant, and now she was not. Deep in her belly, a vague cramping and a warm dampness seeped into the pad the nurse had given her. Pearl took her arm, asked if she was okay. Lexi nodded, and the parking lot spun sideways. Pearl caught her and guided her to the Explorer, buckling her seatbelt. The original plan had been to drive Lexi home. Her mother wouldn't be back until tomorrow, and she'd assumed she'd be fine by then, but Pearl could see she was in no condition to go home. She was still woozy from the anesthesia, and Pearl decided to take her to her own house instead. Pearl decided to take Lexi to her own house. When Lexi asked about Mia, Pearl assured her that her mother could keep a secret, a statement that struck Lexi as deeply sad, and she burst into tears again. They arrived at the Winslow house just past noon, where Mia was cutting a maple tree from a magazine ad with an X-Acto knife. She looked up in alarm at the sight of them. Lexi, who had calmed down during the drive, began crying again at the sight of the scalpel in Mia's hands. To everyone's surprise, including her own, Mia pulled Lexi into her arms and told her she was all right, that everything would be okay. Lexi would never be entirely sure whether she told Mia what happened, or if Pearl did, or if Mia simply intuited it. She would only remember Mia holding her tight, the world finally stopping its spinning, and Mia tucking her into a low, soft bed that turned out to be Mia's own. Mia had already suspected something about Lexi's situation. She had found condom wrappers in Lexi's trash, and once, retrieving a forgotten purse, she'd tripped over Brian's tennis shoes beside Lexi's sandals in the entryway and hurried out before she could overhear anything. Lexi struck her as terrifyingly young, and Mia didn't want to think about what she might be up to, or what Pearl might be up to by extension. So when Lexi appeared, leaning on Pearl's arm, her face wan and grayish, a pink discharge form clutched in her hand, and a bag of pads dangling from Pearl's wrist, Mia understood immediately. She felt no gloating, only a flood of sympathy for the bind Lexi was in and the pain she would have to endure. Lexi woke mid-afternoon, nestled under a crisp white comforter. The curtains were drawn, but a lamp in the corner had been left on with a towel draped over the shade to soften the light. The thoughtfulness of this made her sob again. Mia appeared at her bedside, stroking her back, telling her it was okay. Lexi breathed easier. Mia sat cross-legged on the floor, handed her a tissue, and Lexi realized the bed was just a mattress on the carpet. When she handed back the damp tissue, Mia held out her hand without hesitation. Mia asked if she could eat, and Lexi managed some hot chicken noodle soup. Pearl arrived, having borrowed Moody's bike to get home and check on her. She hadn't told him anything, only that she'd forgotten a promise to help her mother. It unnerved her how easy lying to Moody had become. Mia assured Lexi she would be fine. Then Izzy arrived, expecting her usual afternoon with Mia, and froze at the sight of Lexi. Lexi snapped that she was there to hang out with Pearl. Izzy was suspicious Lexi never came to the Winslow house, but Pearl said they were working on an English paper. Mia gently explained she wasn't working that afternoon, promising Izzy she could come back tomorrow. Izzy left with a glare, and Lexi felt drained, slumping in her chair. Mia sent her back to bed, settling her onto the mattress and patting her back like a child. Lexi suddenly remembered the automated attendance call that would alert her parents she had cut class. Mia told her she'd already called the school, pretending to be Lexi's mother, and said she was out sick for the day and tomorrow. Lexi was stunned but relieved, and Mia told her to rest. When she woke again, late evening, Mia brought her peppermint tea and told her she'd called Lexi's father to say she was staying over at Pearl's. Lexi thanked her. Mia said she could stay as long as she needed, but would likely be ready to go home tomorrow. Lexi asked what would happen then, and Mia said it was up to her who she told. Lexi grabbed Mia's hand in a panic, asking if she'd made a huge mistake, if she was a terrible person. Mia assured her she'd been in a hard situation, one no one wanted to be in. Lexi wondered if she should have kept the baby, if she and Brian could have made it work. Mia asked if she would have been ready to be the kind of mother a child deserves. They sat in silence, Lexi leaning her head on Mia's shoulder, wondering for the first time what it would have been like to have Mia as her mother. Mia told her she would always be sad about it, but that didn't mean she'd made the wrong choice. It was something she would have to carry. When Lexi pressed her to say whether she'd made the wrong choice, Mia said only that Lexi was the only one who could know that. When Lexi woke in the morning, the lamp was off and a glass of water was at her bedside. Pearl was in the kitchen eating cereal. She said Lexi looked better. Lexi asked where her mother was. Mia had gone to clean the Richardsons' house early and was covering a lunch shift at the restaurant. Pearl didn't mention the real reason, that Bebe was meeting with her lawyer. She nudged the cereal box toward Lexi, who took a handful and asked if Mia had slept on the floor. Pearl said she'd shared her bed. Lexi apologized, and Pearl shrugged it off, saying they were used to it. Pearl dismissed the apology with a shrug, claiming they were used to making do, that a lack of space for two beds was a familiar problem. She pushed a bowl across the table and teased Lexi about her manners, but the thought trailing behind her words was a quiet observation. Lexi seemed younger, more fragile, and she wasn't sure if it was the pale morning light, or the girl's bare face and loose hair, or the sheer strangeness of having her here in this kitchen after everything they'd shared. Lexi stirred her cereal, admitting that Pearl's mother had been surprisingly kind to her the night before, which prompted a prickle of pride in Pearl. Lexi confessed she had always felt Mia disliked her, and Pearl considered this, acknowledging she'd sensed the same tension, but recognizing something had softened between them now. Perhaps, she offered, they simply hadn't understood each other before. Lexi wondered if Mia liked her now, and Pearl, with a grin, allowed for the possibility. Lexi rose then, looped an arm around her, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Later, in the dark, Pearl recalled Mia rubbing her back as they lay together in the narrow bed, a gesture she hadn't felt in years. When they were younger, sharing a mattress had been both a necessity and a comfort, a closeness like small animals in a den. But as Pearl grew, the practice had faded. The night before, Mia had murmured sympathetically about Lexi's predicament, then fumbled her way into a subject she felt was overdue. Pearl had rolled away from her, her protest clear, not wanting to have this conversation. Mia persisted, her concern evident, wanting to ensure Pearl knew how to be responsible, mentioning Moody and their obvious closeness. For a moment, the air beside her grew taut, then slackened again as Pearl asserted they were only friends, dismissing the idea. She insisted Moody meant nothing more to her, and reassured her mother she'd learned everything she needed in health class, convincing herself that omitting the truth about Tripp wasn't the same as lying. As Mia began to rub her back again, the familiar, calming rhythm, Pearl drifted off, believing she was safe. After Pearl was asleep, Mia kept her hand on her daughter's shoulder blade, feeling the faint, steady beat of her heart. So much time had passed since Pearl had allowed her this kind of closeness. In the early days, her daughter had been a constant warm weight against her, held in a sling, clinging to her leg, creeping into her bed, and their bodies had rarely been apart. Now, as a teenager, Pearl's affection was measured in brief hugs and fleeting touches, making them all the more precious. Mia thought of how hard it was to want to hold someone so completely, to fuse together, and to have to settle for the scent of what you once had. The following morning, after Pearl left for school, Lexi remained, eventually falling back asleep across the bed. She was still dozing when Mia returned from the restaurant, carrying leftover noodles and a new idea, and by the time Lexi stirred, Mia was at the table, sketching. On the phone with Bibi, Mia was offering a firm but gentle warning. The article in the paper was a foretaste of the ordeal to come, and she told her to brace herself, to breathe. When she hung up, Lexi, embarrassed that she'd forgotten the baby's Chinese name, asked if it had been Mirabelle's mother. Mia confirmed it, explaining that the day's news had painted Bibi as unfit, a detail Lexi should be familiar with given her father's role. But Lexi admitted she'd been too distracted to follow it, and then asked directly, was Bibi an unfit mother? Mia returned to her drawing, considering the question as she worked. She allowed that Bibi might have been, once, but she had been trapped in a terrible situation. Lexi parroted the phrase she'd absorbed from her own mother. She'd abandoned her baby. But Mia saw it differently, believing Bibi had acted out of a desperate attempt to do what she thought was best, recognizing her own limitations. The real question, she proposed, was whether things had changed, and if she deserved a second chance. Lexi pressed her on this, and after a long moment, Mia answered that most people deserved more than one chance, that everyone carried their regrets. Her words struck a silent chord in Lexi, who felt her hand drift instinctively to her belly, where a dull ache was beginning. She decided it was time to go home, and Mia asked if she was ready. Lexi admitted she wasn't, and doubted she ever would be, but she thanked Mia for everything. Mia asked if she planned to tell her mother, and Lexi considered, deciding that maybe someday she would, but not now. As she gathered her things, she found the clinic's pink discharge slip, and without a word, she crumpled it and threw it away before slipping out the door. As the custody hearing loomed, the public's appetite for the story grew. News reports framed Bibi Chow in starkly different lights, some portraying her as a struggling immigrant overcome by circumstance, others painting her as unstable and unreliable. By the last week of March, the courthouse steps were a feeding frenzy for journalists, all hungry for scraps of testimony. But because family court proceedings were private, the public narratives remained oversimplified. Only those inside the room, the McCulloughs, their lawyers, Mr. Richardson, Ed Lim, Bibi, and the judge, witnessed the full, painful complexity of the story as it unfolded over the course of a week. A slow, agonizing dance unfolded between Mr. Richardson and Ed Lim, each lawyer making a point for their client, the other deftly countering. The evidence was grim. The baby had been severely undernourished, her dehydration marked by a sunken fontanelle, her ribs and spine visible through her skin, weighing barely 8 pounds at 2 months old. The prosecution pointed to the fact that Bibi had never sought help. But the defense argued there was more to the story. The baby had refused to latch, leaving Bibi in pain, her milk drying up after she spent her last dollars on formula. The diaper rash was severe, but Bibi had done what she could, scraping and reusing soiled diapers, applying the only ointment she had. Neighbors confirmed the baby's endless crying, but they also had heard Bibi sobbing beside her, both of them wailing in the dark. Bibi had been in the country for 2 years, struggling with language and poverty, holding dead-end jobs, and living in precarious apartments. Her support network was non-existent, her understanding of welfare a void. She was a woman with no safety net, simply trying to survive. The evidence against her mounted. Her association with a man who was later arrested, her inability to hold a steady job, her poverty. Yet each accusation was met with a defense that offered context. The man had only been a sympathetic co-worker. The low wages were a fact of her life. She had no resources to fall back on. The question of who was the better mother hung over the courtroom. The McCulloughs had resources, a beautiful home, and a stable future to offer, and their devotion was undeniable. Their home was a fortress of opportunity and love. But the defense circled back. Biology and motherhood were intertwined. Bibi had carried and nurtured Mei Ling, and her love, however imperfect, was real. To take a child from her mother was to sever that deepest of bonds. Could the love of a mother be weighed against the cost of raising a child? It was true she should have sought help, but she simply didn't know where to look. Her command of English was only passable, her ability to read even more limited, and the existence of social workers, welfare, any kind of safety net was a complete unknown to her. When she looked down at her life, she saw no cushion to catch her, only the sharp, impossible spikes of the city around her. Could anyone fault her for placing her daughter on a high ledge of safety while she herself fell? Bibi had left her baby on the steps of the Kinsman Road fire station in the early hours of January 5th, 1997, when the temperature had plummeted to near freezing, the wind chill making it even more brutal. When the firemen found her at 2:30 in the morning, nestled in a cardboard box, a light snow had just begun to dust the scene, yet Bibi had taken immense care to protect her. The baby was wrapped in everything she owned, swaddled in layers of clothing and blankets, her hands tucked in, her head shielded from the wind. The fire chief estimated she had been outside for less than half an hour, touched by the snow for only a few minutes, just enough to make the blankets shimmer as if sugared or dusted with diamonds. Bibi had been in the country for barely 2 years when her daughter was born, and in Cleveland for only 1. In that time, she had cycled through 3 apartments, breaking 1 lease and falling chronically behind on another, and had never earned more than minimum wage. The shame of her constant arrears was a monthly ache. 1 month after paying her rent in full, she'd had to choose between food and electricity. After that, she paid what she could, whenever she got good tips, sliding marked envelopes under her landlord's door, meticulously tracking the deficit on an old envelope. The balance grew, an impossible mountain she could never surmount. What better job could she get with her limited English and no education? During her pregnancy, Bibi had worked at a restaurant where a cook named Vinny was later arrested for dealing heroin. Other staff had noticed a closeness between them, perhaps even flirting. It raised the question of whether she had been involved in something illicit. But Vinny's interest had been one of pity, not romance. He saw her struggles, her growing belly, the boyfriend who had vanished, and they reminded him of his own sister's desperate situation. His kindness to Bibi, the jokes and rides home, were simply an attempt to ease her burden, to make her smile like he could no longer make his sister smile. And Bibi, though she found Vinny attractive, was drawn to his compassion, the thought of intimacy repelling her as she carried her child. Her current job paid a pittance, a little over $2 an hour plus tips, leaving her with just over $300 a month. Could a child survive on that? Would she not be dependent on government aid? A drain on the community's resources? The defense argued that love would be enough, that with affection, basic needs could be met. It asked an impossible question: how did you weigh a mother's love against the cost of raising a child? The McCulloughs, in contrast, represented a world of stability and affluence. Mr. McCullough had a solid career. His wife had devoted herself to the baby, planning to do so indefinitely. They lived in a safe, wealthy neighborhood, had a home, certified, lead-free, and had provided the baby with everything: medical care, enrichment, love. Their devotion was evident in their decade-long struggle to conceive, their 4-year wait to adopt, their consultations with the best doctors. The implication was clear. They would offer the baby every possible opportunity and the most loving care. But the counter-argument was a matter of blood and bone. The baby already had a mother who had carried her, felt her kick, labored for hours to bring her into the world, and touched every part of her newborn body, learning her by heart before anyone else had the chance. The questioning in the courtroom turned to the practical realities of raising a child. If custody were returned to Bibi, she would be a single working mother. Who would care for the child while she worked? Would a daycare truly be as good as a home with a devoted parent? What about the importance of a father figure? At its core, the debate came down to one question: what made a mother? Was it the biology of her blood or the love she gave? Mr. Richardson watched, relieved that the public wouldn't see the final day of testimony. When Mrs. McCullough took her seat near the judge, her nervousness was palpable in the way she crossed and uncrossed her ankles. For the first time, he noticed how the witness box, for all its formality, concealed a person's lower half, at least hiding their fidgeting from the world. Ed Lim rose slowly to question her. He was a tall, lean man, a former basketball player, one of only 2 Asians in his class. But Mrs. McCullough, who had been a shy freshman 3 years behind him, didn't remember him or the other Asian girl who'd been a cheerleader alongside her. He began by establishing her lifelong residence in Shaker, her schooling from kindergarten, her time at Ohio University, and her immediate return to the city. She confirmed it all, eager to emphasize her roots and her family's commitment. Ed Lim then shifted, noting that Mei Ling's parents were from Guangdong, and asking if she, Mrs. McCullough, had ever been there. She responded defensively that they planned a heritage trip for Mirabelle when she was older. Did she speak Cantonese, he pressed? Any dialect of Chinese? She didn't. Had she studied Chinese culture or history? At this, Mr. Richardson clicked his pen in irritation, believing Ed Lim was merely showing off. Mrs. McCullough insisted they were committed to learning about Mirabelle's birth culture, but emphasized that the most important thing was providing a loving home with 2 parents. Ed Lim acknowledged their love was unquestionable, then asked what concrete steps they had taken to keep Mei Ling connected to her heritage. After a long pause, she mentioned taking her to a Chinese restaurant once a month, hoping she'd absorb the language and grow to love the food, and offered the possibility of a future cooking class. Ed Lim's silence prompted her to mention a birthday gift, choosing a panda bear over a brown or polar bear, thinking it would give her a connection. He then asked about the girls' dolls, and her response revealed they were all white and blonde with blue eyes. When he pressed on why there were no dolls that looked like Mei Ling, she stumbled, claiming blonde and blue-eyed was the default. Ed Lim countered that it wasn't a default that looked like her, and when he asked if Mei Ling had any Asian dolls, she admitted she didn't, offering a future Chinese Barbie as a possibility. Ed Lim revealed such a doll didn't exist. He continued asking about books, and Mrs. McCullough listed classics like Goodnight Moon and Madeline. But when asked if they featured Chinese characters, she offered The 5 Chinese Brothers, a book Ed Lim noted depicted Chinese people with pigtails and slanted eyes. He pointed out this wasn't the image of Chinese people one would want Mei Ling to have. And when asked about other books with Chinese characters, she admitted she hadn't thought about it. Ed Lim concluded that Mei Ling had no dolls or books that reflected her image, and that her adoptive parents, who didn't speak Chinese or know its culture or history, hadn't considered that aspect of her identity. He asked if it was fair to say she would be divorced from her birth culture if she stayed with them. This line of questioning struck a nerve. Mrs. McCullough began to cry, thinking of all the ways she had loved and cared for Mirabelle, feeding her, holding her, monitoring her growth, staying up with her when she was sick. She insisted love was the only requirement and that she and her husband were giving her a better life. Mr. Richardson offered her a quiet reassurance, but inside he felt a tremor of doubt. He was suddenly aware of the immense weight of the world on this vulnerable child, and wondered if something would be missing from her life if she grew up with the McCulloughs. On the courthouse steps, he made a neutral statement about trusting the judge's decision. The McCulloughs didn't seem to notice this shift in his tone, and the newspapers, echoing his earlier confidence, ran headlines that proclaimed his certainty. But the certainty Mr. Richardson felt was far less than the story suggested. That evening, when Mrs. Richardson asked about the hearing, her husband offered little detail, only mentioning that Linda had testified and that Ed Lim had been harsh, making things look unfavorable. As he spoke, however, a strategic idea began to form in his mind about how to reframe the narrative, and he decided to call his press contacts later to plant a story about Lim's aggressive tactics. The next day, an article would subtly suggest that an angry, articulate Asian man was unsettling, playing into stereotypes to sway public opinion. While he recognized the ugliness of this manipulation, he also saw its effectiveness. Neutral observers would shift their support to the McCulloughs, and even some of Bibe's backers would waver. At the dinner table, Lexi expressed sympathy for Bibe, wondering if she had simply been overwhelmed, but Izzy quickly called her out on her previous harsh judgment. Lexi admitted Bibe should have done better, but she questioned whether a single mistake should define a person's entire future. Mrs. Richardson firmly countered, arguing that pregnancy was a serious responsibility and that Bibe's unpreparedness was the strongest argument for letting the McCulloughs raise the child. Lexi pushed back, asking if her own mother would force her to give up a baby if she got pregnant, but Mrs. Richardson dismissed the hypothetical confidence she had raised her children with more sense. Izzy, noticing Lexi's unusual empathy, pressed her on it, but Lexi deflected, claiming the situation was simply complex. Moody rolled his eyes at the whole affair, and Mr. Richardson redirected the conversation to lighter topics. Later, clearing the dishes, Mr. Richardson voiced a quiet doubt to his wife. Did Mark and Linda truly know how to raise a Chinese child? Mrs. Richardson dismissed the concern, insisting that raising a child was the same, regardless of race, and that they could learn about her culture alongside her. She argued that growing up in a home that truly didn't see race was a tremendous gift, even suggesting that everyone should be raised by a family of another race to solve racism. Her fierce idealism, born from a deep loyalty to her friend's long-held dream of motherhood, was something Mr. Richardson had always admired. But now, for the first time, he wondered if her certainty was misplaced, recognizing that rules didn't always offer clear answers, and that sometimes there were simply different ways forward. The judge seemed equally conflicted, and weeks passed without a decision. Lexi, needing a follow-up appointment, surprised Pearl and Mia by asking Mia to come with her, finding comfort in her presence. Pearl, meanwhile, felt a strange shift after their night together, as if she and Lexi had momentarily traded places. Lexi had even worn Pearl's clothes home, and when Pearl found Lexi's shirt left behind, she wore it to school, feeling a borrowed confidence that made her act bolder than usual. The feeling lingered, and when she found herself alone with Trip one afternoon, she seized the opportunity. leading him to her own bedroom, a place that felt significant and intimate after their usual stolen moments. Moody, left alone, was intercepted by Tim Michaels, who mentioned Tripp's mysterious new girlfriend. A suspicion took hold in Moody's mind, and he pedaled to Pearl's house, where he saw Tripp's car parked outside. He waited, watching the window, and when they finally emerged, the easy intimacy between them confirmed his worst fears. He confronted Pearl later, his anger and hurt boiling over into cruelty. He accused Tripp of using her, of seeing her as just another conquest, but Pearl defended him, insisting he was wrong and that she had been the one to initiate things. Her defiance only deepened Moody's hurt, and he responded with bitter, insulting words. When she retaliated with a cutting remark about his virginity and his judgment of her, he was left speechless, the sting of her anger sharper than he had expected. He bit the inside of his cheek to hold back tears, tasting blood. He tried to end the conversation, asking her to never speak of it again, and from that moment on, they didn't. They stopped walking to school together, stopped sitting near each other in class. Moody told himself it was easier this way, that pretending she didn't exist was the only way to survive the sting of her betrayal. Moody's disappointment in Pearl was a cold, hard knot in his chest. He hadn't expected her to choose him. He knew he wasn't the kind of boy girls fell for, but choosing Tripp felt like a betrayal of everything he thought she was. It was like diving into what he believed was a deep, clear lake, only to find it was a shallow, muddy puddle. The only thing to do was stand up, wipe off the grime, and move on with a new, wary understanding that the world was smaller than he'd imagined. In algebra class, he seized a moment when Pearl was gone and her bag was unguarded. He found the small black notebook he'd given her months ago, its spine uncracked, untouched. That evening, alone in his room, he tore out the blank pages, crumpling them in handfuls and tossing them into the trash. He dropped the empty leather cover on top, a limp husk, and kicked the can under his desk. The worst part was that she never even noticed it was missing. Lexi's own romance was fraying. Since the clinic, she'd been avoiding intimacy with Brian, and the secret of the abortion hung between them, unspoken. His patience was wearing thin, and when he tried to kiss her and she turned away, he demanded to know what was wrong, chalking it up to hormones. She bristled at the accusation, but couldn't articulate the real source of her distance. He pushed for an explanation, and she asked for space, which only frustrated him more. She finally blurted out that maybe it was better this way, given their separate futures at Yale and Princeton. Brian, stunned, accepted her words as a decision and told her they were done. She stepped out of the car, half expecting him to reconsider, but he drove away without looking back. She started walking, her feet carrying her aimlessly through streets she knew by car but had never traversed on foot. Memories of their time together flooded her mind. Indians' games, fireworks on the 4th of July, homecoming, dances, and intimate moments. It was all gone now. She found herself at the duplex on Winslow, drawn to the light in the upstairs window. She knew Mia would understand, would help her make sense of the mess she'd made. She climbed the stairs and entered the kitchen, finding Izzy already there, folding paper cranes with Mia. Izzy shot her a hostile look, but Mia welcomed her warmly. Lexi settled into a chair, her face rigid with barely contained distress. When Izzy asked if she was okay, she insisted she was fine. Then she announced that Brian had broken up with her. Izzy, surprising herself, expressed genuine sympathy, and when she offered to leave, Lexi asked her to stay. Izzy slid a square of paper across the table, and Lexi began to fold it, her hands moving mechanically until a pale crane emerged in her palms. Mr. Richardson reported that the judge, Harold Rhinebeck, a 69-year-old man with a sensitive nature, was still delaying his decision. The case had been weighing on him, the image of the baby's face, enlarged and placed on Ed Lim's table, haunting his thoughts as he mulled over the testimony. He felt a deep sympathy for King Solomon, unable to find a clear path forward. Mrs. McCullough confided in Mrs. Richardson, describing the agony of the wait. She had noticed something about Bebe months earlier, a plumpness, a roundness to her face, and a sudden dash to the bathroom during a library visit, from which she returned looking ill. It made her suspect Bebe might have been pregnant, and then, a month ago, she'd gone back to being rail-thin, leading Mrs. McCullough to wonder if she'd had an abortion. Mrs. Richardson considered the implication. While an abortion didn't inherently make someone a bad mother, it would turn public opinion against her, and having one while fighting for custody of another child would suggest carelessness. She offered to investigate to see if there was any truth to the suspicion. Mrs. McCullough was grateful, and Mrs. Richardson assured her she would handle it, cautioning her not to mention it to the men yet. The truth was, Bebe had never been pregnant. The stress of the impending hearing, the constant harassment from the press, and her boss's complaints about her upcoming absence had driven her to stress eat, packing on 15 pounds in a month. She worked punishing hours to make up for the time she'd need off, and the period became a blur of exhaustion. Then food poisoning from old leftovers struck, and she vomited in the library in front of the social worker. Afterward, she couldn't eat for days, and when she recovered, the anxiety of the approaching hearing killed her appetite. By the time the hearing began, she had lost the 15 pounds she'd gained, and then 10 more. Mrs. Richardson, unaware of all this, decided to investigate the suspicion. She was confident in her ability to find out anything, and she had connections. She called her old college roommate Elizabeth Manwell, who now ran the only clinic on the East Side that provided abortions. Mrs. Richardson asked for a small, illicit favor to check if Bebe Chow's name appeared on the clinic's records. Elizabeth refused, citing confidentiality and ethics, but Mrs. Richardson pressed, reminding her of their long friendship and all the help she'd given her over the years. Elizabeth had been a shy, insecure girl when they met, and Mrs. Richardson had taken her under her wing, transforming her with advice and support. She'd helped her get her job, introduced her to her husband, and never asked for anything in return. Now, she was calling in that debt. Elizabeth was torn, but Mrs. Richardson argued that a quick glance at the list, under the guise of a lunch date, was harmless. She only needed to know if there was anything worth digging into. Reluctantly, Elizabeth agreed to a lunch meeting. At the clinic, Mrs. Richardson greeted her warmly, bragging about her children's achievements, while Elizabeth grew increasingly uncomfortable with the condescending tone. Elizabeth had planned to help, even pulling up the records, but as she listened to Elena prattle on, she changed her mind. She remembered how Elena always treated her like a child, and she resented it. When Mrs. Richardson pressed again, Elizabeth refused. Mrs. Richardson couldn't believe it. After everything she'd done for her friend, this was how she was repaid? She tried to guilt Elizabeth, reminding her of all the times she'd helped her, but Elizabeth stood her ground, citing the law and her own ethics. Elizabeth tried to explain that it wasn't about trust, but Mrs. Richardson barreled on, her thoughts churning with a sense of entitlement. She had nurtured and guided Betsy, helping her land her job, her husband, her entire life. And now she was being denied a simple favor. She applied her lipstick with precise strokes, a calculated gesture, reminding Elizabeth of all the times she'd trusted her advice and come out ahead. Elizabeth saw the calculation behind the kindness and realized that Elena had been keeping a tally all these years, expecting repayment. Elizabeth's sharp retort caught Mrs. Richardson off guard, and she denied any such intention. But Elizabeth stood firm, citing laws and ethics, and her disappointment in Elena was clear. The phone rang, and Elizabeth answered, promising to be right down. When she left, Mrs. Richardson, stunned and resentful, saw her chance. She quickly accessed the computer, finding the patient list, but there was no Bebe Chow. Instead, A name at the bottom caught her eye: Pearl Warren. When Elizabeth returned, Mrs. Richardson was composed, though a tremor of anger and shock ran through her. She accepted Elizabeth's refusal with a thin, forced grace, but the damage was done. Over lunch, their conversation was hollow, and they parted ways, their friendship irrevocably altered. On her way back to the office, Mrs. Richardson seethed. She was certain Pearl and Moody were involved, and she was appalled by their carelessness. How could they have been so irresponsible? She considered confronting them, but decided to avoid a public scene. She'd speak to Moody that evening. At the office, a call from her husband brought news. Judge Rhinebeck had decided in favor of the McCulloughs. Linda would keep the baby. Mrs. Richardson felt a surge of joy for her friend, but also a flicker of disappointment that her own investigations hadn't been needed. Her husband described Beebe's breakdown, and while Mrs. Richardson's words were dismissive, a sliver of doubt crept in. Across town, Beebe was in shambles. The verdict had shattered her, and she'd been escorted from the courthouse in a daze, shredding a coffee cup with her teeth. The bailiff, in a gesture of kindness, paid for a cab to take her home. She was too broken to even notice the press or the sight of her daughter being carried away. She arrived at Mia's, and Mia, seeing her face, understood immediately. She took Beebe in, let her cry, and held her as the weight of the decision settled over them both. The news of the verdict spread through the high school in a ripple of pages and whispers. Izzy, unaware until she arrived at Mia's, found Beebe crumpled at the kitchen table, her sobs raw and animalistic. It was a sound Izzy had never heard from an adult, a sound of utter devastation, and it terrified her. Mia quickly ushered her out, and Izzy, clinging to her, asked if Beebe was dying, the sound of her grief feeling like a soul being torn from a body. Mia assured her she wasn't, that she would survive because she had to, and tried to explain it with the image of a prairie fire, destruction that cleared the way for new growth. Izzy nodded, but the image of Beebe's pain stayed with her. She asked Mia to pass on her apologies and then left. At the Richardson house, Lexi and Moody heard the news on the answering machine. Moody retreated to his room, avoiding thoughts of Pearl, while Lexi went to Serena's. Pearl, who had been with Tripp, learned the outcome only when she returned home to find Beebe, now quiet, still at the table. Mia confirmed it was over, and Pearl offered a simple, heartfelt apology before disappearing into her room. Mia and Beebe sat in silence until dark, and when Beebe finally rose to leave, Mia assured her that she would always be Mei Ling's mother. She let her go without pushing for more, but later she would wonder if her words had been interpreted as permission, and whether she would have tried to stop Beebe if she'd known what was coming. The McCulloughs' press conference stretched on, their joy palpable as they fielded questions about their relief and their plans. When asked about sympathy for Beebe, Mrs. McCullough's response was sharp, dismissing her as an unfit mother who had abandoned her child. The McCulloughs went home with Mirabelle, and the Richardsons' lives returned to their separate routines. Mrs. Richardson, barred from writing the story, worked late on city politics and arrived home to an empty house. Upstairs, Izzy's room blared Tori Amos, the music, a shield against her own turmoil. Mrs. Richardson passed by without comment, her mind on more pressing matters. She went straight to Moody's room, demanding his attention. He was reluctant, but she pressed on, revealing that she knew about Pearl and the baby. Moody's shock was immediate and complete. He hadn't known. When Mrs. Richardson realized she'd misjudged the situation, Moody's revelation was cold and brutal. It wasn't him. It was Tripp. He laughed bitterly, the pain of the truth settling over him. Mrs. Richardson was stunned, the pieces clicking into place with a sickening finality. She left without another word, her mind reeling. Izzy, in her room, had heard everything, and the music fell silent as she absorbed the implications. The next morning, Mrs. Richardson left early, avoiding her children. She had spent the night trying to understand Trip and Pearl's relationship, wondering what her son saw in the serious, intellectual girl. It didn't fit his pattern, and she remained puzzled as she drove to work, the question gnawing at her. Mrs. Richardson spent the morning wrestling with her options. Confronting Trip and Pearl directly felt mortifying, like stripping them bare, and she had never been one to intervene in her children's romantic lives, preferring to trust their judgment. But the situation demanded action. By mid-morning, she found herself driving to the Winslow house, her anger driving her forward. She entered without knocking, her eyes sweeping over the sparse apartment, noting its poverty and the casual presence of Izzy's jacket, which felt like a personal affront. Mia looked up, alarmed, as Mrs. Richardson confronted her. Mrs. Richardson revealed she knew about the Ryans and Pearl's true origins, her voice dripping with contempt. She accused Mia of being a hypocrite, of stealing a child and then trying to take a baby from the McCulloughs. Mia defended herself, insisting Pearl was her child and that a mother had a right to raise her own. Mrs. Richardson dismissed her, pointing out the Ryans would have given Pearl a better life. Mia's response was sharp, turning the tables and accusing Mrs. Richardson of being unable to imagine a life different from her own, a life that didn't conform to her rigid expectations. The accusation struck a nerve, and Mrs. Richardson, rattled, ordered Mia to leave by tomorrow, offering $100 to settle the rent. She left without answering Mia's question, only telling her to ask her daughter. At school, Pearl was pulled from class by a call from the office. Her mother was there to pick her up, and Pearl, confused and resistant, followed her outside. Mia explained they had to leave today, and Pearl's protest was immediate and fierce. She had friends, a life, and she didn't want to go. But Mia was insistent, and Pearl, against her will, followed her mother back to the car. At home, the packing was already underway. Pearl's anger boiled over as she realized this was real, that they were leaving everything behind. She threw a tantrum, scattering her belongings across the room, but Mia remained calm, waiting for her to tire herself out. When Pearl finally stopped, her face cold and set, she demanded to know why. Mia sighed and sat beside her, the weight of a long-hidden truth heavy on her shoulders. She knew she had to tell Pearl everything, a story she had been thinking about for longer than anyone could imagine. Pearl fell still, her eyes fixed on her mother, waiting. Mia began her story with a deep, steadying breath, explaining that before anything else, Pearl needed to know about her Uncle Warren. The story unfolded in a long, slow stream, covering the broad strokes of a past Pearl had never known existed. As the narrative wove to a close, Pearl sat in a daze, her fingers tracing the spiraling quilted pattern on the bedspread beneath her. She understood that the full picture would take years to emerge. Fragments would surface unexpectedly, prompted by a passing sight or a sudden memory. For a lifetime, Mia would catch a glimpse of something familiar and begin a sentence that would bring Pearl to sharp attention, ready to absorb another piece of her history. Pearl had come to realize that everything was like infinity. They might never reach the end, but they could get close enough to feel complete. Right now, what she had learned was enough. The question that rose in her mind was immediate. Why now? What had forced this revelation to the surface? Mia took another breath, grappling with the impossible task of explaining that someone Pearl adored was not to be trusted. She gave the best account she could, watching the initial confusion on her daughter's face slowly curdle into a raw, painful hurt. The idea that the polished and kind Mrs. Richardson, who had always seemed so good and right, had deliberately driven them from their home, was too stark a betrayal for Pearl to fully accept, her own sense of belonging shattered by the reflection Mrs. Richardson had carefully cultivated. Mia finally spoke the truth that had been locked away for 16 years. The Ryans would have given Pearl a wonderful life, she admitted, because Joseph Ryan was her father. The words felt foreign and heavy on her tongue, a truth she had never allowed herself to fully acknowledge aloud. She repeated the phrase, almost tasting it, and watched Pearl silently test the word for herself, her lips moving with the newness of it. Mia offered to take them to New York, assuring her they could be found. Pearl took a long, silent moment to consider this. The enormity of meeting a biological father pressing down on her. She finally declined, for now, leaving the possibility open for some distant, unspecified future, and instead leaned into her mother's embrace, seeking the familiar comfort of her arms. After a pause, she asked another question. What about Mia's own parents? Were they still out there? Mia hesitated, then confirmed that she believed they were, and asked if Pearl wanted to meet them. A gesture from Pearl, a small tilt of her head, hit Mia with a wave of grief, a startlingly familiar echo of her lost brother, Warren. Pearl offered a soft, tentative hope that they might go together someday. Mia held her close, burying her face in the familiar scent of Pearl's hair. In that moment, the smell was not just comfort, it was the very definition of home. A place that had never been a physical location, but had always been this one person she had carried with her. With a gentle urgency, Mia broke the embrace to insist they pack. Pearl glanced at the clock, realizing school was out for the day. As she began to roll her clothes, her mind drifted to Moody, who would be arriving home, and to Tripp, whose uncertainty she imagined as he waited for her at the car. She wondered if he would eventually give up or come looking for her. She hadn't yet spoken of Tripp to her mother, and the question of whether she ever would hung unspoken in the air. A sudden knock at the side door startled her. For a wild second, she imagined it was Tripp, summoned by her thoughts, and she turned to her mother with a look of alarm. Mia told her to keep packing and went to answer it, hoping it wasn't Mrs. Richardson come to pursue them further. Instead, she found Izzy standing bewildered in the driveway, demanding to know why the door was locked. For months, the side door had been an open invitation to her, and she was clearly unsettled by its sudden closure. Mia scrambled for a plausible excuse, claiming she'd been occupied. Izzy pressed, wondering if Bibi was the reason she was being shut out. Mia assured her Bibi was gone, repeating a vague explanation about being busy. Izzy half-stepped back, then asked if Pearl was there. She needed to tell her something she'd been trying to convey all day and night. The lines had been crossed, and Pearl had a right to know. Izzy's own frustration at how poorly she had tracked her friend's movements, missing her at every turn, was a fresh sting. Now, seeing Mia's guarded demeanor, Izzy sensed something was deeply wrong, but she couldn't tell what. Was Pearl in trouble? Was Mia angry at her? Mia looked at Izzy's anxious, vulnerable face and felt a sharp pang of guilt. She couldn't decide if a lie or the truth would be more hurtful, so she chose a non-committal reassurance, promising to pass along a message. Izzy accepted the promise but lingered, her confusion and vulnerability plain on her face. She peered up at Mia, trying to read an answer she couldn't find, looking young and lost. The sight made Mia feel that she was failing this girl, just as she was leaving her behind. Mia reminded Izzy of her words about prairie fires, about needing to scorch everything to the ground to start over. A long silence stretched between them, a heavy farewell that Mia couldn't bring herself to make explicit. She simply told Izzy to remember that, asking if she understood. Izzy nodded, even though she wasn't sure she did. She asked if she would see Mia tomorrow, and the question hit Mia with a physical ache. Unable to answer, she pulled Izzy into a tight embrace, kissing her forehead before releasing her, promising only that they would see each other soon. Pearl heard the door close and waited. Her mother's footsteps were slow, weighted. When Mia finally returned, Pearl guessed it had been Izzy. Mia confirmed it, her voice flat, and retreated to her own room to pack. They executed a routine born of countless moves, nesting the few dishes, wrapping the kitchenware in a sack cushioned with food, gathering toiletries and clothes into duffel bags. Mia wedged their belongings into the rabbit's footwells and laid blankets over them. The cameras, the chemicals, the negatives, the essentials of Mia's work went into the trunk. Everything else, the furniture that had briefly made this place a home, was simply left behind. As darkness settled, Pearl's thoughts continued to spiral back to the family she was leaving. Tripp would be wondering why she hadn't shown up. The thought that she would never see him again lodged in her throat like a burning stone. She imagined Lexi waiting at the counter, twirling her hair, and Moody, with whom she would never reconcile. "It isn't fair," she said, the protest small and helpless. Mia agreed, her agreement simple and final. Pearl expected a familiar parental platitude about the unfairness of life, but instead her mother held her tight, kissed her temple, and gave her a bag to put in the car. When Pearl came back inside, she found her mother placing a thick manila envelope on the kitchen counter. Pearl wondered if it was a letter for the Richardsons. Mia corrected her, saying it was a goodbye, some photographs. To Pearl's astonishment, her mother was leaving them behind, something she had never, ever done. For a move, the most vital things were always the photos. Mia insisted they weren't hers to take. Pearl demanded to know who else's they could be. Her mother simply replied that some pictures belonged to the person in them, not the one who took them. She flicked off the lights and the apartment went dark. Across town, Bibi sat in the deepening twilight on the curb, her back against a parked BMW, her eyes fixed on the McCullough's house across the street. She had been there for hours, waiting, and now, at 7:30, she knew the routine. Her daughter must be having her bath. Bibi knew Linda McCullough's schedule well. The constant refrain about regular habits making for a calm life offered with a thin veneer of helpfulness. Bibi had always sensed the judgment beneath the counsel. As the light in the upstairs bathroom flicked on, Bibi's mind conjured the scene within. Mei Ling gripping the tub's edge, stretching a hand toward the water, streaming from the faucet. The street outside was still, the only sounds a soft glow of light from distant living rooms and the faint flicker of televisions. But in her imagination she could hear her daughter's delighted shrieks as water splashed her face. Mei Ling had always loved the water. Even in the hungry, desperate days, she had calmed when Bibi lowered her into the kitchen sink. When Bibi had been too exhausted, too afraid of her own weakness, Mei Ling had screamed, her need a piercing demand Bibi couldn't meet. Bibi pictured the bath products Mrs. McCullough would certainly have, an arsenal of scented baby lotions, creamy soaps, and oils, arranged on a glass rack well out of reach. There would be an overflowing bin of toys, ducks, dolphins, boats, instead of a single, reused yogurt cup for rinsing. All of it were miniature symbols of the wonderful, abundant life she had lost. All of it were things Mei Ling would now have, and Bibi would never be part of. Bibi pictured the final, intimate rituals of the night. Mrs. McCullough would lift the damp, clean baby from the bath and envelop her in a towel so plush that when she unwrapped it, the impression of a tiny child would remain, a perfect mold of her form, down to the delicate swirl of her thumbprint navel. She would then work a brush through Mei Ling's hair, which, when wet, showed the same soft waves as her mother's, and coax her small limbs into pajamas. Finally, she would offer a bottle and settle Mei Ling into her crib, where the girl would fall asleep, warm and content, safe behind a wall of soft bumpers under a hand-knit coverlet. Mrs. McCullough would click on the nightlight, close the door, and go to bed, already anticipating the next morning, when she would return to find Bibi's daughter waiting for her. Bibi rested her head against the cool metal of the parked car, her gaze fixed on the window of her daughter's room, waiting for its light to go out. Izzy arrived home to an empty house and an uneasy silence. Her parents were still at work, but on a Friday afternoon, at least one of her siblings was usually around. She felt a rising need to find Pearl before it was too late, before her mother came home. The conflict had already occurred. Trip and Moody were both home, Trip having come back early, grumpy and agitated. Moody correctly guessed the cause. Pearl had stood him up. He couldn't resist needling his brother, cruelly assuming she had been with someone else. Moody's taunting words, implying Trip was a fool to think he was special, landed with brutal precision, a direct hit on Trip's deepest unspoken insecurity. For a moment, Moody felt a spiteful thrill at voicing Trip's worst fear. Then Trip lunged, and the two brothers erupted into a scuffle on the kitchen floor, their fight ugly and long overdue. When Trip finally pinned Moody in a headlock, the fight was over. He hissed at his brother to shut up, his voice thick with a hurt he couldn't hide, furious that Moody had spoken aloud the very fear that had gnawed at him since his relationship with Pearl began. After a tense, fuming pause, Trip let him go and stormed out, driving aimlessly before seeking refuge at a friend's house, hoping the haze of a video game could drown out Moody's words. Moody, left behind, stewed in his own bitter thoughts, realizing he had just confirmed his own worst fears about his brother and the girl he'd cared for. When Moody finally came home, Izzy cornered him, demanding to know where everyone was. He just shrugged, his own mind a mess. Izzy pressed him about Pearl, asking if he'd seen her. Moody confirmed he'd seen her in English, but that she'd left class early. When Izzy pushed further, asking if the rumors about Pearl and Trip were true, Moody flatly confirmed them, his tone bitter. Izzy was reeling. The confirmation of Trip and Pearl's secret was believable, but she knew Pearl hadn't had an abortion. She demanded to know why their mother thought so. Moody, angry and betrayed, said he didn't care what Pearl deserved. His bitterness was a palpable thing in the room. Izzy, horrified at his casual cruelty, realized the full implication. Their mother would blame Mia for all of this. Moody, still defensive, deflected the blame back onto Mia, suggesting she should have been a more responsible parent. Izzy couldn't contain her fury. In a fit of rage, she grabbed his soda can and smashed it against his face, leaving him drenched and reeling. Then she was gone, running through the house and out the door, leaving Moody alone on the wet kitchen floor. Her destination was Serena's house. After a long run, she found Lexi there and, without preamble, demanded to know if her sister had had an abortion. Lexi was shocked and tried to evade, but Izzy pressed, connecting the dots to the weekend Lexi had claimed to have slept over at Pearl's. Lexi's sharp refusal to answer only confirmed Izzy's suspicions, but the crucial detail was the reason Mrs. Richardson thought Pearl was the one who'd had the procedure. Lexi had used Pearl's name. The betrayal was complete. Izzy had a visceral, gut-level understanding of the chains of deceit that had bound and ultimately broken Mia and Pearl. She pushed past Lexi and Serena, already running toward the duplex on Winslow. By the time she reached the house, the truth was written in the silence. The lights were off, the car was gone, and the apartment was dark and still. Mr. Yang, roused by her desperate knocking, confirmed they had left just minutes earlier. He had seen them drive off, their car packed high with their belongings. The news hit Izzy with the force of a physical blow. She knew with a cold certainty that she was too late. Mia and Pearl were gone, and she had just missed them. A desperate hope flickered in Izzy's mind. Mia would have left a note, a farewell. She begged Mr. Yang to let her check the upstairs apartment, promising not to disturb anything. He let her in, but warned the door might be locked. It was. Izzy rattled the knob and knocked, but there was no answer, only silence. Defeated, she came back down. Mr. Yang suggested she ask her mother who had the keys. It took her 25 minutes to walk home. Unbeknownst to her, Mia and Pearl had dropped off their keys only a short time before she arrived. At home, she rummaged quietly through the catch-all drawer, ignoring the half-eaten takeout left on the counter, careful not to alert her family. She found the spare keys and headed back. By the time she reached Winslow Road, it was 9:30, and Mr. Yang, an early riser, had already gone to bed. The house was silent and dark as Izzy let herself in, unlocked the apartment door, and stepped inside. Deep down, she knew the truth. She was too late. They were gone for good. By 9 the next morning, the Richardson house was nearly empty. Mr. Richardson was at the office. Lexi was still asleep at Serena's. Tripp had gone to distract himself with a pickup game. Moody had biked to Pearl's house to apologize, only to find it locked and empty. Izzy, knowing her mother's rigid Saturday routine, swimming laps at the rec center, didn't even bother to check the bedroom. The house was hers. The injustice of it all pounded through Izzy's skull. Mia and Pearl, the kindest people she knew, had been driven away by her own family. Lexi had lied and used Pearl. Tripp had taken advantage. Moody had deliberately betrayed her. Her father was a baby stealer, and her mother, of course, was the root of it all. She thought of the warmth she had felt in Mia's presence, the way she had become a different person, curious, kind, open, under her spell. Mia had shown her a way out of her sheltered, ordered life. Now Izzy tried to imagine returning to the old ways, the beautiful, perfect house, the regulated neighborhood, the rule-bound city where everything had to look beautiful on the outside. She couldn't. Mia had opened a door in her that could never be shut again. She remembered Mia's question from their first meeting. What are you going to do about it? And then Mia's final words. Sometimes you need to start over from scratch. Scorched earth, Izzy thought. At that moment, she made her decision. She had spent the night planning, and now it felt as though she were watching someone else act. She knew there was a gas can in the garage. She poured a careful, dark, oily circle on Lexi's bed, then Tripp's, then Moody's. When the can was empty, she set it by her parents' closed bedroom door. Then she pocketed the box of matches. She thought of Mia's words. Scorched earth, richer soil, new growth. People start over. They find a way. With her book bag packed and her money secured, she struck a match. It flared bright, and she dropped it onto Lexi's comforter, then ran out the door, chasing the hope that she could still find them. After the fire was extinguished, Mrs. Richardson stood in her bathrobe, surveying the blackened shell of her home. Mr. Richardson was on the front walk with the police and fire chief. Lexi, Tripp, and Moody were perched on the hood of a car across the street. Izzy was conspicuously absent. Mrs. Richardson knew, with a mix of fury and shame, that her missing child was the focus of the men's discussion. She poured out her anger to the officials and her family, accusing Izzy of reckless destruction. The firemen bagged the charred gas can as evidence. Lexi murmured that their mother would slaughter Izzy when she returned. When the fire chief asked where they would stay, Mrs. Richardson saw the obvious answer. At our rental house on Winslow, she said, explaining it was now vacant. The family packed up and drove over, but as they approached, Mrs. Richardson was seized by a sudden fear that Mia and Pearl might still be there, or that they had left a final, defiant mess. The house was silent and empty, however, with only a few pieces of discarded furniture. Mrs. Richardson felt a mix of approval and relief. The place looked so different, the children noted, each lost in their own private memories of the space. Mrs. Richardson began planning the practicalities. The 2 bedrooms would sleep, the adults and boys. The girls could use the porch. It would be temporary, she assured herself, until their house could be rebuilt. Then Lexi called out, pointing to a large manila envelope on the counter. Mrs. Richardson knew immediately it wasn't an oversight. She opened it and inside were photographs, one for each of them. Lexi recognized hers as a pale pink discharge form she'd left at Mia's, now transformed into a net of sliced paper strips holding a heavy stone. It was a burden she would have to carry, but seeing the net bulging yet unbroken, she felt a flicker of hope. Tripp's photo showed a hockey chest pad, cracked and full of holes, with green shoots emerging from the openings. It was a symbol of vulnerability, giving way to new life. A message that it was okay to be open. Moody's was a flock of origami birds made from the crumpled pages of Pearl's notebook. The wrinkles in the paper looked like ruffled feathers, and the birds soared upward against a sky of paper, a reminder to aim higher. Mr. Richardson's photograph was a collar stay, magnetized and floating in water, capturing the moment it oriented itself to north. The image spoke of finding direction, of certainty. He touched his own collar, wondering which direction he was now facing. The final photograph was the most startling of all to Mrs. Richardson, a paper cutout of a birdcage, shattered as if something powerful inside had burst free. The cage was made of newsprint, each word sliced out with a razor to form the gaps between the bars. It was one of Mrs. Richardson's own articles, though the words were gone, leaving no trace of which story it had been. The Nature Center fundraiser, the new colonnade, the Citizens on Patrol project, any one of the pieces she dutifully churned out over the years. Each splintered bar bent outward like a chrysanthemum petal, and in the center of the empty cage lay one small golden feather. Something had escaped. Mia could think of no better wish for her. They didn't realize one photo was missing until Mrs. Richardson lifted the last and found a bundle of negatives. The message was clear. Mia would not sell them or hold them for leverage. The negatives seemed to say, "These are yours, do what you will." Inside were their portraits, inverted, dark made light, and light made dark. But one negative didn't match any print in the box. Izzy had removed that print the night before, when she'd found Mia and Pearl gone, and only the envelope left behind. She'd known it was hers immediately. A black rose on cracked pavement, its petals cut from the leather of her beloved boots, the ones that made her feel fierce, that her mother had thrown away. The outer petals came from the scuffed toes, the inner, darkest petals from the tongue. A fraying bootlace served as the stem, and yellow snippets of stitching formed the threads of its heart. Toughness rendered tender, beautiful. Izzy had slipped it into her bag before closing the envelope and locking the door behind her. Her family, left with only the negative, could see only its tiny inverse. A pale flower fading to moon white, a dark gray slab behind it like a cloudy night sky. It was late afternoon when Mr. Richardson checked his voicemail. Mark McCullough was sobbing so hard he could barely be understood. The night before, exhausted from the verdict and the press conference, they'd fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, groggy from the rest, Mrs. McCullough glanced at the clock and saw it was 10:30. Mirabelle usually woke them at sunrise. She knew immediately something was wrong. She leaped from bed and ran to the nursery without even putting on her robe. Mark, still blinking in the bright morning light, heard her screaming. The crib was empty. Mirabelle was gone. It took a full day for the police to piece it together. An unlocked sliding door, fingerprints on the latch, Bibe's absence from work, her empty apartment, and a ticket booked in her name for a flight to Canton at 11:20 the night before. After that, the McCulloughs were told tracing her was nearly impossible. China was a large country, the inspector noted without irony. Bibe would be unreachable. They could burn all their money trying to find her. Almost a year later, as the Richardsons' new house neared completion, and the McCulloughs had spent tens of thousands on detectives and diplomatic efforts, with little result, the two women had lunch together. Mrs. McCullough shared that she and Mark had applied to adopt a baby from China. The adoption agent said they were ideal candidates and predicted a match within 6 months. The odds of the baby's family trying to regain custody from China were almost nil, she added. Mrs. Richardson squeezed her friend's hand, calling the child lucky. What would haunt Mrs. McCullough most was that Mirabelle hadn't cried out when Bebe lifted her from the crib. Despite all the love and care, Mirabelle still felt Bebe's arms were a safe place. This next baby, coming from an orphanage, would never have known another mother. She would be theirs without question. Already Mrs. McCullough felt dizzy with love for this child she had yet to meet. She tried not to think about Mirabelle, the daughter they'd lost, living some other foreign life. That final night, as they pulled away from the Richardsons' house, Pearl dropped the keys into the mailbox and climbed back into the car. She finally voiced the question that had been clinging to her tongue. What if the photographs she'd left behind were the ones that would make her famous? They wouldn't be. That idea was just beginning to sparkle in Mia's mind, a wisp not yet formed. As it happened, the Richardsons would never sell them. They would keep them as uneasy family heirlooms, something later generations would wonder about when the dusty box in the attic was finally opened. Mia eased the car into gear, answering that if that were the case, she'd owe them much more than just the price of the photos. She guided the rabbit past the duck pond and toward the highway, heading out of Cleveland and onward. Pearl wished she'd had a chance to say goodbye to Moody, Lexi, and Trip, the threads between them hopelessly tangled. And Izzy. She wished she'd seen her one last time. Mia was quiet, thinking of Izzy too. Poor Izzy, she said. She wants to get out of there so badly. An idea formed in Pearl's mind, wild and golden. They could go back for her. Mia gently reminded her that Izzy was only 15, and there were rules. But as the car sped toward the interstate, Mia allowed herself a brief fantasy of finding Izzy on a back road, a shadowy figure with a thumb out, and stopping to let her in. Saturday morning, as Mia and Pearl crossed into Iowa, Izzy climbed aboard a Greyhound bus headed for Pittsburgh, the faint smell of smoke still clinging to her hair. Across town, her family was gathering on the bank of the duck pond, watching the firefighters douse the flames. In her pocket, she had an address from her mother's files, George and Regina Wright, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. She'd copied another address below it, Anita Reese, the Reese Gallery in New York City. Mia had started there when she was not much older than Izzy. Maybe one of these people would help her find Mia. Maybe they would send her back to her parents, and if they did, she would leave again and again until she was old enough that no one could send her back. She would keep searching until she found what she was looking for. Pittsburgh beckoned, and beyond it, New York. Mia's past, but her future. Leaning her head against the window, she imagined spotting Mia from behind, recognizing her immediately, and being taken in. That last night, as Mrs. Richardson settled into the Winslow house, the foreign noises kept her awake. She rose and sat on the steps of the duplex, her bathrobe tight around her, the cement cool and damp beneath her feet. All day she had fumed at Izzy, ungrateful child. How could she? What she would do when they found her. But this time was different. Izzy had crossed every line, and now each member of the family was slowly realizing she might never be back. The police had launched a search for Izzy, classifying her as a runaway and a potentially endangered child. In the days that followed, Mrs. Richardson would provide photographs for bulletins and posters, meticulously tracing the paths of Izzy's friends and classmates, desperate for any clue. But she realized, with a growing ache, that the ones who might have known had already left. The houses along the street looked identical on the outside, but inside each one held lives she would never know. People who might be happy or seeking refuge or bracing themselves to venture out into the world. So many stories unfolding behind closed doors. As midnight approached, a car sped down Winslow Road, its high beams cutting through the dark as if driven by urgent purpose, then vanished into the night. She imagined she must look deranged to the neighbors, sitting alone on the steps in the dark, but for once she didn't care. The anger she had stoked all day had finally burned away, leaving one cold, crystalline thought. Izzy was gone. Every frustration she had ever felt toward her youngest child, even before she'd drawn her first breath, had been rooted in the primal fear of losing her. And now that fear had become reality. A thin wail escaped her throat, sharp as a blade. For the first time, her heart began to truly shatter as she thought of her child out there in the world. Izzy, the daughter who had caused her so much trouble, who had worried her endlessly, whose restless spirit had finally driven her to take flight. The child she'd always believed was her opposite had in truth inherited and nurtured the very spark her mother had long ago suppressed, the fierce conviction that she knew right from wrong. She thought of the photograph of the birdcage and the golden feather, a question that would linger for years. Was it a portrait of her or of her daughter? Was she the bird fighting to break free? Or was she the cage? She told herself the police would find Izzy, and then she would find a way to make amends. She didn't know how, but she was certain she would. And if the police couldn't find her, then she would search herself, for as long as it took, for the rest of her life if necessary. Years might pass, they might both change, but she was sure she would still recognize her own child, just as she would know herself. She would spend months, years, her entire life searching the face of every young woman she met, hunting for a flicker of familiarity in the faces of strangers. The end. Thank you for sharing this journey and staying with these characters until the very end. Even though the last page has turned, Little Fires Everywhere has a way of continuing long after the story itself is over. It leaves behind questions that don't ask to be solved so much as lived with. One of Celeste Ng's greatest strengths is her ability to write every character with empathy, allowing readers to understand conflicting choices without forcing a single answer. Rather than drawing clear lines between right and wrong, she invites us to sit with the uncomfortable truth that love, sacrifice, and responsibility rarely fit into simple categories. When Hulu brought the novel to the screen in 2020, showrunner Liz Tegelar chose to deepen several storylines instead of simply recreating them. Reese Witherspoon and Kerry, who also served as executive producers, helped shape a series that explored race more directly than the novel, expanding Mia and Pearl's experiences while giving Elena Richardson additional emotional complexity. These changes sparked thoughtful discussions among readers and viewers, yet the adaptation remained faithful to the novel's central emotional conflict, the tension between control and freedom, certainty and compassion. The series also benefited from the work of directors Lynn Shelton, Michael Weaver, and Nzinga Stewart, whose restrained visual storytelling allowed intimate moments to carry as much weight as dramatic ones. Composer Mark Isham, together with Isabella Summers, created a score that quietly echoed the emotional distance and longing between the characters instead of overwhelming their conversations. Behind the scenes, recreating the late 1990s setting required remarkable attention to detail, from neighborhood streets and family homes to everyday household items. The production team carefully rebuilt the era so the world felt authentic without distracting from the characters. Reese Witherspoon and Kerry also spent considerable time discussing their characters together before filming, determined to portray two women whose opposing beliefs could both feel deeply human. If this retelling resonated with you, I hope you'll also experience the original novel. Celeste Ng's prose carries quiet emotional layers, subtle observations, and moments of reflection that reveal something new with every reading. And if this story stayed with you, I'd love to hear what you took away from it. Did your perspective change as the story unfolded? Was there a character you understood differently by the end? Share your thoughts in the comments. There's rarely just one way to read a story like this. If you'd like to continue exploring unforgettable books together, your support through a subscription, or by sharing this video helps keep these stories alive for more listeners. Some endings close a story, others simply leave a light burning in the distance, reminding us that every life we encounter holds a truth we may never fully see. And perhaps that's exactly why stories matter.